This video is 4 hours and 58 minutes long. It takes you to read the urban supernatural comics and comment on the 3 monkey heads to get the same skills as the male protagonist.
He was clearly awakened to the SSS-ranked Monkey King. And yet, the Academy still rates him as a useless piece of shit. Not only did the whole school laugh at him as a skinny monkey, even the divine beast, the Phoenix goddess, abandoned him. Because in his past life, he was the Monkey King who fought in heaven and earth. In this world. But it's the lowest ranked beast in the divine beasts list. However, as a traveler he knew that he is not what a waste of rubbish of poles. It's just that he hasn't really. It's just a way of realizing the essence of the monkey. He is called Lin. At this moment he is on his way home along the road. And his mind is filled with images from this morning's awakening ceremony. Lin also didn't think that he, who was once crowned as the academic bully in the 3 years of high school, was actually ruined because of the awakening ceremony on the first day after entering the university. The reputation is in tatters. Talented elites, student representatives, through and through. There is only one extra awakened animal identity, F-rank monkey. Lin thought like this, and without realizing it he returned home. Just as soon as he entered the house, he realized that there were extra guests in the house. The guests' faces were not favorable, and even Lian's father, Li Weigua, had to step aside. Li Weigua, is this your son? Seeing Lin push the door in, Lin Zhongyan, who was sitting in the center of the room, asked with a disdainful face. Yes. Li Weigua stepped forward and bowed his head, and glanced back at his own son, Yenner. Come up and meet your Uncle Lin. In the way of his father's request, Lin stepped forward and greeted Uncle Lin. Lin could also guess the reason why he personally came to the door today, which was nothing more than that matter between himself and Lin Shinu. Nice-looking guy, but unfortunately, not very talented. Lin Zhongyan stood up with his hands on the armrests and came to Lin, looking Lin squarely in the eyes. I know you have some private relationship with our Lin Shinu, but listen to me, break it off, someone like you doesn't deserve her. You were there yourself at the awakening ceremony. Our family Lin Shinu as awakened divine beast is a phoenix, and you? An F-rank monkey. After a pause, Lin Zhongyan turned around without looking at Lin. Don't blame Uncle Lin for talking tough, this is reality. In this world, the weak can't pick love. Sniffing, you didn't say much. Next day at school. Isn't that Lin Xinyu's previous boyfriend? Now it's gone to class fa, tisk tsk. Harm, that's the gap between people. Lin Shinu was right to break up with him. How can someone like him be worthy? An F-ranked monkey and an S-ranked phoenix, these two divine beasts can't come together in any way. The F class is just about 20 people, and it's a class of its own. Now the students who followed Lin and Pang Hu to the playground were still very apprehensive and nervous inside. For the eyes of those beside them who regarded them with other eyes they saw clearly. It's as if it's telling them, you shouldn't be here. So one of the girls within the class was concerned and said, Pang Hu, is it really right for our F class to come and participate? I've asked past F classes and they all defaulted to not attending. It doesn't change anything at all. I think so too, another girl chimed in. Look, it's this time of the day and our homeroom teacher, Willow Yon, hasn't even shown up, so it's obvious that she all but gave up on our class a long time ago. If the homeroom teacher doesn't even look at it, then why are we struggling with it? Pang Hu, who was walking next to Lin in the front, couldn't help but curse when he heard them complaining and worrying. We live for ourselves. What do we care? Besides, we're not even talking to Lin. Can't you guys be quiet like him? Even if the homeroom teacher she looks down on us, we have to look down on ourselves. How will we know if we don't try? We just have to not be second to last. That's making history at North River University, too. Understand? Pang Hu said loudly, not caring in the least about the people around him. It was because of this that the F class grew quiet. Unfortunately, those in the periphery who heard it had fun, and said to the F class, Yo! This year's F class is interesting still not the bottom 2 on the line, why don't you guys dare to set your goal at the first in the whole school Alright students and teachers, we've got the list of representatives from each class competing on our side, so the following competition will officially begin. On the podium, the principal said as he looked at an extra list of representatives for the competition in his hand. But before that, I must state for the record that this year's edition of our freshman kickoff is not quite the same as previous years. Our F class is also represented. The stage was instantly buzzing. Apparently almost all the students were surprised that F class could be represented. And who would that representative be? This F class representative is Li Yan and Peng Hu. The principal named this class representative. And the moment that name came out, the crowd on stage was once again surprised. Because the name Li Yan had appeared for the third time. The first time was because of the awakening ceremony before the official start of the school year, and the second time was a few days ago when he single-handedly swiped 116 yellow-furred sable rats. Of course, more than a few are familiar with the name because of a layer of relationships. That is, Li Yan used to be Lin Shinu's boyfriend. It's just killing some low-level monsters. What's so swell about it? This dares to come to the opening tournament. One of the boys on the stage said, "If this meets me later, I'll give him a punch high and low to teach him how to be a human being." Despite the fact that the stage was already buzzing with excitement, the principal on the stage, Lu Tianqing, officially released the list of the first exam matchups. He said, "Since we have a representative from Class F this year, then according to the rules, the lower classes can challenge the higher classes, so let's start with Class F versus Class E. All the E classes, which one of you is willing to accept the challenge from the F class?" At those words, all three E classes on stage raised their hands. Representatives from each E class were willing to accept the challenge of the F class. Lu Tianqing said with a sigh as he looked away. "Since that's the case, then there's nothing we can do about it, so I'd like to invite the two from Class F to come to the competition stage and challenge all the E-rank classes." Hearing the words, Li Yan and Peng Hu did not hesitate and walked onto the competition stage. The crowd on the stage looked on with interest. Also at this time, Lu Tianqing, who was on the podium, privately called the phone number that Lu owed. "Li Yan and Peng Hu from your class are going to participate in the competition. Are you sure you don't want to come and take a look?" After saying this, Lu Tianqing did not give his daughter, Lu Yao, the opportunity to retort and directly hung up the phone. Willow yawned at this, skimming the phone with a look of emotion as she hung up and rushed over. After standing on the competition stage, Li Yan and Peng Hu set up their stations. First, Wei Dashang, the representative of Class E Level 1, walked onto the competition stage and stood opposite Li Yan and Peng Hu. That's Wei Dashang from Class E1 if I remember correctly, right? Isn't he the class president of E Grade 1? This is in person, won't this be too bullying? That's what Class F was asking for their only one person, Wei Dashang, so what's the point? Not going all in is already giving them face. That's true. It's rare, I actually kinda want Class F to win a game, this would be too pointless if it just ended. Just think about it, all this time, have you ever seen any F class win? Challenging an E class is already their ceiling. Seeing that Wei Dashang was on the stage, many students on the stage whispered. Looking forward to the results of the next bout. After seeing his opponent, Shili Fatty asked Wei Dashang. "Are you sure it's just you?" I didn't expect Wei Dashang to laugh. "Is it hard for me to call up all the representatives of our class? Will you guys figure out who you're dealing with? You're in F class now, understand?" The judge looked at the atmosphere of both sides, felt it was about time, raised his hand, and then slammed it down. Okay, the contest officially begins. Next moment. The muscles under Wei Dashang's feet quickly pulled, and his entire body brought up a fierce wind to rush towards Li Yan. Li Yan's line of sight quickly locked on, observing his every move. And at this time, the crowd under the stage had been surprised by this speed of Wei Dashang, so fast that it was even a little difficult to see. They had never expected that a class president of an E-rank class could have such abilities. It's no wonder he's the class president. Burst. At a certain moment, Wei Dashang's figure arrived in front of Li Yan. Everyone could see with their naked eyes that his palm transformed into a sharp knife stabbing at Li Yan, bringing up a strong wind. However, ta-da! Li Yan's 4 fingers had already grabbed the stabbing right palm at some point, and his right hand struck upwards with an uppercut. Bump! Try your punch first. Suddenly, Wei Dashun only felt as if his entire jaw was going to shatter. It was as if a lightning bolt of thunder had split between his brain and his forehead. It made his mind go blank. And as far as the eye could see, he had long since been sent flying by the punch, his entire body tilting backwards. Flopped to the ground. Ah! Ah-ha! The screams of agony rang through the sky, and he could no longer stand up. Nasal bleeding, tooth shattering. The appearance was greatly altered and wretched. Principal Lu Tianqing, who saw the scene directly, stood up from his seat. How is that possible? He was surprised. Lin Zhongyan next to him frowned slightly and didn't say anything. Lin Shinu also looked on somewhat inexplicably. He couldn't figure out why Wei Dashun was so careless. I can't believe Li Yan drilled the hole. Rushing down the road to the playground, I could see from a distance that the scene had calmed down. Class F's class teacher, Lu Yao, followed everyone's gazes to see, and suddenly realized that on the competition stage, Li Yan stood condescendingly in front of Wei Dashun, looking at Wei Dashun flatly. Calmness covered his face. This is... Did you win? Willow Yan's inner face showed a look of disbelief, and after a few moments, she quickened her pace. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Good job, Li Yan. I knew you could. Quiet scene, the next moment with a loud laugh from Pang Hu. Everyone reacted from their stunned silence. Wei Dashun? Wei Dashun, weren't you so arrogant just now? You're also worthy of clamoring with our class, Li Yan? You. Cough. 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 Hearing these words, Wei Dashun was instantly infuriated. Not a movement on the spot. Okay, here's the official announcement. Winner, Class F. Li Yan. Lu Tianqing on the podium took the microphone to make the official announcement as he looked at the list of winners and continued. I can't quite believe it until now, but this has indeed broken the all-time Class F record. Let's all of us on the floor congratulate Class F. Congratulations to Li Yan. On this side, the match was lost due to the overly proud class president of E-Class 1. The homeroom teacher of E-Grade 1 was already feeling faceless. After all, after so many years, their class actually broke the historical record of being defeated first by F-Class. The fault is mine. The E-Class 1 teacher let out a long sigh and drifted away from the crowd. Also at the same time, the next E-Class 2 representative personnel took the stage. They were now much more cautious because of the E-Grade 1 class as a lesson from the past. There were higher expectations for Li Yan's ability. Li Yan, be careful. Pang Hu didn't wimp out at this time, and for some reason, he just trusted Li Yan. Relax, you, even if you lose to E-Grade 2 now, that won't be a disgrace. After all, we're not bottom of the table anymore. Li Yan's face was flat as he looked at the 5 representative participants of Class E2 in front of him and only said one sentence. Countdown has not been my quest since I started school. Next to him, the referee, sensing the mood of the moment, immediately ordered the start. This time Li Yan didn't wait for his opponent to take the lead in attacking. His gaze was like a hawk, and his feet pounded on the ground. His entire body jabbed out like a shadow, coming to the very side of the 5 people. The right foot brought up a blistering wind and violently swept towards a frail and fat youth. With a touch, the fat youth fell back before he could react. Full of surprises. How can this speed and power? And without waiting for him to land, Li Yan's elbow came to his chest. The elbow hit him directly in the chest, and the midair man was crushed to the floor by the downward force of the break. The floor instantly smashed out a crack. Boom! On the podium, Lu Tianqing's hand holding the handle quickly contracted. He managed to suppress the urge to stand up. How can an F rank have such power? With this move, Li Yan directly made the 5 members of Class E Grade 2 one less. When the other 4 saw how fierce he was, they didn't dare to move for a while. Lin Zhongyan was also somewhat unable to understand this Li Yan at this time. Wasn't this kid awakening an F-rank monkey? This monkey can have such power? It shouldn't. Class A1. Lin Shinu's face color slightly quirked up. She seemed to gradually feel that once existing aura from Li Yan. Could it be that he's coming back? No way, how could an F-rank monkey on the competition stage? Seeing his teammate being defeated by Li Yan in an instant, laying down unable to move. The remaining 4 teammates were apprehensive and wanted to just curse. Did this asshole take some kind of enhancement drug? How can he hit this kind of weird power? Next to them, their homeroom teacher seemed to see their nervous hearts at the moment. Immediately, he threw them a serious look. The leader understood that he could not back down and charged Li Yan. The 4 men rushed towards Li Yan together. But in the blink of an eye, they looked like discarded trash. One by one, they flew out. The end is no better than the first bit of that fat youth. This scene immediately fell into a death-like silence. Hiss. Eventually, one student couldn't resist spitting. That's 2 E-class guys in one go? Is this still the F-class I know? Other students whispered. It may have been a fluke to beat 1 E-ranked class, but 2 in a row, and in a 5-on-1 situation then, this Li Yan is really something. It's absolutely amazing to see Class F flip 2 sets in a row. In the future, I'm afraid these 2 E-level classes won't be able to raise their heads in other classes. In that case, the next definitive statement dare not be too definitive. The trial judge's side also didn't understand Li Yan's ability to end the battle quickly, and it took a while before he announced the result. The moment Lu Tianqing got the results and announced them, the entire room completely boiled over. Especially on the side of the current freshman F-class, the students simply raised their eyebrows. Now looking at Li Yan's back, his eyes were shining with stars of envy and admiration. They really didn't expect to have someone to speak up for them when they entered F-class. Beat 2 E-classes in a row. And that's just the opening game. Holy shit, Li Yan. You're really my fucking father. To say the most admired person, it was Peng Hu who accompanied Li Yan on the competition stage. He realized that he had really made a very good decision to follow Li Yan. That's a friend he's made. Make sure you get money for him to spend. Seeing Li Yan win 2 matches in a row consecutively, Lin Shinu's heart changed slightly. However, she quickly quieted down again. Anyways, he was also a gifted player who had awakened an S-ranked divine beast. Even if Li Yan won more, he couldn't possibly be his opponent. The cap on F-ranked divine beasts is right there. Lin Zhongyan, who was sitting next to Principal Lu Tianqing on the podium, had the same idea. It's just a small wave that an F-rated monkey can birth. He murmured, growing flat inside. Also at this time, a girl from Class F on the stage shouted at Li Yan. Li Yan! Go for it! With her taking the lead, the excited other members of Class F followed suit. The members of the Class F class became united in an instant and saw hope through the cracks. There was hope from Li Yan. In the distance, Luo, who was standing in the corner, silently walked out at this time. Without speaking, stood behind the F class at the moment. All of this was captured in Li Yan's eyes, making Li Yan's heart more determined. After the scene was shaken, Lu Tianqing took the microphone and announced the next class competition. With the first 2 classes losing, the only remaining class now, E-Class 3, is feeling unprecedented pressure. They never thought that there would actually be a day when they would feel pressure due to F-class. The 5 representatives of Class E Level 3 came on stage and looked up very squarely at Li Yan. They even set up in formation and stood by. Peng Hu can't actualize the battle, and he silently retreated behind Li Yan. Under everyone's gaze, Li Yan silently stepped forward. With the referee's horn. The 2 sides are like soldiers charging each other in a war, except it's 5-on-1. 5 minutes passed. All battles are over. A black-robed Li Yan stood on top of 5 bodies, panting. The black eyes were full of ruthlessness, revealing chilling sharpness. At that moment a breeze blew through and his flowing hair rushed upwards. His brain snapped out of the struggle and he took a deep breath as his chest rose and fell slightly. The fists in his hands unclenched as he took 1 step at a time away from the bodies of these defeated men. In one's senses, he was very heavy in every footstep at the moment. It was like stepping on their hearts, completely shattering all their previous illusions. Li Yan. Break the triple crown in a row. In the midst of the surprise and shock, Pang Hu's chubby voice rang through the sky from it. It shook everyone on the scene in a flash. Try, who else? What other member of the F class could do that? All the emotions that had been pent up inside were blossomed in an instant from Pang Hu's mouth. As if to inform the whole school that our F class is not an abandoned class. We still have bulls in F class. Off stage. The members of Class F who heard the words burst into cheers. OMG. Winning, 3 in a row. Did I dream something today? Our F class actually beat 3 E class in a row. Li Yan. You are my god. Li Yan. I love you. Even Ryuo, who was standing silently behind Class F, was moved inwardly for a moment. It's like there's hope in these kids. Lu Tianqing on the podium noticed his daughter early on. Seeing her face change, she muttered. That's more like it. He couldn't help but look back at the upright Li Yan on the competition stage. This kid, what a bringer of miracles. After so many years of being the principal here, Lu Tianqing was the first day he saw Class F could be as united as it is today. After breaking 3 E classes in a row. Now all the teachers and students in the E-level class didn't look too good. They felt ashamed to even continue standing here. And in this extremely unexpected atmosphere, a young man holding a square sky painting halberd walked up to the competition stage one step at a time. His figure quickly attracted the attention of the entire crowd. Obviously, the next bout is going to start. I have to say, Li Yan, you're a name I can remember for a long time. It's really surprising that a student born in Class F was able to oblige 3 representatives of Class E in a row on the competition stage. But sorry, accidents are accidents after all. Like Li Yan, the youth with the square heavenly painting halberd had an upright stance after standing on the competition stage. The eyes were stern. There was ruthlessness and determination in his eyes. He twisted his head to look aside at Pang Hu. Yo, remember me, fat boy? Didn't you just ask who else was there? I'd say I have. Yang Jin? In the moment of seeing clearly the person who came, Pang Hu mouth slightly open. What, you recognize it? Li Yan turned around and asked. Pang Hu nodded. Well, the bodyguard I hired when I went to the ancient battlefield, I didn't realize that he also went to our school. Li Yan didn't know what the ancient battlefield in Pang Hu's mouth was. But he knew that if he was able to become a bodyguard for a rich kid, it meant that the person did have something. I'm glad I was able to make a quick buck from your dad, so next time you need something you can just keep using me. Yang Jin's gaze left chilly fatty and looked back at Li Yan. Well, that's between me and him, let's move on from there. Wait. Before Li Yan had a chance to speak, Pang Hu on the side interrupted to say to the referee next to him. Yang Jin is from the D grade class. This is a continuous fight across 2 grades, isn't it? Can this be beaten? The referee replied, it can be fought, but it's not recommended. Crossing 2 levels in a row is the highest rule in our school, so you should ask Li Yan if he wants to fight? Instead of asking me. Then Li Yan, I think we'd better not fight. Pang Hu went to look at Li Yan. Yang Jin, this guy is different, see the square sky painting halberd he is holding in his hand. That is an item left behind by the ancient god General Lu Bu. Normal weapons can't fight. Besides, this guy's AD. There's no point in trying to be tough, we'll take what we can get. Then you were so clamoring just now, combined with standing and talking. Li Yan smiled helplessly, it's fine, since it won't be the bottom one, I don't care about winning or losing. Good, that's what I was waiting for. Yang Jin nodded his head, liking Li Yan's nature. This is also the purpose of my application to come up alone just now. I'm not like them, I admire my opponents, so I will consider fairness. If I lose, it will only mean that I'm not strong enough on my own. But note, I won't be representing our class, this is kind of an extra contest, would you still like to do it despite that? Li Yan arched his left and right hands in a fist, excuse me. Young Ken then craned his head to look at the referee next to him. My homeroom teacher has agreed to this, so I assume you will too? The referee holds his forehead and sighs. Ugh, why do you all like to ask me? Shouldn't you just ask the principal about such things? The principal, then. May I? To say that Yang Jin's guts are also really big, actually on the competition stage directly rushed to shout at the podium high above. Of course Lu Tianqing heard it. He picked up the microphone and stood up to say no. After all, it was a waste of everyone's time. You guys can privately request your own ring if you want to test each other. However, Lu Tianqing was interrupted by Lin Shinu, who said, "Hey, don't be so quick to say no, headmaster. That's how young people should be. It's normal to be a little combative. Not to mention that you, headmaster, would like to see where this kid Li Yan's ceiling is, right?" Lu Tianqing certainly had a point, and since the vice city lord had said so, he agreed to Yang Jin's temporary application. In fact, people are not offended by Yang Jin's move. Even people from other classes want to try it. If it weren't for the fact that the maximum number of challenges over the level could only be 2, there would be people in the C-rank class who would want to apply. Nah, the principal agreed. Yang Jin skimmed his lips and told the referee. The referee nodded, "Then we can begin." Very well, Yang Jin waved the square sky painting halberd in his hand with one hand, the tip of the halberd aimed at Li Yan. "Li Yan, don't say I'm bullying you, this weapon is also my tribute to my opponent." "I'm glad you're taking it so seriously." Li Yan set up his stance. He was able to feel very clearly that the person in front of him called Yang Jin had a completely different aura from before. Overall calm and powerful. Together with the weapons left behind by this ancient god General Lubu, perhaps it was really the biggest challenge Li Yan had received so far. Interesting coming. Offstage, a student murmured as he watched the two sides that were about to start a fight. It was the best matchup he'd ever seen. An F-rank student across 2 levels against a D-ranked Yang Jin. That's Yang Jin, who was fully armed and holding a square sky painting halberd. On the competition stage. Seeing that the two sides were about to pull off the battlefield, Pang Hu had the sense to jump off. A girl from the next F class then immediately leaned over and said, "Pang Hu, why does Li Yan still want to fight?" Adding this, he's already sparred 16 people in a row, and this last Yang Jin is still in the D class. Another girl chimed in. Actually, winning 3 E classes in a row is good enough, there's no need to fight, it's not good to get hurt. Standing behind the class, Ryu owed silence. Lin Shinu, including many Class A students, were watching the battlefield from a distance. Especially Lin Shinu, her gaze changed slightly. Thinking that this Li Yan wasn't underestimating the strength of the D class too much. Maybe it's because they won too many in a row before and their ambitions have swelled, so I guess they'll be cleaned up by Yang Jin. A Class A student standing next to Lin Shinu said. Maybe, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Xinyu's gaze murmured as she did her best to show that she no longer cared about Li Yan. On the competition stage. As Li Yan and Yang Jin both pulled away and the referee's orders fell. Yang Jin stabbed forward with a square sky painting halberd. Strong winds were avoided from both sides. The fierce air currents forced the clothes of both parties to billow upwards. Daoguang shocker. Sure enough. This kind of speed was out of Li Yan's expectation, and Li Yan pressed his feet down. The entire figure rotated backward 90 degrees sideways, as a way to avoid this halberd. But unfortunately, Yang Jin had left something behind. After seeing Li Yan's upper body avoiding it, he swept his cross leg towards Li Yan's left body. There was a muffled thud. Li Yan took a small loss and was backed up 2 meters. See, a loss in 1 round. That student in Class A said. On the podium, Lin Zhongyan was slightly relieved inwardly. It seems the limit is just about here, it's not that far off. Lu Tianqing also sighed. Looks like leaping 2 levels to fight Yang Jin is still too hard for him. I knew it, this side, F-class Pang Hu said lightly with worry. He could tell from the first round of this exchange that Li Yan was very tricky against Yang Jin. I'm afraid it won't last long. What to do? The girls clutched their hands together and watched prayerfully. On stage. Yang Jin flatly withdrew his square sky painting halberd and said to Li Yan. You don't seem to be able to fight much interest if that's all you can do. A mouthful of turbid air was exhaled from Li Yan's mouth as he walked slowly. "Don't worry, it's just getting started." Saying that, Li Yan began to chant some words that the others couldn't understand. The Monkey King versus the Red Kid. The Monkey King ravages the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. The Monkey King makes a splash. You have consumed this week's word count, integration plus 0.5%. Integration plus 0.2%. Fusion plus 1%. Total integration, 5.02%. A prompt popped up in front of Li Yan, and no one else knew what was happening. Opponent Yang Jin frowned even more, thinking that this guy doesn't fight properly. Muttering something in that one. Li Yan slowly stopped his pace and slowly closed his eyes. Inside his mind, the Monkey King idol changed once again after the fusion reached over 5%. Li Yan realized that at this time, the god statue, Sun Wukong, already had an extra wooden stick in his hand. This wooden stick is not a golden rod, but it is something else to hold in your hand. Li Yan thought of something. He urged his mind to take the wooden stick in Sun Wukong's hand. And immediately afterward, he opened his eyes and withdrew from the sea of consciousness. It was found that a wooden stick really did appear in his hand at the moment. Sure enough. Li Yan took the wooden stick and felt it in his hand twice. The effect was not bad. But the people on the periphery were confused. "Where did you get this stick? This is your divine weapon?" Yang Jin was even more surprised and asked, "But this divine weapon is too cheap." After each person awakens a divine beast or divine general. Weapons that come with a divine beast or divine general are called divine weapons. However, to get the artifacts you need at least a certain percentage of fusion. Yang Jin never thought that Li Yan had been able to get his hands on a divine weapon, that is, this divine weapon was a wooden stick. I guess it's because of the low level of his divine beasts, and F rank can still pray for any good divine artifacts. One student mumbled. "Wooden stick, don't blame me if you are accidentally split by my square halberd later." Yang Jin didn't waste too much time and saw Li Yan getting ready. His footsteps rushed forward, and the square heavenly painted halberd in his hand slashed through the midair toward Li Yan's head. He had let Li Yan lose in a round before, and he believed that Li Yan after getting the wooden stick was not much stronger. Li Yan's tightly closed eyes slowly opened. What came into his eyes was the square heavenly halberd that slashed rapidly, bringing up a frenzied aura. Li Yan was in no hurry, and his black eyes flashed with a bright light. The wooden stick in his hand passed through the air and went straight to Yang Jin's chest. Bang! With a crash, before the Feng Tianhua halberd could touch Li Yan's cheek, Yang Jin's body crashed backward. Yang Jin raised an eyebrow and hurriedly inserted his square sky painting halberd into the ground to cut a trace to stop. Eyes full of wonder. "Is this stick too light, so is it above me in speed?" he murmured. But before he could rest too much, he saw Li Yan walking confidently towards him with a wooden stick in his hand. Li Yan's right hand rotated casually, and the wooden stick followed and rotated a few times at his side. Reach confused the human eye when Li Yan's stooping dive quickly came to the front of Yang Jin. One stick. The far end of the wooden stick was raised from the bottom and hit Yang Jin on the chin. Forced Yang Jin's square sky painting halberd cannot even hold the head upward. But before he had time to react, he realized that Li Yan had already leaped into mid-air at some point. The whole man levitated, holding the proximal end of the stick in both hands, the distal end slashing hard and vertically at him. 2 sticks. Damn! This scene scared Yang Jin so much that he hurriedly turned his head sideways, otherwise he was going to get his head blown off. Sparingly, Li Yan's wooden stick still struck him on the shoulder. Yang Jin, who was originally kneeling on half knee, instantly knelt down with both feet, holding the square heavenly painted halberd inserted on the ground with his left hand as a way to stabilize his body. Under the power of this stick. The competition stage was dusty. The smoke swirled. A crack cracked from under Yang Jin's feet until it rumbled. The comparison table collapsed downward out of a groove before stopping. Hiss. The crowd took a deep breath and couldn't take their eyes off it. Yang Jin's face was pale. He felt that the bones on his left side above his collarbone had been broken by Li Yan. Now with perseverance and support of holding the square sky painting halberd. A three-letter word was slowly spat out from Li Yan's mouth, and Yang Jin's eyes contracted violently when he heard the words. He yelled, "Wait! I concede." "You admit defeat?" Li Yan would smile, "But I'm sorry, monkey 3 sticks has always been my rule." Li Yan don't ah. The many teachers on the stage instantly turned white when they heard the words and tried to stop Li Yan. It was just that their speed was too slow, and at this moment, Li Yan was already holding a wooden stick in his hand. The eyes are hard. He held the bat in his right arm and his breathing was steady and strong. Visible to the naked eye, clusters of golden-colored energy slowly appeared from the palm of his right hand to wrap around the wooden stick. In a flash, the surface of the stick changed minutely. Li Yan saw the right moment, raised his hand, rotated a sideways 180 degrees to knock directly at the blade of the square sky painting halberd that Yang Jin was holding at the moment. Clang! The air exchanged fire. The sound of steel clashing resounded through the sky. The square heavenly painted halberd came out of Yang Jin's hand and was slammed across the sky, sticking directly into the wall below the podium. The wall was suddenly a big crater. Shattered traces make up for crawling all over. It drew stares from everyone in the audience. Ravenous! My God! Is this really Li Yan? The F-class girls froze at the scene and said. Pang, whose eyes revealed relief and excitement, "Not bad for my brother." And putting his eyes on the top of the competition stage, Li Yan held a wooden stick and looked down on Yang Jin. Then turned around, his back to him, and took a step away, leaving only a voice. You lose too. Yang Jin's body shook, his eyes staring at Li Yan's back without saying anything. Finally, he dropped his discarded left arm helplessly. Thanks. He thanked Li Yan for not laying down a killer, but instead taking his wooden stick to harden the square sky painting halberd in his hand. His square halberd was also sent flying straight away by the wooden stick. Li Yan snapped his fingers and the wooden stick disappeared in his hand. He took a step down the competition stage. Looking at the moment, not a single person dared to look at him differently. Especially the classmates of the same F-class. At this moment, it was as if they wanted to spoil Li Yan to the sky. They all gathered around Li Yan to cheer and rejoice. Only Ryu, who was the homeroom teacher, stood silently behind the distance. At this time, Pang, who did not rush to celebrate with Li Yan, but came next to Lu Yan. I told you before, there are still people in our class. Here, now does Li Yan count? A blush of shame flashed across Willow Yan's face and she nodded. It's my fault, I'll do my best to lead the whole class from now on. That's right, we're all human beings, do a good job. The rich young man was not accustomed to whether the other party was the principal's daughter or not, and left after saying that. A brain is stuffed directly into the team celebrating Li Yan. Who was the happiest man on the scene? It's definitely him. Li Yan home. Once they entered, Li Weigua and Yang Guanchuan went to cook while laughing and chatting. While Li Weigua was happy to go cook, Yang Guanchuan turned on Li Weigua's TV. Yang Guanchuan also smiled and found the remote control to change the channel, but it just happened to change to a news program. The big Southeast Coast news was broadcast on the top. Emergency notification, 10:15 a.m. Yendu time. An earthquake of epic proportions occurred in the southeastern sea area of our country, and after expert research and the intervention of the special forces, it is suspected that there is a great demon causing trouble. Now the Ministry of State has issued an order alerting the coast, especially in the areas of East Sea, North River, Tianping, etc. At this point, North River University. With the subsequent bouts Li Yan was unable to participate in, he left the playground after beating the E-rank class and D-rank Yang Jin. It was thought that all that was needed for this competition was to beat all the E-rank classes. Unexpectedly, a D-rank named Yang Jin personally went up to test Li Yan. But thanks to him, Li Yan was able to break through fusion at the critical moment and get the divine artifact that resembled the Monkey King. Although the current artifact was just a wooden stick born out of the sea of consciousness. Perhaps the golden hoop needs to find itself. Li Yan thought internally, feeling that the probability of this was high. Just returned to the dorm. The door of Li Yan's dormitory was violently pushed open by Chili Fatty. Pang, who rushed in and handed his cell phone to Li Yan to see, big deal, big deal. There's a siren rebellion in the southeast. Now that the start of the school year has been interrupted, get your cell phone and look, the group sent out a notification. Although he said so, Li Yan was still puzzled and exited the background to check the messages in the group. The group was surprised to find hundreds of messages popping up in the group in that short moment, each surprised. Shit! There's a demon in the East China Sea. It's huge. Did you guys see it on the news? I said, what happened? The school is suddenly in full motion. It turns out that a demon has appeared. The East Sea is very close to our Beha Tianping County. How does our Beha City Lord say it now? I don't know. Just now when the freshmen held their opening tournament, wasn't Vice City Lord Lin Shinu there? What did he say? Deputy City Lord? He has been urgently recalled, and now our principal is also confused. 99 plus. The messages kept refreshing, and Li Yan simply couldn't finish reading them. What now? Thousands of miles of fat know that Li Yan already roughly know the status quo, put his cell phone to ask. What else can I do? Wait for the school to notify me. Li Yan said, then lay down and closed his eyes to rest. At this point, the Lin family. Inside the council hall, City Lord Lin sat in the main seat with a gloomy brow. The clock on the wall ticked away and everyone was silent. Finally, City Lord Lin couldn't wait any longer and opened his mouth. Has the Vice City Lord not returned yet? Back to the City Lord, already on his way back, and he's brought the young lady back. An underhand answer. The moment that Hand had just finished answering, as if on cue, two men walked briskly in at the door leading to that council chamber. It was Lin Zhongyan and Lin Shinu who had rushed back from Beha University. You're finally back, good, so the next site is official. After allowing Lin Zhongyan and Lin Shinu to find a seat, City Lord Lin formally spoke. While you were traveling to North River University for the freshman kickoff, at just after 10 o'clock this morning, a demon was caught on camera by a reporter on the East Seaside. As the reporter went deeper, it was discovered that many residents of the East Coast have been brutally murdered and died in their bedrooms at home, with 106 dead as of today. An emergency order was quickly issued from the higher-ups for our North River City Executive Department to quickly send support. In view of the emergency and special circumstances, I first sent 100 enforcers to Tianping County. I thought I could ease up a bit, but I didn't expect the bad news to come back quickly from the front line, where 100 enforcers have now sacrificed 56 and only 44 remain. What? Upon hearing these words, the people sitting in the council chambers were shaken to their core. 100 enforcers sent out and 56 dead all at once? What kind of demon is this? How can you be so capable? After so many years of guarding this northern river town, this was the first time that they, the squad leaders, had encountered a single demon that could kill 56 enforcers so easily. Hiss, in that case, shouldn't we pull back the remaining 44 enforcers first? Lin Zhongyan asked. Pull back? What about the people? Someone asked. The people? There aren't many people living on the seashore residence if I remember correctly, and with over 100 dead here already, there aren't many left. Lin Zhongyan twisted his head to look at him, and do you know how much money and effort it takes to train an enforcer who can go to war? Now that we're completely self-sufficient in North River City, we can't afford to lose any more enforcers. Once the North River is lost, do you know what that means? The man was silent, and Lin Shinu said in his place. Uncle, I know that the executor is very important to our Lin family, but now that the whole country has almost all of its eyes on us, if we show too much indifference, then we're bound to be blatantly condemned, so I think it's better to leave the executor there. Yuer is right, now that we, Beha, are the main body of the counterattack, we have to think of Beha's image. City Lord Lin took over. Not only will I not withdraw those 44 people back, but I also need to send everyone here to support them and completely kill that demon. So, which one of you here is willing to take the lead in the front? City Lord Lin looked at the entire council hall, and within this hall, there were many squad leaders, but none of them dared to take the lead and walk out at that moment. The reason was simple, judging from the extent of that demon's rebellion so far, this time it was definitely not a small fight, it was going to take a life. Seeing that no one stepped out at the first opportunity, City Lord Lin's brows sank slightly. And also at that moment, his daughter actually walked out. "Dad, I'll go. Brush it up." Everyone looked at Lin Shinu. As the existence of the Lin family's favored treasure, she actually took the initiative to apply to fight? Seeing everyone's surprise, Lin Shinu explained. "Although I have awakened the S-class Phoenix, which is by far the most outstanding divine beast of our Lin family, no matter how powerful a divine beast is, it needs to undergo real battlefield training before it can truly become strong. I don't think that I'm any worse than the others." "You're going in person?" Lin City Lord had not yet spoken, but Lin Zhongyan, his uncle, was in a hurry and hastily refused. "No, how can you go yourself? If you're going, I'm going first." Lin Shinu shook her head. "Uncle is AB rank. That kind of demon doesn't need uncle to personally take the field." She then looked at the others, the other squad leaders. Their own divine beasts or divine generals are not too high in rank, and the ceiling limits them to a more troublesome pair, even with years of fusion. "I've awakened my S rank, and it's just the time I need to practice. Dad, you have to trust me." A mouthful of turbid air slowly exhaled from the Lin City Lord's mouth as he thought about how this was indeed an opportunity for his daughter to practice. But for the sake of his daughter's safety, he said, "Okay, I'll let you go, but you'll have to be accompanied by your uncle." "Good." Lin Qingyue promised. Time passes. Outside the dormitory building. Many F-class students gathered here. They wanted to go into the boys' dormitory to meet Li Yan, but unfortunately, they were stopped by Pang Hu. "Pang Hu, Li Yan, why doesn't he come out? What is he doing?" someone asked. "Sleeping." "Sleeping? Goodness, is he unwell?" "Holy shit, you're convincing with that imagination." Love brain roll. Pang Hu now stressed to death. Now the school official arrangement did not come down. These students have nothing to do everywhere string. Skewering came to Li Yan. Pang Hu is really convinced. "I'll go wake him up." Pang Hu recognized him from a long distance away, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. "You're actually coming too." "Why, is it a surprise?" Yang Jin stopped in front of Pang Hu. "You may not believe it when I tell you, but my dad and Li Yan's dad are old friends." "So my dad and Li Yan's dad are still brothers, you think I'll believe that?" And just when people thought these two were blowing each other off, a black-clothed youth walked out behind Pang Hu. With fluffy, loose hair said, "He's telling the truth." "Li Yan?" Li Yan didn't pay much attention to the others and came straight to Yang Jin. "So, it's your dad's idea if I'm not mistaken, right? Let's strike up a good relationship." Yang Jin smiled and nodded. "He does mean that, but after fighting you, I'll be looking for a chance to befriend you even if he doesn't say so." Li Yan also quite admired Yang Jin as he asked, "Can I ask, are you awakening a divine general?" "No." "Then you're square halberd. That's what I picked up in the ancient battlefield, a remnant of the divine general Lubu, built from its fragments." Yang Jin explains. This way Li Yan understood and nodded. "That's a divine beast?" "Well, let me guess, is it a roaring dog?" "How do you know?" Yang Jin was surprised. It was the first time his awakened divine beast had been guessed by someone. "Did my father tell you?" Li Yan shook his head. "It was a guess because I saw your name resembled someone." "Okay, now that I just woke up, what's going on with school? What about over at the Southeast Sea?" Li Yan turned his head and asked everyone to see if anyone knew. However, these people didn't know what kind of admiration disease they were all suffering from, and they were all looking at him in admiration, not even listening carefully to what he was asking. Maybe it's really the opening game win that's making them so happy. Just when Li Yan thought there was no one to answer, Lu Ode the class teacher slowly appeared from the front. "What the school means is to suspend the daily lessons. All the students will enter the state of alert. In case of any accidents you need to listen to the school for further arrangements." She continued. As for the East Tianping side, Lin Shinu, the daughter of Lin City Lord, has already brought 100 enforcers over there, so I believe it will be resolved soon. The sun was setting in the sky. Tempe County. To the left of the plank, the bodies of 2 men and women lay motionless here. After a long time, a crowd of armed men came to the body. As his eyes fell on the two bodies, the captain sighed and turned his head for the two teammates behind him to remove the bodies. Bury it. He looked to the others again. No word yet from the city lord? No, we will face more casualties if we keep this up. Why don't we pull out, Captain? The teammate said. Yes, Captain, it's obvious that Lin's city lord's side just doesn't want to send anyone over. They're just using us to send us to our deaths. Another teammate was gripped with fear as he looked around at the bodies of the people and their dead teammates. It's not like you guys haven't seen how outrageous the demon is, with less than 30 of the 100 enforcers left today. The way I see it, the city lord's side hasn't wanted to care about us for a long time. If that's the case, why should we be obedient? This sentiment has actually been running high in the ranks until now. On their way from the center of North River City all the way to Tianping, these enforcers had seen too much life and death. Children, old men, women, and even teammates, it was too hard to witness them being killed by that demon and not being able to do anything about it. They never want to go through it again, and they feel like they're going to go crazy if they continue to stay here. Now that someone had said it, the emotional point erupted and the rest of the team unconsciously stopped and stood still to look at their captain. The current captain also knew that he alone could not restore the self-confidence of these men now. So, is it really time to demobilize? Why isn't there someone powerful to help hold it down? Want to go? I won't stop you if you want to go. A girl's voice came from the top of these people. The crowd looked up and realized that Lin Shinu had somehow stood at the top of the shattered building, looking down at them. Miss? The moment they saw her, each and every one of these advance over Tianping County support enforcers changed color. They could have imagined that it was someone else coming, but they never expected that it would be the Lin family's eldest miss, Lin Shinu, who had rushed over. Her words might actually work. After all, what about awakening an S-class divine beast? To say the least, it was already more powerful than any of them present. In the sight of the crowd, Lin Shinu freely descended from the top of the floor before turning her body when she was no more than 10 meters away from the ground, her feet gently stepping on the floor. Don't look at the light pace of this fall, but it shows that she is not low in strength. I just heard someone say that they want to leave, right? Lin Shinu eyed ahead and walked towards the captain with a confident stride. No problem, anyone in the room can leave, I won't stop them, but it would be a disappointment. The footsteps stopped and Lin Shinu had reached the captain and looked at him. Do you think so? The captain was silent, not knowing how to answer. One of the team members next to me immediately said, I know we shouldn't go, but lady, you ain't never seen that demon before. Far more powerful than ever before, not to mention godlike. Look back at those corpses, they're all our former teammates. And the result? It's not that I want to blame, but the headquarters hasn't sent reinforcements for so long. Isn't this an attempt to leave us here to fend for ourselves? Then why are we doing something that's as good as dying? Why can't we go? When you look at the coast now, there are not as many people surviving as we enforcers, so why should we trade the lives of the majority for the minority? Very well said. Lin Shinu didn't bother to chastise this enforcer, so as I said, those who choose to go now can go. Lin Shinu twisted her head to look at this group of enforcers troops that had come over early and only had about 30 people left by now and said, I just didn't expect that the enforcers that our Lin family had trained would now flee because their enemies were too powerful. Miso dash. A long lance thrust from the dome of the sky, a fierce stream of air forcing the air, and the closer it got to the ground, the more the executors on the ground could feel the power of the lance. Clank. The tip of the lance dug into the ground, emitting golden light from excessive friction and initiating a roar. Lin Xinyu's left hand sucked at her again, originally inserted in the ground. It detached itself the next moment, the handle of the gun flew into Lin Xinyu's hand, and Lin Xinyu's 5 fingers firmly grasped her. Lin Xinyu held her gun, which was a sign. In just a split second, the 100 enforcers she brought behind her emerged from the top of the tall building at the same time, and one by one, they jumped down like dead soldiers. Even that deputy city lord, Lin Zhongyan, was standing on the roof of the building at the moment, with an upright posture and a resolute face, as if he was the leading general leading the group. There was no doubt that he could see clearly what had happened down here before. Watching more and more support teams jumping down from the high buildings to the perimeter, the 30 or so people who were only remaining from before became excited all of a sudden. The fear that had gripped his heart disappeared and was replaced by a desire for revenge. And that was the effect Lin Shinu had hoped to see. Taking advantage of this, she stood tall and waved her hand, her lance refracting in the daylight. She exclaimed, "I know what kind of pain and hardship everyone has gone through before. But please believe me. I, Lin Shinu, am bound to take down that demon with my own hands. Use its blood to avenge my brothers. Yes." The atmosphere ignited in an instant, and now all the executors had no thoughts of fleeing. He was going to stay and accompany Lin Shinu to fight to the end. Well, a bit of big brother when he was young. At the top of the building, Lin Zhongyan, who was not yet in a hurry to jump off the building, nodded his head with great satisfaction to see Lin Shinu being able to have such vigor, making him cannot help but recall the time when he was fighting together with his elder brother on the battlefield. What is not known is that in the excitement of these people, a scaly claw slowly peeks out of a window in a nearby dilapidated, old, bad room. North River University. With the latest announcement of the school falling, Li Yan and Pang who stayed in the dormitory and didn't go anywhere. In order to utilize the period of time when he was trapped in the school and not allowed to go out, Li Yan secretly climbed the wall from the back of the school to leave and went to the forest to cultivate. Curious Pang who also followed, because he was idle and learned hard cultivation from Li Yan, and as a result, he inadvertently experienced the thrill of increased strength. Gradually, he also immersed himself in cultivation. Time passed in a flash, and in the afternoon, shocking news spread throughout North River City. Lord Lin even summoned all the relevant figures of the city to go to the City Lords' Council Hall together to prepare the appropriate countermeasures. What? Lin Shinu was seriously injured? Vice City Lord Lin Zhongyan is missing an arm? What about the 100 or so enforcers who went along? How are they doing? Dead? All dead? How is that possible? Inside the Lin family's council hall, everyone in the hall was shocked when they heard the results of this battle from the mouth of the Lin City Lord. You know, although Lin Shinu had awakened a divine beast not long ago, but an S-rank her uncle, Lin Zhongyan, is a mature B-class, and the two of them have not been able to beat the demon, so what kind of god is the demon in the end? Where are Miss and the Vice City Lord and the others? Sure this is true? This is absolutely impossible. A middle-aged man couldn't help but glare at City Lord Lin. Lin City Lord's face was grim as he raised his head and swept a glance at him. "Are you questioning me?" The man immediately shut up and thought for a moment before saying, "That and no, it's just that, if the situation has become urgent to this extent, that great demon is no longer something that one of us in the tiny Beha city can personally solve, we should quickly apply for support from our superiors. I'm already applying, but it will take some time for the people from the other cities to rush over, and in that time, that great demon will already be able to kill the center of Beha city." Lin City Lord said stoically, "It has far exceeded my expectations, thinking that it must have obtained certain divine artifacts in the East Sea before it dared to set foot on Earth to wreak havoc, bullying no one in my city. In that case, I'll go ahead and meet them myself." City volunteers? After so many years, has a great demon finally been born that requires the City Lord's personal intervention? As a matter of fact it was so, that great demon had now broken through the border of Tianping County and killed its way into the center of Tianping County, forcing a large number of people to quickly evacuate Tianping and call out the fact that there is no one left in Tempe County. It was more of a provocation that the strength of the humans on this side of North River City wasn't very good either. The meeting was about to be dispersed, but at this time, the doorway slowly walked in one step at a time, and it was Lin Zhongyan who had broken an arm. His appearance made the crowd present believe in that great demon's strength once again. "City Lord, be careful." Under the support of a person, the pale Lin Zhongyan carefully sat down and recounted the situation when he and Lin Shinu personally led the team over to encounter that great demon. That great demon is not simple, based on its appearance, it should be from the Black Dragon lineage of the East Sea. The golden scales are complete, the dragon's horns have grown, more importantly, in its hands, I don't know where to find a big killing weapon, hard and sharp, cutting iron like mud, Lin Shinu and I's swords and spears have been cut off by it. This is also an important reason for our defeat, in terms of the overall strength itself, it can't be compared to me. A great killing weapon? City Lord Lin and the others were puzzled. Lin Zhongyan nodded his head. Not bad, this great killing weapon is red in color. It seems to have the attribute of increasing the user's speed and strength. The key is, the longer the daylight it shines, the greater the magnitude of the enhancement of its ability, and if it unfolds in full victory, its entire body will become golden. It would be difficult to fight it at this time. Lin Shinu and I had a hard time forcing it to come here, and in the end, we suffered a loss due to a lack of information. Therefore, City Lord Lin must be careful. Good. Lin City Lord told the others to retreat first, and after everyone left and only Lin Zhongyan was left, he gently pressed on Lin Zhongyan's shoulder to check Lin Zhongyan's current injuries. Broken arm, don't worry, I'll help you get it back. Lin City Lord said. I'm fine. The key is that Lin Xingyue was hit head-on in the abdomen by that great demon with a dragon's knee, and she's unconscious at the moment. I don't know what to do. Lin Zhongyan sighed. It's me who's sorry, I failed to protect her. It's not your fault, it's that great demon that was too unexpected. At this point. Tempe County. The black dragon sat on a corpse, the red hilt of the knife in his hand tapping the corpse's head as he did so. It's meaningless. Is this the human enforcer the old man and the others were talking about? The strength isn't that good. A bunch of Alzheimer's stuff. How many years have passed and they still stubbornly keep the promise they made back then? He grabbed the corpse's head and swung his knife over it, grabbing the head and kicking it away as a ball. It looks like there's no one left to fight in this Tianping County. Go over to the North River City Center and check it out. North River City. Now no matter what, the streets and alleys had heard the news that both Lin Xingyu and Zhong Yan had led a team to go to Tianping to suppress the demons and had failed. It's got people on edge. For Northern Rivers University, the situation is no better. As per Lord Lin's order, the principal was now organizing the students to leave the school for a specific location for centralized protection. Li Yan and Pang, who were also called out from the forest in the back of the mountain. Not knowing how things were going at home, Li Yan called his old man to ask where he was now. Hey, yeah, there's a lot of enforcers coming over to the neighborhood right now, saying they want us to hide out in some Castle 3. After answering Li Yan's call, Li Weigua said. Then wait for me, I'll come home and help you together. Li Yan said, then hung up on his dad. To say that the advantage of going to college in this city is that it is close to home, Li Yan walks faster and quickly returns home. At home, Li Weigua was relieved to see him back safely, and then the two carried each other's luggage. I heard from the people outside that the demon was so powerful that our vice city lord of Beha had an arm chopped off by it. So still urged Li Yan, you must not be like that son of Yang Wanchuan, clamoring to fight that siren, which is not much different from sending him to his death. Li Yan's eyes flashed with some surprise. Yang Jin is going to fight the sea demon? Yeah, old Yang beat him to death and said he couldn't even go for a visit. Li Yan gently nodded, okay, I'm not going back, let's go to Castle 3 first. Drive to the outside of Castle 3. As far as the eye could see, the place was packed with people, cars urging and honking their horns. Li Yan and Li Weigua took their luggage and squeezed in with great difficulty, but they found that the important water resources were not prepared, so Li Weigua stopped and said to Li Yan, Yenner, you stay here and guard the substance, I'll go outside and buy some water. After saying that, Li Weigua turned around and left. Li Yan could only carry his luggage into the castle. After coming in, the crowd was more crowded at the moment. In order to find a place to put his luggage, Li Yan came to the corner, put his luggage, and finally waited quietly. Bored, he sat down and closed his eyes into his sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, Li Yan stood in a similar sea. At the center of the sea level, the statue of the Monkey King, which revealed a golden glow, stood upright and majestic. Integration, 6.32%. Li Yan looked at the prompt. This was the result of his dedicated efforts these days. The total fusion degree broke through 6%. The body strength had reached an unprecedented level, and the speed and agility aspects had each been enhanced, but Li Yan felt that it was still far from enough. For example, if he were to face the S-rank Lin Xingyu right now, he didn't know if he had a chance of winning. After all, even if Lin Xingyu's fusion was no longer high, her S-rank foundation was still there. At this point, North River City, at the center of the Great City Gate. Lord Lin City himself will say goodbye to the crowd and go to Tianping County to town to kill that great demon of the East Sea and return peace to Tianping County. Many of the people who heard about it rushed to see them off, as if they were generals about to go on a campaign. Today, in front of everyone, let everyone rest assured that I will definitely cut that East Sea Scourge great demon under my sword and return everyone's well-being. So that people can go to work, make money, work, live their lives, and that's it, nothing else. Lord Lin City waved to the people who were seeing them off, and when he finished, he pushed open the door and got into a black automobile, which started roaring under the driver's hand and departed. Behind them, with the city lord himself leading the march, all the executive departments of North River City were about to be on standby. The wheels rolled not long. Lin City Lord is also adjusting the mindset of the upcoming duel, but just at this time, the front of the car, a black dark cloud caused his suspicion. Stop! Realizing that something was wrong, Lin City Lord shouted, and the driver was startled, slamming on the brakes before turning his head to look at Lin City Lord. What's wrong? Not good. Even for someone as mature and stable as City Lord Lin, his brows were deeply furrowed at this moment after seeing the dark clouds in the sky. Don't you stay here, flee! Lin City Lord explained to the driver and then pushed open the passenger door to get out of the car. The driver had a premonition from Lord Lin City's grave expression and gripped the steering wheel tightly and slammed on the gas to turn around and leave. At the same time, the various squad leaders of the Beha City's executive department gathered behind Lord Lin, scattering the people to hide in the city's castle while joining Lord Lin in the upcoming confrontation with this uninvited guest. It looks like the other side is taking the lead. From a long distance away, Lin City Lord sought his all-black appearance. It's true what Lin Zhangyan said, it's a black dragon. Murmuring, the Lin City Lord waved his body's clothes, and an aura with intimidating pressure swept out from his mouth. Humph! Tiny siren! Bullying me that there is no one in Beha City. Ha, old man, you're nothing more than that. The black dragon in the sky snorted, not frightened by the aura of City Lord Lin, but instead revealing an excited smile. As it descended closer and closer to Lin Chang Master aimed for the right moment and withdrew his body slightly by half a step backward, clenching his right hand into a fist before striking out upwards with a blast. Boom! A mass of blue energy erupted from the center of the fist, forming a circle around the perimeter of the fist before breaking through with the point of eruption, compatible with sharp spines stabbing into the sky. Humph! The black dragon siren's mouth corner hooked, revealing a disdainful smile. In his hand, he didn't know when the red long knife appeared, and in midair, the long knife slashed down towards the flying blue energy mass. Clank dash. Both sides of the power collision, rippling explosion of energy clusters spread in the air. The black dragon originally falling body was forced to stop, in midair backward flew more than 10 meters. Kind of interesting. This situation was unexpected by the black dragon. He grinned and landed directly on the ground. Finally, I see someone who can fight. What kind of trashy things were those enforcers sent before? Not enough for me to slice one, hee. Licking his tongue, the black dragon's body drove forward, legs stomping like a sweeping arc rushing right in front of him. Seeing that this demon's defense was strong, Lord Lin City summoned his awakened divine general, Showdown, between the opening and closing of his eyes. One could only see a golden shadow standing behind Lin City Lord, the fiery greatsword in his hand leaning against his shoulder, his eyes emanating an even more intense golden light coldly gazing at the black dragon siren that was charging towards him. At the same time, a large sword identical to Xiaohodun's appeared in Lord Lin's hand, and he saw the right moment to slash down towards the center of the black dragon. Miso dash! A red flame blaze rushed forward from Lin City Lord's body and pushed straight towards the black dragon. The black dragon could not dodge and could only use the red long sword held in his right hand to resist, but despite this, his figure was still blown away by this blade blaze cleave of Lin City Lord and smashed down in the distance. How? The black dragon siren in midair felt a slash crack appear on his chest, which indicated that his dragon scales had broken, and blood continued to flow out along the wound. He had to stop the bleeding first. Worthy of being the city lord of North River City, completely different from those people before. Realizing that he was no match, Black Dragon decided to give up the invasion of Beha City and return to Tianping County to recuperate. To go? Naturally, City Lord Lin would not let go of this perfect opportunity to behead him, and he pursued the attack, forcing the Black Dragon to break into the residential area along the way. The Black Dragon is also smart. He expected that this Lin City Lord will certainly not make a big fuss in the castle many people, since he cannot escape, then also have to pull these people down to threaten. Not good. Lord Lin looked to see that he understood what he was thinking and turned back to the Enforcer Sector squad leader and ordered all of them to enter the perimeter of the castle on guard and to tell the people to hide in the castle and never come out. He continued to pursue the Black Dragon. Other side. Castle 3 neighborhood. After promising Li Yan to go out and buy water, Li Weiguo went all the way around the neighborhood several times before he was able to buy some water at a high price. He couldn't understand what these businessmen were thinking. They were all in danger of joining hands to share the same and still put the price so high. Well, get back. Carrying the bucket on his shoulder, Li Weiguo was ready to go back, when suddenly a black shadow swept over the sky. He realized what, immediately looked up, and in an instant his eyes widened. This is the great demon of the East Sea? Black Dragon? Li Weiguo body a shiver, did not expect to buy a water can run into this East China Sea demon. Good thing the other party did not take himself seriously, swept away from his head. Seeing this, Li Weiguo didn't stay too long and hurriedly carried the water and ran towards Castle 3. High above the roof, the Black Dragon and Lin City Lord stopped while fighting. This Lin City Lord is also surprised. All the Black Dragon chest cut a knife. Black Dragon can still have such a fighting strength. It is no wonder that the younger brother and his daughter cannot fight. You made me do it. At a certain moment, the red light of the red blade in the Black Dragon's hand blazed out, and this scene reminded City Lord Lin of what Lin Zhongyan had said earlier, and he hastened to retreat temporarily in case he suffered a loss. But what the Lin City Lord never expected was that the Black Dragon was just scaring him, running away and then directly turning around and grabbing a little girl on the ground threateningly, and stuck the big red knife on the girl's neck to the Lin City Lord who was chasing after him. Old man, let me go. Or else this little waifu doll will die, and I know you may not care about the life of a little girl, but you certainly care about the image of a city lord. There are so many people around watching you right now. Why do you need to push me so hard? If you do, maybe we have to die together. You're the one who deserves to die with me? Have you forgotten who cut you in the chest? Lin City Lord said after catching up again, but there was no rush to make a move, so it was clear that he cared about what the Black Dragon had said. Looking around, there were indeed a lot of people hiding in the corners and enforcers in charge of vigilance right now, and if he, a city lord, really did that, it would be bad for his past image as a city lord. But the Black Dragon was a troublesome enemy, and City Lord Lin didn't want to let him go. He wanted to stall for time for more enforcers to form an encirclement, but then the little girl would indeed be in danger. Tongue-in-cheek, you piece of shit! A large size 42 leather shoe kicked directly from the side and stomped on Black Dragon's face, and Li Weiguo backhanded the little girl from Black Dragon's hands and ended up spinning around on the ground and running away. This operation shocked the scene, including Lord Lin City. Which people is this, so fierce? In shock, the Black Dragon siren also didn't react. He was never expecting that a commoner would actually dare to kick himself in the face right under his nose. Simply crazy. The Black Dragon twisted his neck, and his face rushed towards Li Weiguo with a furious face. In fact, Li Weiguo is now regretted. He just also carried a large bucket to rush back to the castle 3. The results of halfway to see the little girl by the Black Dragon grabbed his body actually uncontrollable, directly dropped the large bucket, rushed over to kick the Black Dragon in the face. It's crazy to think about it now. But neither could he watch a little girl being brutally murdered like that. He couldn't do it. Never. Lin City Lord reacted and hurriedly followed, but unfortunately, he was a bit slower. The Black Dragon was very close to Li Weiguo. A claw reached out and grabbed Li Weiguo's shoulder, 4 fingers clasped in a death grip. Run? I'll let you run. The Black Dragon exuded ferociousness. A claw yanked Li Weiguo backward. Li Weiguo saw the situation. He saw the right time. The child in his arms threw a stream of his head to the Lin City Lord, who was coming towards him for support. Lin City Lord also almost didn't react and hurriedly grabbed the child, and just like that, the person Black Dragon was now hijacking became Li Weiguo. He knew it would be dangerous to stay any longer. Next, those hidden executors in the perimeter would form an encirclement and lock it down completely, and would have to break through immediately. Damn it, I'll make you die. Seeing that his plan was messed up by Li Weiguo, now Black Dragon didn't want Li Weiguo to die so easily. he held Li Weiguo's neck in one hand and directly grabbed Li Weiguo and flew into midair to make a breakthrough. It had come to this point, he had to use the red long knife, and just like what Lin Zhongyan had said before, under the gaze of the Lin City Lord, the red long knife in Black Dragon's hand was incredibly powerful after it had completely turned red. He slashed vertically upwards and a red light rushed into the air forming a crescent along the middle, finally connecting with the dozens of meters high building in two halves. Without hesitation, after splitting the building, Black Dragon pulled Li Weiguo and fled through the center breakthrough. He's getting away, not going after him? Next to City Lord Lin, a small team leader of executors jumped down from the floor and asked City Lord Lin. Lin City Lord handed over the little girl in his arms to him with a gloomy face, and finally coughed softly a few times and said, "The Black Dragon is now utilizing that great killing weapon. Even if I could kill him I would need to pay a terrible price, not to mention you squad leaders. That guy can slice you with a single slash, and the mansion that is now falling to the sides is a sample example." But he took a civilian. It's useless, now that the Black Dragon is completely crazy and can kill him at any time. Even if we go after him, I'm afraid we'll die. It's better to join up with the other executors and hold a big encirclement to take the Black Dragon down in one fell swoop. City Lord Lin said, "I bet that the Black Dragon had a hard time conquering Tianping County and won't give up easily, so when the enforcers rushing over from the other cities arrive together they will kill him completely together." The junior captain was silently watching as City Lord Lin left. He was a bit puzzled that now was the right time to ride the Black Dragon, and this Lin City Lord would actually wimp out instead of going after it. What the junior captain didn't know was that City Lord Lin was a little pale at the moment. He's getting old. At this point. Castle 3. In the corner, Li Yin withdrew from his sea of consciousness and looked around, realizing that Pops hadn't returned. How can it be so long? He vaguely felt that things were not quite right. His eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and after thinking about it, he looked for a big brother next to him to help him watch his luggage. Now we can only look at the people. If the big brother is not honest, that cannot be helped. After all, the father is more important. Li Yin pushed his way out of the crowd but was stopped by an enforcer when he was outside the doorway. The enforcer said, "What are you doing? Stop, you can't get out of the castle anymore." "I'm going to find my dad." "Doesn't your father have legs? He'll come back on his own. Stay here honestly or go out one and go through the trouble of rescuing it again." The executor showed a complaining look. Obviously he has encountered a lot of this kind of thing. Just stay at the castle for half an hour. Li Yin gritted his teeth, finally said the word good, slowly retreated to the crowd, and then took advantage of the executor's inattention, a jump up and grabbed the ceiling pole and swung out. "Hey! You're really fucking desperate, aren't you? I'm going to die." The executor cursed in anger. He couldn't stop it, and in the end, he didn't go after it. He felt that he had already done his duty. He couldn't care less if the man was going to his death. On the street, Li Yin ran around wildly, never found Li Weiguo, but saw many traces of fighting on the street. It must have been several ferocious battles carried out here before. People. Li Yin ran and searched all the way to the castle, getting farther and farther away from the castle, and looking for almost every place where he could sell water, but he still hadn't seen his dad. Also at this time, Li Yin truly panicked inside. "Hey! What are you doing wandering around here by yourself? Didn't you receive the notice from the castle master? Hurry up and go hide in the castle." In the corner of the side aisle, an enforcer passing through the neighborhood was checking where there were wounded, and said after stumbling upon the protagonist's name in error, which was Li Yin, "I'm looking for my dad. He's not in the castle." Li Yin said, "Your dad? And where did he go?" Executioner asked. "I don't know, he said he came out to buy water and now he's gone." "That's dangerous. Here just the city lord fought with the Black Dragon." Wait. What does your dad look like?" the enforcer suddenly asked. Li Yin endeavored to describe his father, 45 years old, with a rather square face, wearing black clothes today, maybe a little dirty, and a long scar on his left hand from an injury. "Scar is him." "Hiss, your father was captured by the Black Dragon." The executor reacted and ran to Li Yan's side. He was replaced as the Black Dragon's hostage in order to save that little girl, and now I'm afraid. The executor wanted to say that he was afraid that he had already died, but sensed that Li Yan was still a student, and might not be able to accept it for a while in his heart and did not say it. It was just that Li Yan had already seen it, and he got serious with a serious face. Impossible. Where's Black Dragon? Where is he? The words reveal murderous intent. Who the hell do you think you're arresting, but my father? You're looking for death. The current Li Yan didn't care, he swore that Black Dragon must die. No way, the Black Dragon isn't that easy to deal with, you're going to get yourself killed. The executor stopped Li Yan. Go, you first come back to the main city with me, right now City Lord Lin is discussing how to completely exterminate the Black Dragon. Then fast. Li Yan did not refuse, he was not stupid to be angry and knew that his personal power was limited. If there were helpers then he definitely had to find helpers. The two of them ran furiously all the way to the main city, which was the main place where the Lin family, the Lin City Lord, resided, and Li Yan had always had some sort of grudge against this place before because of the relationship between him and Lin Shinu, but now, for the sake of his father, he was forced to bend his knees and come to the people. Strike now? Impossible. Within the Lin family's council hall, Lin Zhongyan, who had broken an arm, threw blank stares at Li Yan. He had long been displeased with this young man. Let's not even talk about whether or not we're sending someone over there right now. Even if we did, your dad would be long dead. See this arm of mine? That's from the Black Dragon chopper. I'm going to be like this, let alone you, a monkey who has awakened the F rank. Now listen carefully, get as far away as you can before I lose my temper. Slowly exhaling a breath between his nostrils, time was running out. Li Yan knew that it was useless to continue spending time here, he turned around and left. Since no one is helping him, he's on his own. Are you sure you want to go? It's no different than getting killed. Li Yan did not walk a few steps. Behind him, a girl's voice came. The voice was somewhat familiar. Li Yan knew that it was her. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Shinu walked down the steps with a not-so-good face and came behind Li Yan. That's the Black Dragon from the East China Sea, strong and tough, and in his hands he even has a great killing weapon that cuts iron like mud. My uncle and I both suffered losses. Actually, it's not that my dad doesn't want to see you right now, but just now when he fought against the Black Dragon he had the upper hand, but it was also very laborious, and he still hasn't fully caught his breath. Under the attack of my father's god General Xiaoho, although that Black Dragon has been cut in the chest, he still has the ability to fight back in death. We can't even take him. What can you do if you go? Li Yan's footsteps gently stopped without turning back. According to you, if your father was captured by the Black Dragon and you just waited here quietly doing nothing? I didn't mean that. Alright, Lin Shinu. Li Yan shouted to stop. He already had no feelings for this girl at all. His stopped footsteps continued to march up. Bye. Considering that once upon a time, I saw you sending you to your death before I advised you, do you think I still care about you? Lin Xinu's face changed. You were only alone then. That is my father, alone, and how? The eyes flashed the color of perseverance. Is dead or alive? Li Yan today has thrown down, eyes only Black Dragon. He will die today. As the crowd murmured, Lu Yu, who was also in the castle, noticed Li Xian's movements in the distance, and he quickly chased after him. As a classroom teacher, even though it's not class time, her students still have to be attended to. This child headmaster Lu Tianqing also noticed and followed along. Finally coming next to Li Yan. Are you going out of town? Where to? Willow Yan asked. I didn't expect that it would be the class teacher, Lu Yao, but now that Li Yan was in a hurry, he didn't stop, so Lu Yao could only run up with him. Li Yan said, my father has been captured by the Black Dragon, I have to go save him. What? The moment this answer came out, Lu Yao's two eyes widened, and Lu Tianqing, who had finally rushed up, said, the Black Dragon captured your father? What did he grab your dad for? Child, you listen to me, it will be dangerous for you to go. What did your father's matter? What did the Lin City Lord's side say? Didn't send anyone to help you? It's too late for them to laugh at me. Li Yan's face was gloomy. These bastards. Lu Tianqing thought about it and pulled Lu Ode. Daughter, you stay and don't follow, I'll go with Li Yan. Dad, you're an old man, you can't fight anymore for a long time, it's better for me to go with Li Yan. Lu Yao disagreed. Unbeknownst to them, at this moment Li Yan has gradually away from them. Finally, Li Yan handwave, a wooden stick appeared in his hand out of thin air. he angrily grasped. The wooden stick becomes longer. Lin put the wooden stick to the ground, a stick to use the force to support his body over the roof, and finally disappeared in the crowd's line of sight. Tempe County. Mass graves. The bodies of hundreds of enforcers were gathered here, and Black Dragon liked to leave them littered here so he could show off his war work. A lance was now stuck at the chests of the two corpses, the hilt raised upwards, and a chain was attached at the center, which bound Li Weigua to kneel beside the lance. Because his left leg had been broken by the Black Dragon, Li Weigua couldn't stand up, and couldn't escape, and could only look at the pile of corpses and the ferocious Black Dragon in front of him. I don't know what Yan's son is now. By this time, Li Weigua has no fear. Inside, he has been ready to die. It's just a pity that he can't let go, is that the son who has accompanied him for more than 20 years. The pale color was dark, the smell of blood filled the sky, and Li Weigua's eyes slowly closed. On the opposite side, the Black Dragon siren with his chest bleeding didn't rush to execute him, pulling a piece of cloth from the dead and then ripping his chest's garment, revealing the slashed scales and bloody flesh. That old man is still really not oil lampa, or the first time to be cut. The Black Dragon stopped the bleeding while looking up at Li Weigua, and you people are simply inexplicable, obviously so weak, but still want to come over to provoke me. In your human words, is not the brain into the water? Why don't you reply? Dropping the fabric in his hand, the Black Dragon stepped on the pile of dead people with his feet and took a step in front of Li Weigua. Already seen what your death looks like? That's right, you'll end up as you are now at your feet, dead, but worthless. If I were to follow that old man Lin City Lord's idea, I would probably have killed you by now, but I'm inclined not to. I just want to see, is the bond between you humans really as rumored that you won't abandon any of your fellow human beings? Ha! Hearing these words, Li Weigua's originally closed eyes gently opened and laughed. I'm glad you think so, but unfortunately, I'm not of any importance, and it's unlikely they'd sacrifice more than that for a mere mortal like me. Is that so? That would be a pity. Of the Black Dragon gently bent down and picked up the long red greatsword in his hand. Then let's kill you now, it's useless to keep it anyway. Li Weigua closed his eyes again. The Black Dragon had a few moments to admire this mortal's courage at this moment, but that couldn't stop his determination. He swung his long blade, aiming at Li Weigua's neck and chopping horizontally. Goodbye, son, Li Weigua said inwardly. Dad! A loud bang erupted from behind Li Weigua. A wooden rod that was dozens of meters long broke through the air, the end of the rod passing through the side of Li Weigua, carrying a fierce wind-flow breath, and ruthlessly impacting on top of the long red blade that was slashing at him. Dang dash! The long red blade vibrated, and the Black Dragon siren holding the blade stumbled backwards with one of its bodies, looking incredulously at the long wooden stick that had suddenly flown in. Damn! I thought you said no one would come to your rescue. In order to stabilize his stance, the Black Dragon endured the sharp pain in his chest and thrust the tip of his blade into one of the corpses at his feet to immobilize his body, his eyes quickly gazing ahead. In a trance, a black-robed young man quickly landed next to Li Weigua, grabbed the lance stuck in the corpse with one hand, and drew it out, freeing Li Weigua. Yenner? How come it's you? Li Weigua still can't believe that the visitor is his son, and said in horror, What are you doing here? Go away, leave me alone. No one can leave. The Black Dragon was too lazy to listen to this father and son's bullshit here, and rushed in with his long red blade. Get out! Lin put away the long wooden stick. A stick knocked on the body of the flying Black Dragon. The Black Dragon actually forgot that there is this wooden stick that can be changed at will, and was sent flying and hit the wall on the side, originally bleeding from the chest, and now the injury was more serious. Hiss, what is this wooden stick that stretches? He broke into a curse, thinking that he would have to be more careful in the future, lest he suffer another loss. The breath itself is so weak. The awakening is F rank, right? Black Dragon pressed his long sword against the wall, and also bent his hands and stomped towards the wall, using his strength to rush in and... You're just like your father, you don't have much strength of your own but still try to be strong. Dad, wait for me. The wooden stick contracted in Lian's hand and changed back to its original length. It rotated twice in Lian's hand. Lian rushed out with a tight grip. Li Weigua's eyes widened slightly. In Li Weigua's line of sight, Lian's body was like an arc, and wherever he passed, there was a golden afterglow remaining behind him, unlike the black fury of the Black Dragon on the opposite side of the room, and the two touched each other fiercely. Change. The moment the impact separated, Li Yan's body shape turned into exactly the same as the black dragon. Seeing this change, the black dragon froze, but it was just for a moment that Li Yan found an opportunity. The wooden rod in his hand quickly grew larger and was shaped like a pillar in the sky. He grasped the lower end of the rod with both hands in a death grip before he fiercely flung the rod downwards. Instantly the black pressurized shadow pressed towards the siren black dragon. What kind of ability is this? Even if the stick can stretch freely, the body can change to look exactly like mine? The black dragon was the first time he had encountered such a person, and at the moment, he had suffered a small loss, but it didn't matter. He believed that he was strong enough to chop the large wooden stick that came down from the split head. A wooden one was wooden after all, and it was certainly no match for the long red blade in his hand. Chop! With a furious cry, the long blade in Black Dragon's hand swung upwards. A red blade chi slashed into the sky, colliding hard with the large wooden stick that also slashed. But unexpectedly, this blade chi that could split the floor could not split this wooden stick at this moment. What's going on here? In amazement, the siren Black Dragon quickly noticed that there was a faint layer of golden light on the periphery of that wooden stick. What in the world is that light? It can even suppress the red long sword in my hand. Helplessly, the Black Dragon made a dodge to the side, but how could Li Yan let go of such a good opportunity? His eyes were like eagles, quickly locking onto the Black Dragon's body, accurately controlling this large wooden stick that fell from the sky. I don't care if you die or live today, I'll let you know that my father is not for the likes of you to get your hands on. Monkey one stick. Buzz. Li Yan's hands and fingers, because of excessive force and the wooden stick has been hard friction out of blood, in order to accurately control the direction of the wooden stick smashed down. And under his control, this wooden stick smashed fiercely into the Black Dragon's body with a ferocious aura, and it grew bigger while falling, so the Black Dragon couldn't dodge it in any way. What kind of heaven-defying beating is this that an F-monkey can do? The Black Dragon could not have imagined that Lin City Lord had failed to catch him, but now he was being whipped by an F-ranked monkey with a ridiculously large wooden stick. Boom dash! The shocking rod fell. The Black Dragon could not avoid it, it could only raise its hands upwards, using its own body to resist it. But he still underestimated the seemingly unimpressive wooden stick too much. The weight was simply the heaviest he had ever encountered in his life, and in just a moment of touching each other, his feet were forced to collapse, and the bones of both his arms snapped with a sudden sound like cracking. To this day, the Black Dragon hadn't figured out why his red blade hadn't been able to produce the effect of sharpening iron and destructive power anymore, and why it had been suppressed by the other party's golden light. Put! The pressure was so great that the Black Dragon's chest, which had previously been chopped open by City Lord Lin, once again broke open and blood flowed out, and it was also at this time that the Black Dragon was surprised to realize that a trace of scorn had actually arisen within him. Jealousy will kill you. How is that possible? That's just a student, or an F-rated monkey. He can kill me. Thinking of this, the Black Dragon endured the severe pain in his chest and erupted with the power of the flood and hardened himself against Li Yan's attack. Through the feeling that came back from his arms, Li Yan knew that this guy was still alive, quickly drew back the wooden stick. After all, put it so big and cannot make up for it, the melee still has to melee. Brush, the big wooden stick retracted. The Black Dragon was able to catch his breath, at this time to see, his face is extremely wretched, not only the chest bleeding, eyes red, face is even more pale, arms hanging down powerless, only that hateful and ruthless eye glaring at Li Yan exudes some luster. Li Xian has always been decisive, dare to touch his father's enemies he did not hesitate, no matter how bad the state of the opponent will not be flooded with a trace of emotion. Carrying his stick, he leapt in the air and struck another blow at the Black Dragon's body. Dang dash! Black Dragon backhand vibration knife doesn't look at him nowadays state is terrible, their own strength is strong is also true. Now, even if this red long knife big killer is not inspired peak state, by Li Yan body inexplicable golden light suppression, but the combat power is not low as well. His extremely fast Black Dragon body reaction ability is not less than Li Yan, even some beyond, only the body of the residual injuries more and more serious and lead to Li Yan and slowly regain the upper hand. Li Yan knew that he had left injuries from his previous fight with the Lin City Lord, but the person who beat his father, just because you are injured, I will not take revenge? Die as fast as you can. Missing fragments of the golden rod detected, missing fragments of the golden rod detected, missing fragments of the golden rod detected. Li Yan parted under one heavy impact, his brow furrowed. The missing pieces of the golden rod? Where? Li Yan's line of sight wandered back and forth to the black dragon in front of him and finally localized to the red long knife that the black dragon was holding in his hand at the moment. The red long knife? No wonder. From the moment he bumped into the black dragon just now, Li Yan was a bit curious. What happened to the extremely difficult enemies of Lin City Lord, Lin Zhongyan and Lin Shinu who were under his big wooden stick while appearing to be in a sorry state and not displaying the battle power that they said they had in their mouths? At first, Li Yan had only attributed it to the injuries that City Lord Lin had created for him, but now it seemed that it was more than that. The problem lies in the red long knife he is holding in his hand, Li Yan said inwardly as he understood. On the opposite side, the black dragon, who was able to catch his breath, saw that Li Yan had been paying attention to the long red blade in his hand. What, scared by my big knife? That's normal. What kind of person holds a wooden stick to fight with a sword? Where did this knife come from? Li Yan asked, but asked out he felt that this is a nonsense question. The black dragon siren has not been out of the East China Sea before. This red long knife in addition to the seabed of the East China Sea, where else? Ancient, sealed objects, why should I tell you? Tell me instead, why does the faint golden light emanating from you have a suppressive effect on my sword? All at this time, the black dragon didn't mind revealing his weakness. If it wasn't for this faint golden light on your body, you would have long been cut down by me. Are all the great snakes at the bottom of your sea this rampant? The black dragon's face instantly darkened. What are you shouting at me for? Li Yan smiled. Big snake, oh no, it should be black big snake. You're the fucking big snake. Your whole family is a big snake. The black dragon was furious. The thing he hated the most was when someone referred to him as a snake instead of a dragon, and at that moment, he didn't care how, he charged in with his sword, completely forgetting about the injuries on his body. If you want to fight, please accompany me. Li Yan was still afraid that the other party would run away, and deliberately used words to provoke anger. The opponent's physical condition was getting worse and worse, his own body was agile, and he could wear him out even if he consumed him. Change. With a silent recitation, Li Yan's body shifted, and as his brain carved out a long gold-colored dragon, in the blink of an eye, his body in reality also turned into a long gold-colored dragon. This was the result of his and the Monkey King's fusion, breaking through 6%. It was no longer just limited to humanoid transformation. As long as he could carve out the likeness of the item he needed to change in his brain, and his mental power was sufficient, his body would be able to change. Roar! Li Yan, who had turned into a long golden-colored dragon, manipulated the dragon's body and swooped down from a high altitude to roar angrily at the black dragon. His voice was like thunder, freezing the black dragon's body for a moment, and even Li Weigua, who was far away behind him, had a wooden look on his face. This is really my son? My God, Li Weigua inwardly shocked. Father? The black dragon's body froze, his eyes widened. For a moment he couldn't tell whether the long gold-colored dragon in front of him was Li Yan or his father, but in the blink of an eye an image of Li Yan appeared in his mind, and he hastily reacted to the fact that this was Li Yan's ploy. How could this be his father? You bastard! What the black dragon hates the most is when someone deceives him emotionally, and immediately the long knife slashes at the long gold-colored dragon in midair. But the long dragon spun and sprinted around in midair, bypassing his long red blade, and the golden light on his body produced suppression, coming behind the black dragon's body in the blink of an eye. Not good. Black Dragon realized that Li Yan had gotten close and turned back to look, but the next moment the pupils between his eyes pupils quickly dilated, and in his line of sight, a wooden stick had already heavily flew towards his forehead. Bump! The black dragon's body was knocked back in the blink of an eye. Li Yan didn't hesitate, swung back the wooden stick, and a stick bounced up, knocking 180 degrees towards the black dragon's chest. Monkey double stick. With a thud, the black dragon's entire chest dented and popped back up as the wooden rod fell, but the sound of bones breaking inside could be clearly heard as more blood flowed from the chest wound. Cough. Cough cough. Black Dragon lay on the corpse, his mouth constantly coughing up blood. He never thought that falling on the corpse would also have his day. Impossible. You a monkey. He still did not give up struggling. Even if the corners of his mouth spilled blood to speak. But he was interrupted by Li Yan, who looked at him condescendingly. "Monkey? I'm enough to make you kneel and call me monkey." After saying that, he slammed a stick into the black dragon's throat, which shattered and completely killed the black dragon. So far, a generation of scourged Tianping County and part of the North River city of the East Sea lying flat. Successfully killed the East Sea evil demon, fusion degree plus 0.3. Lin didn't pay too much attention to the fusion boost that popped up, and was even more concerned about the long red blade that Black Dragon was holding in his hand until his death at the moment. He bent down and gently snatched the long red blade from the Black Dragon's hand. Sure enough, the boosts are more frequent. Missing fragments of the golden rod detected, missing fragments of the golden rod detected, missing fragments of the golden rod detected. This red long knife is actually built from the fragments of the golden rod, no wonder. Under serious attention, Lin was able to know the origin of this red long knife through induction. He also finally understood why the golden light emanating from his body was able to suppress the black dragon, preventing his red longsword from functioning at its peak. Since this red longsword was crafted from the fragments of the golden rod, Lin Shinu guessed that if he brought it back to fuse, this red longsword would definitely drop the fragments of the golden rod, which would in turn enhance the fusion degree with the Monkey King. Therefore, Lin did not take anything else, but only took away this red long knife in Black Dragon's hand. Yener. At the far end, Li Weigua, who had broken his left leg, struggled to kneel up his body, his eyes looking at Lin Shinu with worry while hiding this surprise he felt for his son. "Dad!" Lin held the red long knife with one hand and quickly ran over to help up Li Weigua, seeing that Li Weigua's left leg couldn't stand up. The killing intent that had just faded down inside Lin dazzled again. Having lived for more than 20 years, when have I ever seen my own father bullied like this? "I'll carry you." Lin did not even think about it, gently squatted down in front of Li Weigua. Li Weigua saw this scene, his aged eyes slightly reddened. He knew that his former son had grown up. "Okay." Li Weigua tried to squeeze out a smile on his face, man, and then the pain should not be shown on the face, let alone in front of his son. Lin crossed his hands behind both of Li Weigua's knees and carried Li Weigua on his back, then walked down this pile of dead people one step at a time, both of them being heavier inside on the way. Lin? On the flat ground behind them, Lin Shinu and Lin Zhongyan as well as several enforcers arrived, and together with those who had come together from the Jiangnan city side, there were already close to hundreds of people. They didn't see any black dragons when they came here, only two men, one younger, carrying a long red knife in his hand supporting the other man on his back, with a heavy pace, walking step by step down the pile of dead people. The smell of blood filled the air and the wind flow swept across the young man's forehead, his bangs flowing with it. At this moment, hearing the voice behind him, the young man's dark pupils swept back and returned. "Do I know you?" Lin Shinu faced stagnation. While not waiting for him to reply, Lin will continue to step one footstep away from the pile of dead people, gradually disappearing in the distance. "Look, it's the body of a black dragon." One of the executors who had rushed over from Jiangnan City noticed something and said it out loud, quickly attracting other executors to look. Lin Shinu and Lin Zhongyan also turned their heads to look and were shocked to find that the black dragon was now silent, bleeding profusely from his chest, head, face, mouth, nose, and other places, with a wretched, dead appearance. None of this surprised the crowd. "That's the black dragon. We came all the way here for him, and when we arrived, he was already dead." "It's Lin? That's impossible." Lin Shinu, who had personally fought against the black dragon, quickly approached the black dragon's body and realized that the black dragon had not died from other means of attack such as a knife, but more like it had been smashed to death by a stick, and in her head, the wooden stick that Lin had revealed in the opening match in the past gradually appeared. "That's who killed him." Next to him, Lin Zhongyan said, though he was equally shocked inside. He was holding the black dragon's red longsword in his hand just now, and looking at the trajectory of the battle that remains in this place, it's very similar. In Lin Zhongyan's eyes, he had been shaken by the remaining battlefield of the place, and the deep pit was as if it had been smashed out by a rod from the sky. In that case, our Jiangnan support department is redundant instead. The corner of the mouth of the enforcer squad leader who had rushed over from Jiangnan City hooked slightly, revealing a smile that. "It seems that there are still so many characters in the younger generation of Beihai City. Haven't you paid attention on the side of the Beihai executors?" Lin Zhongyan and Lin Shinu were instantly silent. North River City Gates. With the Black Dragon gone, the quiet little city gradually regained its sound, and people gradually emerged from the castle. Far away in the suburbs outside of Pang, who also returned the first time to run to the North River University, to find Li Yan. However, searching throughout the entire Beihai University cannot see the figure of Li Yan. Anxious, he casually pulled a teacher who also just returned to school, asked, "Where's Li Yan?" "Li Yan? Who is Li whom?" "You mean the Li Yan who single-handedly went to save his father? You know him?" The teacher was surprised. Originally, he didn't know this student called Li Yan, but Li Yan was alone at that time and walked out of the gate of Beihai City attracting a lot of people, and he was one of them, and up to now a lot of people are paying attention to him. "I don't know how to live or die." He saved his dad. His dad was captured by the Black Dragon? Didn't the Lin family side of City Lord Lin send any enforcers? Why is it single-handed? Pang, who was full of doubts and scolded the Lin family for what this group of executive departments that eats official rice and does not do anything is really doing. That's just being an asshole. Not a single enforcer was sent to help. Talking about it, the teacher got angry and our principal and principal's daughter both went over to Lord Lin's side but didn't move a muscle, and now so many people are cursing him. Then he cannot do this, city master for a long time murmured a sentence in a low voice. Pang, who did not want to stay too much, he said goodbye to the teacher and walked out of the school intending to go to Li Yan's home. Just passing through the streets, he was caught by a crowd packed in the distance, a bunch of people standing next to the road boiling over looking at something. Without hesitation, Pang Hu quickly squeezed in, and then his eyes suddenly shrunk. In the line of sight, Li Yan was covered in blood, and half of his black robe was dyed red. A long red sword hung on his left side, carrying a middle-aged man on his back, walking one step at a time. Each step was so heavy, and each step brought much shock to the surrounding people. Inside these people's hearts, it was as if Li Yan's shocking strike was not on the Black Dragon, but on the hearts of these people. He actually killed the Black Dragon. Smart people can see, Li Yan at the moment left hand holding is the Black Dragon, proud of the weapon, and Li Yan back Li Weiguo actually did not die, really saved by him alone. This is what kind of surprise? My God. An old man stood up from his wooden stool in surprise, even though he was already old and had gray hair. The young man in front of him who single-handedly killed the Eastern Sea Siren he had to remember. Other people's expression is similar, when the extreme shock, more not boiling booing, but open mouth cannot speak. Li Yan didn't sink into this atmosphere, his eyes only had his father who had broken his leg. All he knew was that he wanted to go back and take Li Weiguo to the hospital. He just wanted to go home and wash the serum off his face and body. After all, in this world, besides his father's selfless devotion to him, who was there to give him a helping hand, relying on himself, wasn't it? Li Yan. Li Yan did not want to stop his footsteps, until a figure stopped in front of him. Li Yan had an eye into the blood, could not open it, only the right eye. Slowly raised his sight to the front and found that it was a slightly fat figure. Are you all right? You look very tired, unlike the others. Pang Hu could not read joy from Li Yan's face, but only saw blood, heaviness and haggardness. Give me uncle, I'll help you carry it. Pang Hu took the initiative to welcome him, and also at this moment, Li Yan's heart changed slightly. The next day, while Li Yan and Pang Hu were guarding outside the North River Hospital, on the Lin family's side of the main city, Lin City Lord had a slightly ugly face as he sat on top of the council hall. From the news that Lin Shinu and Lin Zhongyan brought back and the things that the people outside the main city were talking about, that the sea demon Black Dragon that had once plagued Tianping County had really been killed by Li Yan. What he couldn't do was actually done by this young man, and now the people don't trust him enough. In fact, that wasn't entirely Li Yan's credit. If it wasn't for the city lord's internal use of the idol Xiaoho to slash that Black Dragon's chest in spite of the backlash, that Li Yan would never have been able to kill the Black Dragon. Lin Zhongyan, who was reluctant to recognize this fact about Li Yan, said that he felt that the main credit was still given to Big Brother for creating early damage to the Black Dragon. It's not in order for you to easily get the loot that people have obtained with their strength. It's fine, he can't suppress it. In fact, if Lin City Lord didn't say, Lin Zhongyan and others already had hidden thoughts within their hearts. After all, even their Lin City Lord was afraid of the weapon. How could they not be moved and stay safely in Li Yan's hands? A comminuted fracture of the left leg will require treatment for a relatively long period of time, during which time the patient's family will need to come up with the money for the operation. In front of the hospital, the doctor walking out said. For medical expenses, which have always been a very real problem, Li Yan also grew silent. Looks like we're going to have to sell the family's valuables, he said softly. But he didn't know that behind him, Pang Hu casually slapped his hand on his own chest and said to the doctor. It's okay. I'll pay for it. You guys go ahead and operate, I'm warning you, don't fix me up with those crooked ones, use as much good medical equipment and medical services as you can for Li Weigua, I can afford it. The doctor and Li Yan twisted their heads, and both froze as Li Yan said. Thank you, is it a loan? I might not be able to pay it back anytime soon if I borrow it. Don't be so maudlin, it's not just some money for treating short legs, my pocket money is enough. Pang Hu said to Li Yan with a smile, the little rich second-generation talk is so open. On the doctor's side, he left early since he heard that someone could pay as well. Pang Hu didn't care about him and continued to say to Li Yan, this way, Li Yan, it's not that I'm taking advantage of the situation, right? Now, I just have a small favor I want you to do, of course it's fine if you don't want to, and you don't have to pay back the medical bills that you just paid for your dad. Seeing that Chili Fatty had no intention of joking, Li Yan tried to ask, what? Pang Hu said, have you ever heard of an ancient battlefield? I've heard about it a few times from Yang Jin's mouth, are you going there? Li Yan asked. Pang Hu nodded, I want to go, so I want you to act as a bodyguard, will you? Just like Yang Jin at that time, only now I think you're more secure. It's not good for Yang Jin to hear your words. Li Yan said, going to the ancient battlefield to look for the weapon fragments dropped by the divine generals? Ancient battlefield rare things much more, cannot just this artifact fragment. Pang Hu explained, just say yes or no, as a bodyguard during this period, in terms of days, 10,000 per day, dry or not? I know, it's probably a little low, but I'm not asking you to lay down your life to save me, just to do the best you can. 10,000 per day. Li Yan wanted to say that this has long been enough, when he can have such a salary, good, promise you. Promise so fast, Li Yan is not only for this salary, but he was also interested in this ancient battlefield, he wanted to meet this real ancient battlefield and somewhat, worth so many people to fight for fear. But it has to be declared in advance, if the school has a mission or teaching content, I'll prioritize it. Li Yan added, moreover, before I actually set off for the ancient battlefield, I think I'll have to improve a bit, lest both of us go in and die there. Bah! Blah blah blah. Say so unlucky words. Pang Hu told Li Yan to shut up, of course the school has a task to complete first. We are still students, but also in the same class, and it's not like we don't understand. Don't worry, I'm applying with my dad to enter the ancient battlefield, next month. Good. Li Yan nodded, 1 month, by then his dad's injuries could be quite a bit better. How on earth did he do it on the bed? Lin Shinu tossed and turned. Never able to figure out how Li Yan beat the Black Dragon. You know, her current fusion with the Phoenix is not high, but itself has the potential of S-class, she was not able to defeat the Black Dragon, Li Yan did it, this is simply unbelievable. I do not know why, Lin Shinu gradually from Li Yan body feel the old high school kind of feeling. Could it be, is he really coming back? The colors outside the sky were fading, and it was early morning again. After a few days, the teaching mission of the University of Northern Rivers is finally back to normal. Under the arrangement of Principal Lu Tianqing, today continues to improve the original, opening competition, and promulgate the awards. Campus Playground. Lu Tianqing assembled the team of freshmen, and he sat on a high platform, picking up a microphone and speaking to the people below. I know that because of the Black Dragon disturbance our opening tournament, refinement steps were blocked, but on today's day, we continue. According to the results of the original competition, we have accurately gotten the rankings of each class here, which includes a very shocking result, that is, our F class which has been unable to attract the attention of other classes in the past. I'm happy to report that Class F is now ranked 10th overall. How much? 10th, a student on the stage was surprised. He still remembered that at that time, Li Yan had performed outstandingly, but he had only won all the E grade classes and 1 D grade class of Yang Jin. How could he be ranked 10th in the whole school? Is this going to be too high? I think it's low. Next to him, a student dismisses the previous student's concerns. As expected, Lu Tianqing on the high platform explained. I know everyone is very confused as to why the F class was able to make the top 10 and break an all-time record. The reason is simple, our F class is Li Yan. As the F class representative, he managed to kill the black dragon that crossed out from the East Sea recently. According to our school's rules, if one makes a contribution that has a significant event to society can receive a cultivation boost, so Class F, which Li Yan represents, was able to enter the top 10. I think everyone here has heard about the authenticity of slaying the black dragon, so I don't need to repeat myself. So that's how it works, murmured a student off stage, who clearly didn't know enough about the school's rules. The others gradually realized that, in that case, they would also be able to receive an enchantment if they could make a beneficial event of the same persuasive nature in the future. Just, can it really be done to the extent of Li Yan? Snap. Two soft sounds, Zhenli's chubby hand rested on Li Yan's shoulder, he smiled and said, I'm not surprised by your words. Yes Anan, Li Yan, you are really great, you don't know, we were all worried sick when you went out of town alone that day. A girl in the same class said. I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do. That's okay. Li Yan responded politely. In that case, you guys are considered to have exceeded the reservation I gave you in the first place. Next to her, the figure of Lu Yao's homeroom teacher appeared, and she looked at Li Yan, revealing her relief and. Especially you, Li Yan, you really surprised me. I'm sorry. Willow yawned and looked to the others. I apologize for what I said then, our class is still very good. I've already applied to the principal, from now on, our F class is already considered to be on the middle to upper side of the school, and will be given the cultivation resources it deserves, and even, will be able to have the opportunity to go out and practice. Yeah. Great. Thank you teacher. There's no need to thank me, you should thank you Li Yan. Lu Yao said. Yes, thank you, Li Yan. For a while, Class F is so happy, the class is constantly grateful to Li Yan, always calm Li Yan at this moment also some can't stand, he as far as possible to hide his body behind Panghu, in the past some excited little girls. On the high platform, seeing that the students present had no more concerns about the ranking of Class F, Lu Tianqing proceeded to promulgate the awards for the opening competition. Unsurprisingly, Lin Shinu's Class A took the first place of the freshmen in this opening competition. But for some reason, compared to them getting the first place, they didn't seem to be as happy as Li Yan's Class F. It always felt like they got a fake place. After the meeting was adjourned, Li Yan and Pang Hu returned to the dormitory together. Li Yan felt that Pang Hu was still a very good person, and at certain times, could act as a shield. Next month is the opening time of the ancient battlefield, we have to rush to raise our cultivation as much as possible before then. I entered there once with Yang Jin back then, but only dared to make some bargains on the periphery and didn't dare to enter the center area. On the way, Pang Hu said, the center area is infested with demons and monsters, and the Awakened are even more competitive with each other, and it's very common to get people killed for a certain rare item. A word of advice, don't underestimate any of the Awakened when you enter the ancient battlefield, they might be able to give you a surprising and deadly attack. What is the overall strength of most of them? Li Yan asked. It's rare to see one below C rank. Chubby Pang Hu said, as you know, it's not just the awakening level that matters, but also the fusion between them and the awakened object, and the awakened that can enter the ancient battlefield don't have a low level of fusion. In the ancient battlefield, it's common to see things like leapfrog kills, so make sure you don't wallow in your rank. Pang Hu smiled, of course, let's forget about our F ranks. Li Yan didn't say anything as he asked, now that the school year has just begun on the side of Beihai University, with the current situation it's definitely not allowed to go out for training. If we want to rush to enhance our strength before the ancient battlefield starts next month we can only rely on ourselves. Fatty, do you know where else around here we can practice besides the primitive forest behind the school? The more monsters the better, but it needs to be grasped at an amount. Upgrading by brushing monsters? Hearing this, Pang Hu revealed an expression that lamented the other party's lack of knowledge. That's too slow. Haven't you heard of the Deep Space Fighting Network? It's a great place to simulate the battlefield virtually through the internet, and if you dare, then there's no difficulty factor you can't simulate. It also doesn't belong directly to the city lord of each city but is independent of the Deep Space Cultivation Department of our Huaxia country, and these people are all masters of masters. How does a default saying go? No strong person is complete without walking out of the deep space fighting network, and you have to imagine how those seniors boasted about the status of this deep space fighting network. But seems like I've heard a little bit, Li Yan's eyes flashed with seriousness. So, inside the deep space fighting grid, can I specifically simulate the enemies I'm fighting against? For example, a bunch of spiders. Another example is a bunch of yellow-furred sable rats. Pang Hu laughed. Harm, a piece of cake. Do not say simulate the enemy. You even in abandoned ancient city, a level full fusion strong man can simulate, but so far no one dares to challenge just, after all, full fusion there, that is simply a godly beast or godly general resurrected in the world, who can beat Okay, let's not get that far ahead of ourselves. If you're really interested, you can try to get a spot on the Deep Space Fighting Network first. Pang Hu patted Li Yan's shoulder with a serious face, betting on my little master's name. It's definitely not simple to get a Deep Space Fighting Network quota, but in the early days, I was so interested in the quota that I had my old man searching for all sorts of ways to get it. From that time, I realized that there is no way. People don't look at the ability of the banknotes, they only look at the real strength, alas. Li Yan asked, then do we have a specialized docking test in Beha City? Beha Pang Hu seriously recalled, and finally shook his head. No, I remember that there should be no. Our Beha City is a small city, you have to go next door to the larger Jiangnan City. What, you've already decided to participate? Pang Hu looked at Li Yan. I'm quite convinced that you really are, but Li Yan, I have to tell you that it's really hard. If we switch to our Beha University, it's already one of the most famous representatives of force value in China, but a lot of A-ranked classes didn't make it in, and only S-ranked talent monsters like Lin Shinu might be more stable. North River City. Today is the weekend. Li Yan and Pang Hu are not in school, one to visit Li Weigui in the hospital, and the other to look for the smelting weapon store in the city of Beha. You want to smelt weapons? Pang Hu didn't know that Li Yan was looking for a weapon smelting store until now, and a puzzled look appeared on his face. I've been tempted to ask since the beginning, what kind of weapon is that you're carrying on your back right now? Secret. Li Yan said, asking rhetorically, well, any idea where there's one nearby? Follow me. Pang Hu didn't ask too many questions. Anyway, later on sooner or later we'll know. According to Li Yan's demand, Chili Fatty brought Li Xian to a more remote steel smelting store. Also at this time, Li Yan reached to his back and drew out the weapon that was firmly wrapped in black cloth. Looking so mysterious, Pang Hu and the smelter were watching with rapt attention, and under their sight, they only saw Li Xian open the cloth with his hand in a circle, and the moment it came into view was the hilt of the blade covered with red scales. The pupils of Qian Li Fatty in the smelter's eyes contracted. Li Yan gripped the handle of that blade and quickly drew it out, and Qian Li Fatty in the smelter realized that it was actually a long, reddish blade with a reddish body. The hilt of the blade was covered with scales, and under the faint light, the blade was reddish while at the same time emitting a hint of golden light from time to time, which was very skillfully entwined around the perimeter like a dragon's breath. Having forged for many years, the smelter could tell at a glance that the knife was not simple, and he asked Li Yan, "What kind of knife is this?" Unclear. It was the Black Dragon's red long knife, but Li Yan couldn't tell. On the side, Pang Hu pulled Li Yan away with his hand and reached the far corner. Pang Hu had guessed what was going on and asked Li Yan, "Is this the Black Dragon's? You don't want such a good knife? Don't give me It's the Black Dragon's." Thousands of miles of fat words. Li Yan is still trustworthy. I only need the inside of the golden thing, the rest cannot be used. As for giving you, well, with all due respect, you're so rich, and then buy away from the smelter is not good. Anyway, he will rebuild a new knife. It is estimated that the attributes are also good. Time passed, and when Li Yan and Fatty Qianli came out of the forging store, a brand new and bright silver-colored sword was held in Fatty Qianli's hand. Pang Hu casually swung a few times, looked at it with great satisfaction, and said to Li Xian, "From the original red to bright silver color, the scale hilt turns into a dragon body winding, quite a bit of dragon slaying. And you say, Li Yan, what kind of name should I give it?" "Consider it a gift from you." "Name?" Li Yan also really seriously thought about it, and finally said, "Well, it's called Fat Qianli." Are you serious? Say, what's that golden object of yours? It was obviously still in your hand just now, why is it gone now? Pang Hu noticed something and asked Li Xian. I've hidden it, it's not appropriate to take it out in this place, you'll know about it later. Li Yan casually found an excuse, while in front of him at this moment, several lines of information had long been prompted out. Obtained a fragment of the golden rod, fusion plus 1.3%, obtained a fragment of the golden rod, fusion plus 1.3%, obtained a fragment of the golden rod, fusion plus 1.3%, total integration, 10.52%. Successful breakthrough of 10%, the variety of 72 transformations increased. Physical qualities, strength, agility, speed, etc., increased. A peak stick can hit 16,000 pounds. Iconic wooden stick gets evolved. Li Yan slowly closed his eyes, and in his sea of consciousness, he really found that the godlike Monkey King's weapon had evolved. It was still a wooden rod, but now, the ends of the rod were inlaid with golden steel, giving it a bit of the flavor of a golden hoop. One day later. Monday, Northern Rivers University. Today resumed classes. Li Yan and Xianli fat back to the classroom. Just early 8 did not wait for the teacher who came to class, but instead the whole school waited for the principal's broadcast. I'm Headmaster Willow Tenzing, and I have an announcement to make. If you've been following the official department of the Deep Space Fighting Network, you should know that 3 days from now will be the time for the examination over in Jiangnan City. Just yesterday, our Lin City Lord has issued an official notice that there is no limit to the number of places other than those recommended by the school, so those who are confident on their own can also try, including but not limited to current students. The principal's voice on the radio dropped, and the classroom boiled over. As Awaken people, of course, they often pay attention to the Deep Space Fighting Network quota this matter, but in the past, only limited to school students to participate. As we all know, school students will of course go through layers of assessment and recommendation, and students in ordinary classes are usually pressed into a class. So, now that the restriction is no longer imposed, these ordinary class students will certainly be happy when they also have the opportunity to run for the election. In the hallway, Willow yawned and whispered to him. I can tell from your expression that you want to go, right? Li Yan didn't deny it and nodded. I want to try. Yes, come find me after 2 days, I will personally drive you there. I do not know why, since I have seen Li Yan once against all odds extremely alive, Lu Yanning has some confidence in him. The time soon came for the day of the test. North River, Maine. The Lin family. Seeing that his daughter Lin Shinu was about to leave for Jiangnan City, Lin City Lord personally went out to say goodbye. Under Lin Xinu's slightly puzzled gaze, he called for someone to come up with a lance. He took the lance and gently handed it over to Lin Shinu and said, This is what your father and I once found in the ancient battlefield. Although it's not as good as the real divine artifact, only a quarter of the original fragment of the divine artifact is built, but the power is equally not to be underestimated. Today it's even a gift for you. This is Lin Xinu's face rose in astonishment as she gently took the lance. A replica of God General Zhao Zilong's Genshin gun, forged using the fragments it dropped in the ancient battlefield, but I didn't think it was appropriate for this Genshin gun name to be worn on a daughter. So I asked the forger to modify it to another gun's name, 100 Birds Toward the Phoenix. Lord Lin City said. 100 Birds Towards the Phoenix gun, good name in front of Lin City. Lord Lin Shinu took it and did not skimp on waving a few times, felt very good, happy to say. Don't worry Dad, with this gun, my daughter will definitely get a spot on the Deep Space Fighting Network. On the other side, Jiangnan City, after parking the car, Lu Yao said to Li Yan who was sitting on the passenger side. Okay, get off here, there are a lot of people today, let's go over and line up. Li Yan nodded his head and pushed the door to get out of the car, and after that, the two of them came together to the Deep Space Fighting Network Candidate Qualification Acquisition venue, to queue up, and all those who needed to become a candidate needed to pass through here. Due to the large number of people after the opening to the social people as well, Li Yan and the others had to wait in a long line before they could see the examiner. Give your name and age, and your school if you are a student. The examiner said. Li Yan then said, Li Yan, age 18, current student at North River University. North River University came just now there is also a guy named Yang Jin, but that guy is D-level, D level also come to participate. I do not know what he thinks. The appraiser murmured, then asked Lin, what about you? What level are you? Grade F. FF class? The examiner's eyes glazed over, wondering if he had misheard. What are you doing coming here to fool around, F rank? Don't you know that F rank is not qualified to obtain candidate rights in our place? Go back, there's a lot of people back there. Lin didn't walk away as he asked rhetorically, may I ask the examiner, is it clearly stated on the bulletin that grade F cannot participate, or is there a bulletin board display pasted somewhere around here? What's the point of attending in F rank? Isn't this a pure waste of everyone's time? How is this even publicized? After blocking so many F classes, this was the first time the examiner had encountered a prick, and his face darkened. Just now your Yang Jin from North River University is D grade, even if it's not, F grade is necessary to come? You ask everyone behind you, everyone says it isn't? Followed up by being too tired from waiting in line for too long, each of these men nodded, yes. Young man, this is not the place for you to come. If there is nothing to do, go back and let brother come. Brother is still a C rank at least. Right, the one next to you is your sister, also do not blame you siblings, this kind of thing everyone understands, all want to try, but I have to say, the F level is not much hope. You look back at the side of those F level, are automatically avoided on the side as a spectator, you two like 'em blindly to make a fuss about what it is. Yeah, hurry up and get back. Involving Lu Yao, who acted differently from what the crowd had imagined, she sauntered out to come in front of the examiner and gently took out her North River University teaching certificate from her own backpack and handed it to the other party to see. I'm a teacher from North River University, Lu Yan. With just one glance Lu Yao retrieved his classroom pass, and also at this moment, the examiner's attitude towards Lu Yao and Lin clearly changed by a few points. Willow yawns as she puts her teacher's license away, her face cold as she continues. The failure of a subordinate to truthfully fulfill the acts of a superior's circular shall entitle any official position to make a report, which may result in the dismissal from the position or in the application of disciplinary action. May I ask this examiner, since the higher officials have not explicitly stated that F ranks cannot compete, what is your personal right to obstruct? The appraiser's face paled a little. He knew that he had gotten into trouble today. This was an insider who knew the rules. Compared to losing face, the appraiser was more reluctant to give up his current position, so in the sight of the crowd, his attitude blatantly came to a 180-degree rotation, and he said to Luo, "Oh sorry, my bad. It really wasn't officially stated that F ranks couldn't compete." The appraiser immediately made a big step to the side, his attitude humble. "Two of you, inside, please, inside." Accompanied by Lu Yu, Lin stepped into the Deep Space Fighting Network candidate qualification room. When he came here, Lin met a familiar friend, Yang Jin. The other party was also surprised by Lin's arrival and quickly walked up to greet him. "What brings you here?" Yang Jin said. "I should be the one to ask you." Willow Yan smiled. "You came without saying a word yourself. You look good, and you seem very confident." This kind of thing is not something that can be done with confidence. People outside have rumored me to be a god. In fact, I came over just to catch a glimpse of a duel between experts. Yang Jin said without hiding anything. Of course, being able to coach with them for a bit can also give myself more motivation. The path of cultivation is not meant to be smooth. Saying that, Yang Jin looked at Lin, right? Lin smiled. The reason why he appreciated Yang Jin was not that he had strength, but that he was able to face failure with grace and work harder afterwards. Well, you've been here for a while, right? So can you give me a brief overview of what the rules are like here? What are the conditions for getting the Deep Space Fighting Network candidate qualification? Lin asked. It's very simple, just report the rank and actual test data, and once you meet the standard, you'll be able to get the candidate qualification. As he spoke, Yang Jin had already turned around and pointed at a testing instrument in the corner of the Deep Space Fighting Network candidate room. As old-fashioned as this method has become, this is indeed the fastest and quickest route as well. My rank is a D and my real-world stats are 8.0, over 7.0 and I'm up to standard. 8.0 strength indicator. When she heard this data, Lu Yao's face changed slightly. Although she hadn't brought the students of the A class, she knew that reaching the strength standard of 8.0 was a not-so-small difficulty, and there were quite a number of students in the A class who had failed to pass. Yang Jin was on D and is now hitting 8.0. Are you going to try it now? Yang Jin asked. Naturally. Having come here, Lin definitely had to try. So, under the watchful eyes of Yang Jin and Luo and many others, Lin slowly walked towards the corner power tester, and without hesitation, controlled the force to punch the boxing part. Da! All of a sudden, the green light in the room comes on and broadcasts. Measured strength data passes with a value of 7.6, 7.7, 7.8. The numbers went all the way up and ended up staying at 8.0 without going over the top at all. Hiss, another 8.0, said a man inside the room internally. Ha ha ha, I knew you kid could. Seeing the same value as his own, Yang Jin quickly walked over and congratulated Lin. I told you, at that time and when you fought I felt that your strength is not comparable to me. This what strength tester, how can it be difficult to fall on you? Go report your data to the interviewer. Lin didn't say anything and followed Yang Jin to leave together, but behind him, Liu obviously saw what was going on and inwardly sighed silently to Lin inwardly. High emotional intelligence. Coming in front of the interviewer, Lin told his rank and actual data to the interviewer, and this time the interviewer didn't make things difficult like that appraiser outside the door, but just advised Lin that. So far, you're the only candidate in the F-class rank, and I'm guessing down the line, but you've got good data on this actual test. Even so, are you willing to participate? Lin nodded, aha. Then take the candidate ID, once lost it will not be replaced. The interviewer handed Lin a candidate ID. Lin looked at it, it said 108th place, the last one, while displaying his personal information. Thanks. Lin took it and thanked the interviewer. Very good, so you can also participate in the examination, by then we might even become rivals again. Yang Jin congratulated, and then brought Lin into the core examination site. Outsiders couldn't enter here anymore, so Willow Yan didn't follow, but she had other ways to see the assessment grounds. Using her identity as a teacher at Beihai University and daughter of Lu Tianqing, she managed to enter the examination room's monitoring room, where she was able to observe any of the candidates in the examination room through the camera, and easily localized the location of Lin and Yang Jin in the examination room. It's already in the assessment waiting area, Willow yawned and muttered. Examination site. Accompanied by Yang Jin, Lin entered the examination waiting area. Not long, about 15 minutes later, there is an iron bar high platform on the opposite side. On the high platform, a middle-aged man wearing a white body shirt holding a microphone slowly walked out. Everyone here except Lin seems to know him. Yang Jin saw Lin was a bit puzzled, so he had to explain to Lin. That person on the stage is called Huang Luoqing. He is the minister of the Deep Space Fighting Network branch here in Jiangnan City, and has the ability to decide by one vote, as well as being the examiner and moderator of the candidates every year. Guess. Lin said, keeping his gaze on this Huang Luoqing. The man's actions surprised him a bit, only to see him appear and stand directly on the high platform with a microphone and say, I've always hated rules, so I'll set up as few as possible, and wait for the test if you have any questions. Listen clearly, the standard of the test is very simple. Huang Luoqing waved his hand. Within the circumference of the square, a layer of iron guardrail as high as more than 10 meters slowly rose from the ground. Mighty beast smash. As of now, there are 108 candidates who have carried out the test to participate in the Deep Space Fighting Network, and the last candidate is still an F rank. Here, I don't care what rank you are and what secret weapons you have prepared in advance on your bodies, all you have to do is defeat your opponents, hold out for more than 1 hour, and the last 54 standing will enter the next round of examination. So, you should hear this clearly, by passing this test, there should be 54 people standing in the exam room. At the end of the day, it's okay to lie down, but you can't get anyone killed. The surveillance room. Lu Yao's face was a little bit gloomy. Not long after, Huang Luoqing's figure appeared outside the gate of the monitoring room. Seeing this, Lu Yao immediately walked towards him. Minister Huang. You are Huang Luoqing. Seldom saw a new face in the monitoring room, and a woman, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. I'm Willow Yan. Willow Yan said. Oh, Beihai University's Lu Tianqing's daughter, why did you come over? What, having fun with sitting in the surveillance room and watching the candidates fight? Minister Huang revealed a smile. I like this kind of idea. That can show that our hobbies are the same. Do you want to come out for dinner together tonight? Lu Yao glanced at him. Alright, I don't have the leisure to listen to your titillating words. Minister Huang, why did you just blatantly state that the 108 candidates were grade F? With the way you're assessing standards, do you realize that this will make candidate 108 a target? No. For the serious questioning of Lu Yaning, Minister Huang just cleared the air, came to his favorite seat and sat down gently, and gently poured himself a cup of tea, put it in his mouth and sipped gently before saying, Li Yan, you're a student of Beihai University, right? Yes. Willow yawned, wondering what this guy was going to do for sure. An F rank, yet he wants to come and participate in the examination, is either a true tiger or a goon rat hiding in the gutter. A serious look emerged on Huang Luoqing's face. This is the Deep Space Fighting Network examination, not a food market, and since he decided to participate in the moment of the examination, he should take out the fighting spirit of a life and death arm wrestling match, ready to face opponents stronger than himself. The battlefield never shows sympathy because you are weak. Only by earning the respect of the enemy can you have a chance of survival. And, I think I can see a good wave of drama soon by doing so. I admit that what you said in the first part is somewhat true, but it always feels like the last sentence is true. Lu Yao had no other choice. Even if she complained here, she was very aware of Huang Luoqing's character, and it was unlikely that he would change. It was just a pity that Li Yan's difficulty would be drastically increased, and after Huang Luoqing exploded that there was an F rank on the scene, the candidates on the scene would definitely target to brush him off first. As for Li Yan, this F-class identity surely can't be hidden for long. Someone has seen him testing his power in the Deep Space Fighting Network candidate certificate room. So Li Yan, what will you do? Inwardly gently worried up, Lu Yan looked at the camera screen. Li Yan said, Exam room. As expected, the moment Huang Luoqing announced the start of the examination, the 108 candidates on the scene directly turned into a mess. Those who were familiar with each other immediately built their respective squads one by one, forming a small encirclement, and then locking in on their target opponents, starting with the weak ones first. There was no way around it. Out of these 108 candidates, Li Yan only knew Yang Jin and Lin Shinu, but the latter was obviously out of the question, so he had to form a temporary squad with Yang Jin. Are you sure you want to follow me? I'm a D rank and I even lost to you once. I can't give you much of a guarantee. Yang Jin swept his eyes over the surrounding opponents one by one. He realized that the smart ones had gone to try to join a team stronger than themselves. Only Li Yan and him had formed together. The two of the lowest instead formed together, I think, and will soon be the first target of most. Are you afraid? Li Yan said indifferently. At the same time, he gently waved his hand, and a wooden stick with gold frames inlaid on both ends appeared in his hand, ready to face the changes in the surroundings. When have you ever been afraid of Yang Jin's mouth hooked? Revealing an excited expression, today, I will accompany you to have a big game, and it is worth losing. May not necessarily lose. Resilience flashed in Li Yan's eyes, and he didn't expect that after coming to the other world, Sun Wukong would also stand in the same battlefield scene with Yang Jin. And I don't know if the panel sensed the situation at this time and actually gave Li Yan a boost in fusion. Integration plus 0.2%. Integration plus 0.3%. Just as this observation was being made, Li Yan felt a coolness coming from his back. He and Yang Jin turned around to look and realized that it was a candidate with a large sword and a tall figure walking towards them. Level D, Yang Jin, Level F, Li Yan, am I right? The tall candidate stopped 5 meters in front of Li Yan and Yang Jin. It was obvious that he was going to act as the first man to start the battlefield. I know that this may be a bit unmartial, but this is an elimination type of tournament, and as the weakest, that will surely be the first to exit the stage. The tall candidate said with a calm face. I noticed you guys from the moment you entered the examination site. It's just that what I didn't expect was that you actually didn't defect to the strong like the other weaklings, but instead, the weak self-formed together. Tell me, aren't you guys giving me a chance? Or is it that you guys are actually just here to fool around and want to quit the examination as soon as possible? If it's the latter, I can make it happen immediately now. The others noticed the tall candidate's actions and waited with an expectant look on their faces. It was clear that the tall candidate had done what they wanted to do. Once the taller candidates were wrestling, then the battlefield was able to open up in full force. So, you're planning to act as the first taster? Seeing that someone had come onto him in the first place, Yang Jin was not polite either, reaching out and grabbing. The Lubu Divine General's fragmented weapon, the Fong Tian painted halberd, was held in his hand, the tip of the halberd aimed at the tall candidate. So what? The tip of the square sky painting halberd disliked in front of his eyes. The tall candidate not only didn't retreat in the slightest, but also hooked the corner of his mouth, disdainfully said to Yang Jin. It's just D rank, the weapons of your own gods themselves weren't even summoned, were they? All that was used were the fragmented weapons of the old gods of the ancient battlefield. That's also enough. With a sunken face, Yang Jin took the lead in attacking. A Hong light flashed by, and the square sky painting halberd slashed head-on at the tall candidate's cheek. The tall candidate's eyes narrowed, his line of sight quickly locking onto this chopping square sky painting halberd, and then his right hand rotated in a circle, and his large sword slashed upwards. The strong wind cuts through the air, lifting from the bottom to the top. Yang Jin saw this and hastily retreated. From the breath pressure carried on the upper side of the big knife, the tall candidate, this knife is absolutely not simple. Even if he retracted his strength, it is likely to get a person killed. The long pole of the square sky painting halberd was pressed downward, rubbing against the big sword that came to chop. Yang Jin was able to retreat to the side of Li Yin. Breath exhaled from his nostrils. Yang Jin's brows furrowed deeply as he turned back to Li Yin. This guy is really something. I'm a bit overwhelmed, so be careful yourself. Why don't you let me try? Without retreating, Li Yin, who was holding the gold-framed wooden stick, patted Yang Jin's shoulder and took a step forward, and also at this time, whether it was Lu Yao and Huang Luoqing in the monitoring room, or the many people in front of the city's live broadcasting screen, or even his father Li Weigua, who was in this side of the Beha city, all paid attention to Li Yin at the same time. The corners of Huang Luoqing's mouth hooked slightly, his hands crossed over each other and his elbows rested on the tabletop, watching with interest, looking forward to adding down the picture. Although he knew that Li Yin could be somewhat competent during the opening tournament, this was the Deep Space Fighting Network examination, and the strength of the participants was greatly reduced, so Lu Yao's face showed concern. Seeing that his son Yang Jin was a bit of a disadvantageous trend in his first encounter, Yang Guangchuan's side of his face was also ugly down and worried, said. Old Li, it's not good. The first game is like this, how can we play behind? Li Weigua certainly noticed the previous situation, and watched with the same concern. Yang Jin is not even easy to deal with, will we? Li Yin, the Beha University side of the real-time live broadcast was also carried out, and the students of Class F saw it and said with worry. At that moment, a student in the next B-level class shook his head and said, it's hard to imagine what these two low-level class students are thinking. The A-level class didn't go, but an F-level and a D-level but self-enrollment to go. It's not purely to go looking for a fight? Really think that the strength of the actual measurement data over 8.0 on the chosen one? Harm young people these days are just full of energy. When they finish this fight, people will be honest. Another person said. They all recognized Yang Jin and Li Yin in the screen, having met them at the opening tournament. For the lower-level classes, these two were indeed able to surpass others in terms of their overall strength, but once comparing them to the higher-level classes, it was a different story. Even if you were strong, your own upper limit was also placed there, so they really couldn't figure out why such a person would want to go and blindly interfere with the Deep Space Fighting Network examination. Yang Jin, this child, in the office, the principal Lu Tianqing has a live broadcast screen that belongs to him alone. He stares at Yang Jin in the screen and slowly frowns. His heart is both surprised and worried. Unexpectedly, this kid ran off alone to attend, which takes a lot of courage, mind you. Even many AB class students don't have that kind of stamina. The worry was that the child Yang Jin was awakened to a divine general, Yang Jin, but for some reason, so far, he had not been able to summon any weapons or divine beasts about Yang Jin. Yang Jin is different from other awakened objects in that he is a god general and god beast in one, with the god general being Yang Jin himself and the god beast being Roaring Dog. Only when the fusion of the two is fully awakened and fused will that god's abilities be maximized and developed to hit with unexpected effects. Lu Tianqing now saw that Yang Jin was still holding a fragmented replica of the ancient battlefield, God General Lu Bu, a weapon that was overbearing but unsuitable for him, and could easily suffer in this kind of fierce beast smash battlefield. Therefore, he felt that Yang Jin and Li Yan had very little chance of winning this fierce beast smash. The Lin family. Seeing that someone was the first to approach both Li Yan and Yang Jin, the corner of Lin Zhongyan's mouth hooked to reveal a smile, as if he had long anticipated this kind of thing. This is the result of being too proud. As he spoke, Lin Zhongyan's sight locked onto Li Yan, seemingly remembering something. A vicious color flashed in his eyes. Right, there's also the matter of the red long knife. Unlike him, City Lord Lin kept his gaze on his own daughter, and it was clear that he also attached great importance to this time's deep space fighting network spot. Appraisal site. Under the gazes of everyone watching, Li Yan stood upright in front of the tall candidate. The tall candidate didn't show too much emotion because of this move. Instead, he felt that this person Li Yan was a little less intelligent. A D rank can't even curry favor. What can you do with an F rank walking up? The tall candidate said, disdain in his eyes. So, Li Yan, what should you do? In the monitoring room, Huang Luoqing gazed at Li Yan without shifting his gaze. He was very much looking forward to what this young man would do next. This was the first provocation, and if it couldn't be defused, then there would be no need to fight at all after that, and it would be a complete loss to the deep space fighting network quota. Unlike Yang Jin, Li Yan didn't say one more word. The gold-framed wooden stick in his hand rotated 180 degrees. With a strong wind, his body swept over the flat ground with the shadow to pounce. In the twinkling of an eye, the gold-framed wooden stick accurately smashed to the front of the tall candidate's head. Powerful air currents rolled up several meters of dust and sand. The pressure is like a tidal wave forced to come, an instant, the surrounding more than 10 meters within the people's clothes were lifted up, as if the wind messy silk, swaying back and forth uncertainly. When the dust is vaguely dispersed, people only realized at this time, the golden frame under the wooden stick of the tall candidates have long been wide-eyed, dumbfounded in place. The hand holding the long knife is uncontrollable when the crash fell to the ground. This is simply a pouncing gale, thundering long dragons and tigers roaring in the sky, to cause the soul to fall apart. And just when everyone thought it was over, there was a loud bang. The entire examination room suddenly shook. Suddenly, a shocking crack under the feet of the tall candidate quickly cracked, emitting a click-click-click sound, and has been extended to 20 meters away, and finally touched the iron bar before stopping. Hurry! Get out of the way! One by one, the candidates standing in that straight line were startled and jumped to the sides to take shelter, and then gasped for air far away from Li Yan, as if they were looking at a beast as terrifying as it was. This monitoring room, originally crossed his arms together face calm. Huang Luoqing Miso stood up, incredibly looked at this scene. A stick breaks the air and cracks the ground 20 meters. This is really an F-class can do. A stick that breaks through the air and cracks the ground by 20 meters, is this really something an F-class can do? He is collecting his force, otherwise the tall candidate would have died. Next to him, Luo shocked who was also watching said that he had a new layer of understanding of the current Li Yan. This student, he's really something. Behind Li Yan, looking at the back of Li Yan who was holding a gold-framed wooden stick with an upright posture, Yang Jin felt for a moment that his eyes were blurred. Was this the Li Yan he knew? How in the world do you do that with that kind of force? Surrounding, the audience also a little reaction to see the shocking scene after the fall of this stick, they each face incredulous. How can an F-class do this? It's unbelievable. I dare say that if this baton had actually struck, that tall candidate would have died. What must die? You look at that crack behind him and just the scene vibration flying up the smoke, that directly into the mud. Okay. Hiss, my god. At the far end of the candidates, Lin Shinu, who was holding the 100 birds toward the phoenix, saw Li Yan, who was just not making a move, but was so astonishing when he made a move, his originally indifferent heart began to float a little bit. This person, how could he have progressed so rapidly, she murmured. Seemingly no longer recognizing Li Yan, and at the same time sensing that she would be facing a formidable opponent afterward. I'll go. Old Li. Your family's Li Yan can What kind of divine operation is this? North River City Market Center, Yang Guangchuan saw Li Yan after this amazing stick. The whole person was excited, constantly shaking Li Weiguo's arm while saying, It looked as if the person who struck this move was not Li Yan, but his son Yang Jin. Li Weiguo also really did not expect his son can have such a level, suffering from leg injuries, also want to insist on coming here to watch him finally showed a long-lost smile. Perhaps the dream son he once had as a young man really has a shot. How? Lin family, this image was similarly transmitted here. After seeing it, Lin Zhongyan's mouth opened slightly, his face showing surprise. This kind of shocking move, I'm afraid Lin Shinu can't hit it either. This child, in the future, will definitely be a great enemy. Lin City Lords. Face was gloomy, connecting the scene of Li Yan killing the black dragon before. He felt that, Li Yan, this person cannot be allowed to grow up any longer, he must find a chance to restrict it. After all, at that time, but he defaulted to let Lin Zhongyan personally to Li Yan's home, personally force Li Yan and his daughter to break up. He clearly knows that this is trampling on a man's dignity, and now, that man will find the dignity he had lost. He, Lin City Lord, will never allow such a thing to happen. Looking for opportunities. I understand, big brother, I won't just make him disappear, I'll also get the red long sword he obtained from the black dragon. Before Lin City Lord could finish speaking, Lin Zhongyan took over. But this kind of thing can't be done openly, it can only be known between us two brothers, so let's leave it to me personally, big brother. Lin City Lord nodded, then please. This rod of mine is enough to pulverize you, you are not worthy to test me. With a fluttering sound, Li Yan's words seemed to carry a certain majesty, and the tall candidate's legs softened after hearing this, and his face paled as he directly knelt down, staring blankly at Li Yan. Li Yan has been too lazy to pay attention to him, turned back, the hand of the gold-frame wooden stick end directly into the ground, casually shouted the word change. The gold-frame wooden stick in the crowd's line of sight at the speed visible to the naked eye to become larger. To a certain extent, Li Yan hooked one hand on the edge of the stick, and then in the vertical direction of the stick to become larger and longer, driven by his body. Rose upward. Finally, Li Yan's control stopped at a certain level, and at that moment, he was already sitting on the top of the gold-framed wooden stick in a platter, his eyes revealing a deep and absolute pitch blackness that made people look away. I'm sitting on this gold-framed wooden stick, no? Come by any time at. Light and plain words came out from his mouth, after which Li Yan slowly closed his eyes and waited for the disobedient to challenge him. Yes, now only come and challenge him, not try. Ah, that's bold enough. Seeing Li Yan so ambitious, Yang Jin on the ground also let go, the square sky painting halberd to the ground a pick, the whole person directly leaped flying bounce to the side of Li Yan, put his eyes on the stick under the crowd of candidates. Those who don't, come. Ha, this class of candidates is interesting. Inside the monitoring room, Huang Luoqing was so happy that he was going to head to the scene to watch the each for the chess, a black and a white, black extinction white more. I thought that black thus fell, but white was eaten back. Ken really did not expect. That's right, just when everyone thought that they were the most easily bullied one in the examination room, now they are countered by them, shocking the whole room. The scene for a time actually did not dare to move. Lu Yaning said, she also cannot help but go to the scene to see. Under this debaucherous roar of Yang Jin, the audience and the candidates' hearts were shaken, and they did not react after a long time. Also at this moment they completely understood that although the two people on this golden-framed wooden stick were of low rank, their strength was no less than others and they were not good bullies. Candidates 108, obviously, the tall candidate whose legs were softened by Li Yan's stick had already been eliminated. The remaining 107 looked at each other in dismay, and for a while, they actually gave up taking the lead to surround Li Yan and Yang Jin. With one man striding out, the scene was thrown into chaos, and Li Yan and Yang Jin were watching it all blandly from their gold-framed wooden sticks. In this melee motive, Mighty Beast Smash, the elimination of people after the real fight started was very rapid, the stronger, the weaker, and in just 15 minutes a wave of people would fall down, with notable injuries. There's only about 60 or so left, so hang in there. North River City Center Market side, Yang Guanchuan was son Yang Jin and Li Yan. This momentum brought hot blood, did not think that no one dares to bother at this moment. This wave has survived dozens of people. There were still more than 60 people standing at the examination site. If they could hold on for another 10 or so, then the son and Li Yan would be able to pass the first round of the examination. That's the first round of the Deep Space Fighting Network quota examination. How many candidates every year have not been able to survive? And even if they lose later, they can claim to have lost the second round of the examination. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Li Weigua took over, his eyes equally dead set on the screen. Having eliminated so many people, the further they go, the harder it will be to eliminate them, and there will always be someone to watch when they are pushed, not to mention the fact that they have long been unsatisfied in their hearts with the two low-level candidates being so arrogant in front of them. That's also arrogance by strength, haha. Yang Guangchuan is more open-minded. He doesn't expect Yang Jin to get the quota, he only wishes to see whether he can survive this first round of examination. Just this is also enough for him to brag to others in the future. I don't know when, the figure of Huang Luoqing appeared again on the high platform of the examination. Apparently he could no longer stay in the monitoring room, and came to the scene to see the more comfortable. Along with him there was also Lu Yao. The two of them looked at that Li Yan and Yang Jian who stood on the gold-framed wooden stick with relief. How could they not expect that today would be such a picture? Especially Lu Ode, originally worried, she was able to breathe a great sigh of relief at this moment. That's a good sign, Willow yawned. It's just a pity that the good omen is going to disappear. Huang Luoqing had already noticed that directly opposite Li Yan and Yang Jian, a man dressed in grey with heavy claw blades over both arms was walking towards Li Yan and them one step at a time, and there was also a vertical slash mark on the left side of this man's face that extended to his eyebrows. This as Lu Yan quickly looked over, she realized that this person was somewhat familiar. Just for a moment she could not shout out the name of that person. Your North River City has recently risen up as a prairie wolf killer. Huang Luoqing prompted. Ah yes. What did I say? I think I've seen this person before. Lu Yao recalled, back when the Black Dragon siren swept through the center of Tianping in Beihai City had always had a private news intelligence network, a network that would from time to time expose new talents emerging up in the society. This man named Prairie Wolf, she had paid attention to, just like Vice City Lord Lin Zhengyan, he had awakened a lone wolf divine beast, famous for his speed. It is said that within an instant, as long as those who enter his range, without special defense he can immediately kill the enemies within the range, all with a claw to the throat and more than blood. Some time ago, the Dark Department of Beihai City had also sent someone specifically to pay attention to him, and this person was very smart, knowing that his behavior might have attracted the attention of the officials had converged a lot, until now in the Deep Space Fighting Network quota assessment appeared. His name is Ho Jiu Biao. Like this person, if I don't explicitly prohibit causing death, then the examination center will be red. Huang Luoqing face a little bit serious. It looks like he has set his eyes on Li Yan and Yang Jian, so the real examination for Li Yan and Yang Jian is here. Willow owes silence. At this time, Ho Jiu Biao's behavior had already attracted the attention of others. Both the audience and the two sides that were originally facing each other in the examination room had paused for a moment to look at him. This is the waiting 9 soaring? Prairie Wolf? My God, he actually came to participate in the examination. It looks like he's also set his sights on Li Yan and the others. Is there finally someone who dares to challenge Li Yan again? Why is he also attending? Doesn't Minister Huang know that this bastard kills without blinking an eye? Lu Tianqing murmured inwardly. He was the president of Beihai University in Beihai City. Of course he had heard of this Prairie Wolf figure. Especially his move, Soaring Wind. I don't know how many lives had been lost to it. Prairie Wolf? I ran into him once. This person's strength is not much less than mine. Next to the exam room, Lin Shinu said softly. In terms of face-to-face single combat, she was able to win by virtue of her level suppression, but when out of Beihai City and into the real primitive battlefield, even people like her didn't dare to easily mess with it. After all, the other party was the one who survived out in the real battlefield, rich in killing skills, decisive and ruthless, and only with the 100 birds toward the Phoenix gun held in his hand right now could he win steadily. So it's not necessary for Miss to make a move, that Li Yan has someone to clean up. Next to him, a fighter who always defended next to Lin Shinu said. Obviously, for something so dangerous Lin City Lord would of course arrange for a guard to be around Lin Shinu to ensure her safety at all times. Waiting for Jiu Biao's appearance drew the remaining 60-odd candidates not to rush to confront each other, but to look at where Li Yan and Yang Jin were. Li Yan was not disturbed by these gazes as he turned his head to look at Yang Jin next to him, but his eyes narrowed slightly in the next moment. He noticed that Yang Jin's palms and forehead were sweating and his expression was not too calm. What, do you recognize this guy under the stick? Li Yan asked. Chest slightly undulating, breath slowly exhaled from the nasal cavity, Yang Jin gripped the square sky painting halberd tightly and nodded, recognize, prairie wolf, killer, when in the ancient battlefield, so once, the other party is very fast, the power is also good. Are you sure? Li Yan asked again. No, but it doesn't matter. Yang Jin gradually stabilized his emotions, as if he had made some major decision within himself, and stepped out to the edge of the wooden stick, staring down at Hojo Biao below, and I learned one thing from you, try. The words fell, and under everyone's gaze, Yang Jin leapt from the height of the wooden stick, and all of a sudden, the messy air currents blew his hair and clothes. In midair, his right hand gripped the hilt of his square heavenly painted halberd, and with a clench of his teeth and fierce eyes, he stabbed at Hojo Biao's face with an arc. The defeated general of the ancient battlefield, still remember me? Facing Yang Jin's ferocious killing move that exhausted his entire body, Hojo Biao's face showed disdain, and at a certain moment, his feet lifted up, and his figure disappeared from Yang Jin's line of sight. What? Yang Jin knew that the other party's speed was fast, but he didn't expect it to be this fast. Before his body hit the ground, the other party had already disappeared within his line of sight. It's not good, old Li, my son is in danger. Staring at this sudden change, Yang Guangchuan's eyes flashed with worry, and his hand actually unconsciously grabbed Li Weigua's arm. Li Weigua also comfortingly grabbed his hand. Don't be anxious, take a look first before saying. This person called Prairie Wolf is so fast. Yang Jin and Li Yan are in danger, I'm afraid. Inside Beihai University, the students of Class F looked at the scene on the screen and said, worthy of awakening the same lone wolf as me, the speed is a little bit of me. Lin Zhongyan, who was far away from the main city of Beihai, also murmured that he knew this person, Prairie Wolf. He smiled, Li Yan, if you are really defeated by this kind of goods then it's no fun, I'm still waiting for me to personally get my hands on it later. Holy shit, that Prairie Wolf guy is actually here. Outside the Jiangnan city center, Pang Hu, who was also looking at the screen, was surprised. Prairie Wolf, this guy he also knows, when he entered the ancient battlefield, to find Yang Jin to act as his temporary bodyguard, in the ancient battlefield, inside the edge of the encountered him once, Yang Jin and the other party briefly sparring, and finally just a moment will be defeated. Therefore, Pang Hu could understand the reason why Yang Jin was so nervous at this time when he ran into the Prairie Wolf, again. Mi So Clang. A flash of light lit up, the Feng Tianhua halberd and the clawed blade clashed together fiercely. Yang Jin's face was happy, glad that he had predicted the opponent's movements at the last moment and saved this little life. Just before he had time to be happy, the raging force was transmitted from the hilt of his square heavenly painted halberd, shocking his arm to numbness, and his whole person was also knocked flying behind him at this time, smashing into Li Yan's huge gold-framed wooden stick, causing a puff of smoke and dust to be swept up. Yo, not seeing you for half a year can block this claw of mine, not bad. After slapping Yang Jin with one claw, Hojo Biao lost interest in Yang Jin and raised his head to turn his gaze to Li Yan above. Kid, should I go up or you come down? If I go up, you'll probably lose badly. I haven't lost yet, did a bit. Yang Jin face sunk, inserted the square sky painting halberd in his hand into the ground to support his body, and then pulled out the square sky painting halberd, walked towards Hojo Biao step by step. Before I lose, you're not worthy to make a move against Li Yan. Who do you think you are? Hojo Biao, tired of this. Yang Jin, take the initiative to attack, figure like a shadow, blink of an eye came to the right side of Yang Jin. Yang Jin's eye pupils quickly contracted, subconsciously drew up the square sky painting halberd to resist. Too late. Hojo Biao pretended to have a claw blade to slap Yang Jin. When Yang Jin drew up his square sky painting halberd, he immediately retracted his claw blade, and replaced it with his elbow to hit Yang Jin's chest heavily on the chest. Yang Jin immediately suffocated in his chest, and the whole person once again flew backward, and this time, he directly slapped on the iron guardrail. Son! When Yang Guangchuan saw this scene, his face was shocked, and he couldn't wait to immediately rush over to Jiangnan City to pick up Yang Jin. Li Weigua's face gradually surged pale white. Yang Jin is D-level, he is under the attack of Hojo Biao, belongs to the extreme downside, that Li Yan is not. Sure enough, when you meet a real master, you should still lose on the examination field. A candidate laughed. Yang Jin, why don't you stand on the top of the wooden stick and let loose? What are you doing lying on the ground? The ground is cool. Ha ha ha, the others couldn't help but laugh, finally seeing the result. they wanted. Don't even think about it. What gives you, a lowly one, the right to yell in front of the rest of us? Yang Jin at the high platform, Lu Yan silently looked at Yang Jin and murmured. Although Yang Jin was not his student, he was also worried inwardly. Looks like it's just going to stick around, alas, Huang Luoqing next to me sighed. I had thought I'd be able to see a few special ones, but it turns out that I still can't even survive the first round of the test, so I hope that Li Yin can perform better. Yang Jin, this guy, stand up, don't be a wimp. Pang, who didn't know when to worry for Yang Jin, this his former bodyguard, and encouraged. You're still breathing. What, are you trying to be tough, man? Who are you trying to be tough for? Seeing that Yang Jin, who had been knocked to the ground twice in a row, was still trying to stand up while holding onto his square halberd, Hojo Biao was really annoyed, and he decided that this time, he was going to directly make Yang Jin not be able to stand up. If I were you, I'd just lie on the ground and play dead now. A blade light flashed. Hojo Biao seemed to be serious, using the killing move, Soaring Wind, to blink to Yang Jin's body. A knife clawed at Yang Jin's throat. Hojo Soaring, what are you doing? Stop. Huang Luoqing was shocked at the sight. He was certain that Hojo Biao really couldn't suppress his inner impulses. This knife would definitely get someone killed. Just remind, the voice seems to be slow. Yang Jin, the child is in danger. Clang. A gold-frame wooden stick cut through the air, as through fierce fire long dragon from Hojuzui side through. Click a just good or bad block Hojuzui this claw knife. What? Hojo Biao's eyes glazed over, and before he could react, the gold-framed wooden rod stuck in his side had the force of 1,000 pounds to sweep him sideways, and this disappeared in the blink of an eye. This scene instantly drew everyone to look. At the dim light, only to see Li Yin did not know when he stood on the ground, the gold-framed wooden rod slowly shortened to return to the left hand. He step by step towards Yang Jin, and finally stayed in the Yang Jin directly in front of him, stretching out his hand to say flatly, "Give me the square halberd." Yang Jin froze. The others also inexplicably looked at Li Yin. Just before Yang Jin hesitated, Li Yin took the initiative to seize the square sky painting halberd, and then turned around to look at the opposite side of the Hojo Biao, who was forced away by his gold-framed wooden stick, and while walking towards him, he said to Yang Jin behind him, "Watch out, Yang Jin, I'm only going to teach this once." Golden breath in the body around the slow emergence, clothing lack, and hair with the back and forth blowing airflow swaying. Li Yin tightly closed eyes snapped open, deep dark pupils lock Hojuzui, right hand 5 fingers of pressure square sky painting halberd in front of its vibration rotating and flying. In the blink of an eye, Li Yan's figure followed the shadow and stabbed suddenly. His backhand held the halberd handle, and with a force, the square sky painted halberd split upward 180 degrees, cutting positively towards Hojo Biao. The powerful airflow avoided to both sides, and the majestic aura caused Hojo Biao's heart to stutter, and he was actually too shocked by the sudden scene in front of him to react to it. Damn! Isn't this guy using a wooden stick? How come he's even fiercer than that Yang Jin? The last realization forced Hojo Biao to dodge as much as he could, but he still underestimated Li Yan's speed too much. The chopping square sky painting halberd seemed to have accurately calculated the distance he fled, as if it could still chop his arm even if he dodged. Under the helplessness, Hojo Biao can only sacrifice the claw knife on the left arm to save the arm. Clang dash a sound. After the collision, his figure as if by a heavy stone, the whole person obviously side friction to avoid the body still has a strong prana to the downward pressure, resulting in his unsteady to pounce to the ground. Dragons fight in the wild. On the contrary, Li Yin is not polite at all. A halberd let Hojo Biao down. Due to the square sky painting halberd tip is relatively heavy, he quickly kicked with the toe of his foot to let the square sky painting halberd head up, while the square sky painting halberd hangs in the midair. The side of the body will be close to the side of the square sky painting halberd lifted up as a stick rotating 360 degrees, and then with a strong wind, once again chopped at the Hojo Biao. Its ways are poor. Chop. Clank dash. The square sky painting halberd rapidly enlarged in the pupils of the eyes, and everyone looked at it in shock, actually worrying about Hojo Biao. And how Hojo Biao did not expect, the square sky painting halberd in the hands of this man was he played like a stick, not only the strength, speed fierce, but also hit the special accurate. He was forced to use the clawed blade on his right arm as a substitute to save his life to block again, and in this way, his whole body's weapon was chopped by Li Yan, and waiting Jiu Biao thought about when he had suffered from such a scene of despondency. Boom! The moment of collision, and then a huge wave rippled out, smoke and dust in all directions, so that the surrounding audience did not know how the battle for a moment, or in have to seriously watch. A moment later, when the smoke dispersed, people actually could not see Lin in the smoke. Where is he? Someone was surprised. The audience line of sight quickly look around to find Lin's trail. They originally thought, just Lin, that halberd split down to make such a big commotion that will be in the smoke and dust recede to see him. The results of the smoke and dust disappeared after the disappearance of other people disappeared, that Hojo Biao is also safe to lie on the ground, just the two arms of the claw knife are broken, face flashing the same bewilderment. Hojo Biao brow crazy jump, the opponent suddenly disappeared into thin air instead of more dangerous, he trembling climbed up. Oh my god, there it is. Suddenly, someone notices something and yells. And following this person's gaze, people discovered that an additional pillar towering over 10 meters high had appeared on this examination site at some point. And on top of that pillar, Lin was holding a square heavenly painting halberd, his eyes closed, feeling a certain breath change in his body. Seeing this scene, the crowd wondered what he was going to do. On the high stage, Huang Luoqing, who was a minister, had already foreseen something, his eyes fixed dead on this action of Lin, and murmured. What's he going to do? Next to him, Ryu owed it to him to understand. Watch while Huang Luoqing didn't say it explicitly, but just inwardly. Shocked Lin this child's ability. On the ground, Yang Jin also looked at Lin without understanding, his left hand stroked his chest and slowly stood up. Tada! Between the quiet, Lin four fingers clasped Fall Tianhua halberd sound resounded, and then grabbed the natural fall from the wooden stick pillar. Messy air currents lifted his hair and clothes, just when people thought that he was going to be so Fong Tianhua halberd from the sky stabbed Hojo Biao. Lin turned his body in midair, his hand let go of the square heavily painted halberd, turned sideways, and with his long leg chopping horizontally, he kicked the tip of his foot on the end of the square heavily painted halberd's halberd. Through and through. Tongue of the fiery tiger. The square sky painting halberd in midair to get fierce foot force, speed sword, as downward galloping tiger, in the Hojo Biao pupil rapidly enlarged. Seeing this scene, Hojo Biao directly stood in place and gave up, already foreseeing his own failure. Is this something people can do? It's unbelievable. Put. The square sky painted halberd from Hojo Biao body legs through and through, and then stabbed into the rear of the ground, vibration issued steel collision sound, the assessment site vibration. Surrounding, the audience seemed to feel a rolling earthquake, the body quickly followed a shake, each hastily grabbed the seat armrests, stabilized his body, and then looked at the scene in surprise. My goodness, what move is so overbearing? This is much more powerful than that Yang Jin using it, it's not even on the same level. Quickly look, Lin stopped, that Gaosong standing on the ground is actually his original gold-framed wooden stick. People looked at Lin at this moment has steadily landed on the flat ground, his left hand to the side of a casual grasp, that stands behind the golden frame of the wooden rod will automatically shrink and become shorter to return to his left hand. Without bothering to give the frozen Hojo Biao more than a glance, he turned away and walked towards Yang Jin. Wait! Hojo Biao called out to him, his face a bit puzzled, you've got a magnificent move, but I don't seem to be in any trouble? Is it because the rules of the examination center do not allow killing that you spared me? Lin paused in his footsteps and didn't turn around, turning his back to him while his gaze slanted at him. Where's your leg? Click. Lin just finished speaking, the naked eye, in the eyes of everyone watching, the original standing nothing Hojo Biao right leg was suddenly cut off, blood splattered, the body uncontrollably sideways fall. Ah! Only then did Hojo Biao, who reacted with his eyes to protrude and fall out like an incredibly agonizing scream that drew everyone to look at him. Whoa! Old Li! Old Li, see! Your son is bullish. Outside the center of Beha City, Yang Wanchuan, who was watching the real-time screen, saw that Lin had helped his son take out such a magnificent bite of air and directly fucked Hojo Biao, and was overwhelmed with emotion. As Huang Luoqing had guessed, Lin had been shocked twice in a row, and those opponents who had originally wanted to beat them up had to pick their targets again at this moment. Lin and Yang Jin spent the rest of the time safely on the battlefield until the number of candidates standing was less than 54, and these 54 people successfully passed the first round of examination. Also at this time, Yang Guangchuan, Li Weiguo, Lu Tianqing and others who learned of this news were happy, and those students who were in the same F class as Li Yan, including Pang Hu, were envious and admiring, and could not wait to directly rush into the examination site now to embrace Li Yan and lift him up. After the first round of examination, according to Huang Luoqing's arrangement, the remaining 54 candidates were not in a hurry to proceed to the second round, but first had to rest for a night on this side of Jiangnan City, and would only continue on tomorrow, in order to better replenish everyone's energy. Night. The moon is dark and the wind is high. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a high-level hotel, Li Yan, Yang Jin and Qianli Fat, three people opened a set of luxury rooms, money and what when Rangely Qianli Fat this mobile wallet to pay. Pang Hu at the moment lying on the sofa, a long sigh of relief, scared me to death, so you guys are this meaning hey, what is tomorrow's assessment? Did Minister Huang say anything? No. Li Yan prepared to take a shower, grabbed his clothes, and looked back at Pang Hu and Yang Jian, say, did you guys hear any strange noises? Strange sound? Hearing the words, Chili Fatty and Yang Jian both perked up their ears, quieted down and listened carefully, but as a result, they couldn't hear anything. Pang Hu then gave up and said, which has what strange sound, this hotel is high, Jiangnan City famous, will not appear those what messy things, is you overthink. Is this so? Although so said, but Li Yan's sight has been paying attention to the movement outside the window at the moment, he always feel that there is something outside the window, like the kind of claw absorption on the glass sound, very light. Without much hesitation, Li Yan entered the bathroom to take a shower, twisting the faucet on, the water flowed with heat clattering down from the top dripping on his smooth body, white mist rising. But with a click a light sound, the ceiling above the ceiling suddenly snap a crack, a huge hairy claw to Li Yan pressure, speed to the extreme. The man who was taking a bath looked startled and ran outside the bathroom naked, shouting frantically all the way, there are wolves. There are wolf claws. A wolf wants to kill me. What's going on? Isn't the person taking a bath Li Yan? Inside the bathroom, at the moment a figure has stopped here, he looked at the figure that just ran out of the bathroom in doubt, he clearly saw as Li Yan with clothes from into the bathroom to take a bath. How to run to go out of a do not know. Still look like a waitress? Surprised? Surprised is right. Hearing this commotion, Pang Hu and Yang Jian, who were originally sitting on the sofa, stood up and came to the bathroom, looking at this person who suddenly barged into the bathroom and wanted to kill Li Yan. Pang Hu exclaimed, worthy of being my Yan brother, this can be predicted. Pang Hu had just finished speaking, and behind him and Yang Jian, the real Li Yan walked out one step at a time, looking at the killer with a flat face. To his surprise, this person was actually Lin Zhongyan, the awakened of the Lone Wolf, the contemporary vice lord of Beha City. Li Yan? Lin Zhongyan didn't care when he saw that he was recognized, he just didn't understand the situation at the moment and was surprised when he saw the real Li Yan appear. Seeing the situation, Pang Hu explained to him, it's very simple, Li Yan has long realized that there are people outside the window, cooperate with you to play a drama, Deputy City Lord. Impossible, I definitely didn't see it wrong, the one who walked into the bathroom was in Li Yan's likeness. Lin Zhongyan said seriously. This was the Wukong change technique, of course Li Yan didn't want to explain it to him, interrupting him and saying, Vice City Lord Lin, did you come late at night to take my life? Hearing Li Yan's question, Lin Zhongyan laughed, laughing without any concealment, since this was the case, it didn't matter to him, not restraining his aura at all, instead, he exuded gusts of, lone wolf, pressure from within his body, You need to explain to a dog to take your life? Tomorrow is the second round of the test, and with your death, your pathway to the test is completely over. In addition, the red longsword you have on you from the Black Dragon is also mine. I know. Buzz a moment, a shocking aura no less than Lin Zhongyan bloomed steeply from Li Yan's body, and in his dark pupils, two golden flames fluttered up from the corners of his eyes, like the lack of clothes dancing with the wind swaying back and forth. Standing on Li Yan's left and right, Pang Hu and Yang Jian were startled by the aura and gave a start, their eyes widened as they looked at Li Yan, their bodies still uncontrollably sidestepped to the sides as they were forced to use their hands to protect their bodies. It was unimaginable that Li Yan had made them physically retreat just by releasing this pressure. Before they completely reacted, they only saw Li Yan slowly close his eyes, his left hand reached to his left ear, a small wooden stick was slowly drawn out by him, getting longer and longer, bigger and bigger, and the swirling golden energy became more and more domineering. When Li Yan opened his eyes again at a certain moment, the gold-framed wooden rod was suspended and stood on his side, his face was firm, and his eyes were plain as he looked at Lin Zhongyan, who had broken an arm. As the Vice Lord of North River City, coming to the hotel in the middle of the night and trying to put me to death, very well, like something you could do, but I'm not afraid either. It's just a curmudgeon, what do you care if my means are clear or not? As long as you die, who will know? Lin Zhongyan shouted, his eyebrows lit up with anger, clearly having been irritated by Li Yan's words. He flung his sleeves, and the lone wolf idol rose vaguely behind him, its pressure increasing once again, with a tendency to cover over Li Yan. Don't bother to talk to you, you should know that being worthy of my hand is a blessing for you. Repay Master well in your next life. Sudden claw. The god statue behind him, Lone Wolf, let out a long whimper, then his eyes released a red light, locking onto Li Yan in front of him, and his huge wolf claws slapped away. This aura is like seawater attacking, from which is mixed with side-like killing. The other party can release the divine beast, divine image. Li Yan is not yet able to, so he clearly knows that Lin Zhongyan's killing move cannot be hard to resist, ordered to let Pang Hu and Yang Jin to both sides of the side to open, and he himself violently retreated backward to avoid the attack. In order to implicate to avoid involving Pang Hu and Yang Jian, Li Yan eyes flashed a light, suspended in his left side of the wooden stick his hand grabbed to become longer, the end of the stick quickly lengthened directly on top of Lin Zhongyan's chest. To fight, go out and fight. With a rumble, the glass outside the hotel's high-rise was shattered by a figure, and the broken glass crackled and fell downstairs. Only Lin Zhongyan was seen gripping the wooden stick in front of his chest, unwilling to let go, despite the fact that his body was constantly flying towards the horizontal surface outside the building, and the harsh cold wind was blowing against the skin of his body surface. What a convenient ability this guy has, he murmured inwardly as he looked down at the air hanging below his feet. Nay, the next moment, Li Yan's body also jumped out of the broken glass window, so that the two of them manually grasped both ends of the wooden stick and fell downstairs together. Inside the hotel, Pang Hu and Yang Jian, who witnessed this scene with their own eyes, changed their colors greatly and quickly came to the mouth of the shattered glass window, their eyes looking down. Li Yan! Pang Hu shouted, his hand somehow already holding a sharp long knife, my fat Qian Li is out, and the two of him jumped downstairs. This is not trusting us. Whatever, go downstairs and take a look. Yang Jin said, they didn't dare to fall directly from this high altitude like Li Yan. In midair, Li Yan and Lin Zhongyan were still descending rapidly. Li Yan was not in a hurry, he had a way to survive, but Lin Zhongyan was different, he had to make an action in advance. When he was less than 20 meters away from the ground, Lin Zhongyan quickly let go of the wooden stick, and then used the lone wolf idol to protect and wrap his body, and like a heavy stone, he fell heavily onto the ground, making a rumbling sound. That's a hard fight. Li Yan did not have to be so troublesome, he put the stick upright and then lengthened, in this way, the bottom end of the stick touched the ground, he then friction along the stick all the way down, control the power peacefully fell to the ground. Because it was at night and Lin Zhongyan didn't want too many people to know that he had personally killed Li Yan for a red long knife and some grudge, he wanted to get rid of him quickly. Li Yan, who was on the opposite side, also knew that even if Lin Zhongyan had broken an arm he was still the vice city lord of Beha City, and his strength was not to be underestimated, so he had to be careful against the enemy. The two sides then entered a standoff, and Lin Zhongyan used his advantage of having the upper hand in terms of speed to not retrieve the lone wolf idol, and used his strength to rush towards Li Yan, looking like he was going to utilize his wolf's mouth to bite. Li Yan's eyes stared, the golden-framed wooden stick enlarged in his hand, directly stuck in the wolf's mouth, but what Lin Zhongyan wanted seemed to be the situation, he manipulated the lone wolf to bite the wooden stick, and even Li Yan rushed into the distance, jumping from high buildings under the moonlight, seemingly intending to shift the battlefield. Understand, Li Yan, also do not stop, this big city fight instead of getting in the way, may hurt innocent people, then go along with Lin Zhongyan's idea is good. Hey! Where is everyone? Just after they left, Pang Hu and Yang Jian appeared on the first floor of the hotel, and as a result, all they saw were just haphazard glass fragments, and they didn't see Li Yan and Lin Zhongyan's figure in the slightest. Changed place to fight. Yang Jian frowned, this Lin Zhongyan really shameless, a vice city lord to bully a student. The next day. The star of the sun rose from the east, and the day turned into another morning. Like yesterday, the Deep Space Fighting Network quota assessment was held as scheduled, and early on, the the person in charge, Huang Luoqing, came to the scene. Today's audience was even larger than yesterday's, with some members of the community scraping together connections and avenues to squeeze into the audience of the examination venue in order to witness it for themselves. Huang Luoqing picked up the microphone this time and said to the 50 or so candidates remaining on the scene. First of all, congratulations to all of you who passed the first round of the test yesterday. As you all know, the second round of the test is a duo match, which can be combined on the spot, or you can discuss it privately on your own in advance. With 54 people, the average split is 27 teams, and only 7 teams, or 14 people, can pass the test at the end of the day. But that 14 doesn't mean you'll get a spot in the deep space fighting network. You'll need to pass my resistance test at the end. As you all know, many candidates have ended up on this resistance test, and if we look at the annual probability of passing, then there should only be about 4 who can pass. While Huang Luoqing was recounting the rules of the second round of examination, on the examination room, Yang Jin, who was holding a square sky painting halberd, took out a phone from his pocket and called Pang Hu. "How about it, Fatty? Did you find anyone? The second round of assessment on my side is ready to start, and without Li Yan, I'll have to be on my own in a group." "Nope, Li Yan didn't know where he was taken by Lin Shinu. I've already used my family connections as much as possible to look for him, but I haven't been able to find him." Pang Hu on the phone replied, "You first hold on alone, wait for Li Yan to come back, otherwise you guys this test is in vain again. The premise is that Li Yan can come back safely that Lin Shinu broke an arm under the Black Dragon, but his own strength is B-level, the fusion degree even broke through 30%, Li Yan is afraid that it is dangerous." Yang Jin worriedly said, "Or else, I don't want this test, let's go together to help Li Yan." Pang Hu flatly rejected, "That won't do. I know Li Yan. He definitely attaches great importance to this examination. Hold your horses, I trust him, he'll be back for sure." "Alright, then I'll spell it out to the best of my ability, but I don't dare to guarantee it. After all, each of these remaining 50-odd people is not an oil lamp," Yang Jin said. With that, the two hung up. Pang Hu entered a deep forest together with his hired bodyguards at this time, looking around in the forest for traces of Li Yan and Lin Shinu sparring. Pang Hu said so on his lips, but he also clearly knew Lin Shinu's strength, and inwardly he could not help but worry about Li Yan. "Li Yan, you have to hold on, buddy, find someone to save you, don't die," Pang Hu said inwardly. Examination site. Silently, someone noticed Yang Jin's side and was curious when they realized that Li Yan, who had partnered with Yang Jin, had disappeared. "Hey, where's Li Yan? Didn't he come today? I just noticed when you said that, isn't Li Yan with that Yang Jin? He actually didn't come today." "Yeah, without Li Yan, how can Yang Jin fight alone? I remember Huang Luoqing said that the second round is a duo, no matter what, if you lose both of you have to fail. Yang Jin's performance yesterday was so, he was quickly brushed off if he was alone." The surrounding audience was murmuring, and it was obvious that more and more people had noticed the absence of Yang Jin's side. On the high platform, Huang Luoqing also noticed and turned around to twist his head to look at Lu Yan. "Li Yan, he didn't come, didn't he rest in Jiangnan City last night?" Willow Yan also frowned, "It shouldn't be, I even contacted him last night, and a few of them stayed at the luxury hotel, did they not get up? I'll make a call to ask." Lu Yao said and called Li Yan. The result was the same as Huang Luoqing expected, no one answered at all. On the Beihai City side, Yang Guangchuan and Li Weigua, who were always concerned about their son, also noticed Li Yan disappearing. Yang Guangchuan frowned and asked Li Weigua, "What's going on?" "My son Yang Jin is still standing in the examination room, old Li, where is your family's Li Yan?" Li Weigua's face floated with worry and shook his head, "I don't know For some reason, Li Weigua's eyebrows jumped, he always felt that something bad was happening. On the side of Beihai University, President Lu Tianqing also noticed the situation and called over to ask his daughter, Lu Yao, and after learning that Lu Yao didn't know either, he couldn't help but worry inwardly. The assessment process encountered assassination. This kind of thing is not unheard of. Lu Tianqing is not too assured. Let Lu owes as much as possible to use the relationship to find. Class F students were also surprised that they couldn't see Li Yan come to participate in the examination on the good old second day, leaving only Yang Jin alone. But that cannot be found. Huang Luoqing seemed to guess what, for The quota suffered a hijacking. This kind of thing has happened quite a lot in my place, and the result will not be too good. He said to Liu, if you want to look for it, go ahead and look for it, and what I'm trying to say is that the deep space fighting grid test doesn't stop just because of the absence of a single person, and if Yang Jin loses, then Li Yan will likewise be disqualified from the quota. I know. Liu yawning face turned to leave. She had to rush to find Li Yan before Yang Jin fell, otherwise this time really white test. Of course, compared to this, she is more worried about Li Yan's safety. After all, Class F has gradually come out under the leadership of Li Yan. If there is no Li Yan, then this class is still the same as the previous, unconfident and cowardly, then she does not need to waste too much time in this class. As Huang Luoqing said, the examination would not stop because of Li Yan's sudden absence. The second round of examination started immediately. The whole field was divided into 27 groups by itself, and Yang Jin was alone in one group. Yang Jin was indeed under a lot of pressure, facing all the opponents that were stronger than him. His hand holding the square sky painting halberd was shaking a bit at the moment. It's okay, Li Yan can, so can I. He inwardly kept giving himself comfort, trying to challenge the limit. Yang Guangchuan had already read the tension on his son's expression, and he was also nervous and worried. I can't, right now. My opponent alone is better than my son, let alone in a 2-on-1 situation. Next to him, Li Weigua didn't say anything. His heart was already panicking at the moment because he didn't know where Li Yan was right now, and there was no way to find him. Yang Jin, right? Where's Li Yan who was with you? Why isn't he here today? As expected, since Yang Jin was missing a teammate, he quickly became the first target of many candidates. The young man who spoke was called Wang Xiyu, a relatively tough person, and his gaze on Yang Jin was full of disdain. Is it none of your business if you come or not? Since he knew that the other party didn't give a good face, Yang Jin wasn't spoiled either. Ha, a D rank, just a piece of trash who was almost hacked to death by Hojiu Biao yesterday. Is he worthy of barking at my dog? Wang Xiyu patted his right hand on his shoulder and shrugged, striding towards Yang Jin. I've seen a lot of people like that, so it's just as well. Take an easy one for practice so I can move my muscles. Seeing that Wang Xiyu was going to make a move, Yang Jin gripped the square sky painting halberd in his hand and stood by it any time, but he still underestimated Wang Xiyu's ability, and the speed of this opponent, who was only one level of talent higher than him, far exceeded him, and came to him in the blink of an eye like a cheetah. Wang Xiyu slammed a square punch into Yang Jin's chin. Yang Jin raised his head in a critical situation, while the Fangtian painted halberd in his hand slashed at his opponent but was dodged just as easily. Wang Xiyu face across, hostility in the eyes flashed, signaled the sight of his teammates. The two jointly launched an attack, and this front and back under the attack. Yang Jin all of a sudden cannot eat, before and after the attack. On the high platform, Huang Luoqing face slightly bland, seems to have a pity color, can't hold on to Li Yan come back, a pity. Li Yan and this Yang Jin I am quite like. After all, in how many years, there has never been a low-level candidate who has performed so well, but it seems to be limited to that at the moment. Hold on, Yang Jin. Hold on, must hold on North River. University's F class and D class, students who know Yang Jin said inwardly. They know that it may be difficult. Staring at the screen, the principal Lu Tianqing gently narrowed his eyes, as if he saw what was already destined to be the result. Papa Yang Guangchuan couldn't seem to get excited even at this moment, worry welling up inside at some point as he watched without looking away. It looks like someone will be able to take the first set soon, or, for a start, color. Next to Lin Shinu, one of the youths guarding her smiled and said, looking indifferently at Yang Jin, who was already injured from the sparring in the distance. Told you so, without Li Yan, his guy wouldn't have survived the first game. Another person said. No, you're wrong too, so what if Li Yan is there? The first youth continued, when you meet Our Lady, it's just a stronger cockroach, it doesn't matter, I was just too lazy to move him before. That's true. Our young lady now has the birds of prey enchantment given by the city lord himself, and is herself an S-rank talent, and has experienced quite a few actual battles, so what is that kid to compare? Still want to fight? Good, it's not my fault if I can't stop. Fierce light flashed in his eyes, seeing Yang Jin so difficult to deal with. Wang Xiyu's heart completely surged with emotions, and his hand was decisive, no longer hidden. The left foot black combat shoes back slightly force, body like a shadow to Yang Jin's side, 5 fingers merge, pinch into a fist shape to attack Yang Jin's right body. Yang Jin had just stabilized his stance at this moment, and seeing the next punch coming, he gritted his teeth and arched his left arm to use his muscles to fend it off. Pfft, those iron pillars stuck into his muscles without hesitation. Yang Jin endured the pain of the injury, his right hand followed the kick the tip of the halberd, that Li Yin had once taught him to quickly lift the head of the halberd, and the 5 fingers rotated with more force. The square heavily painted halberd would then slash at Wang Shiyu's left arm in reverse, similarly traumatizing the other party. Hiss. In order to prevent the Fong Tianhua halberd from completely slicing through flesh to bone, Wang Shiyu took the lead in giving up his attack and pulling his feet back to disengage. Yang Jin was able to breathe a sigh of relief, but just when he thought he was taking a breather, a long needle directly passed through the root of his thigh, accurately avoiding the head of the thigh bone and piercing through all the blood vessels and flesh. Ah! Subconsciously, did not anticipate that there are people behind the Yang Jin shouted out. He then clenched his teeth, rushed forward 2 steps to pull out this iron needle, turned back to want to put the square sky painting halberd to Wang Shiyu's teammates, but at this time, the thigh root of the trauma of the backlash came. He was actually an unsteady body to the ground fell. Not yet. Realizing that to fall is to lose, Yang Jin big tearing shout, the square sky painting halberd tip into the ground, one knee to stabilize the body, pale, big mouth gasping for air, mouth and side of the face of the blood and thigh roots on the blood is still more than. Just this moment, actually let a person from his body to experience the ancient will not be willing to lose the former scene. Man enough, said a man in the audience, whether he won or not, I salute him. It's a shame. You're on your knees, aren't you going to admit defeat? Wang Shiyu wouldn't slow down his offense because of this scene of Yang Jin, and with a hefty smile, he walked towards Yang Jin in triumph. Seeing this scene, everyone knew it was time for it to end. Does it end here? Huang Luoqing stood tall and quietly watched Yang Jin in anticipation of whether or not the other party would be able to stand up, though he also had no idea what standing up could do. I counted, it lasted a total of like 2.5 minutes, not even 3 minutes. The youth guarding next to Lin Shinu was disdainful, looking coldly at Yang Jin. Shouting so loud, I thought I'd make some kind of splash, but it's not going to be a lie down. On this side, facing Wang Shiyu's approaching, Yang Jin slowly closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. At the same time, his right hand was ready to pull out his square sky painting halberd at any time. Even though he couldn't stand up, he was able to make up for the other party at the shortest distance. You don't deserve my recognition yet. Tough talk even to death. Wang Shiyu didn't bother to chat anymore. A healthy step forward, fist with strong wind ruthlessly smashed to Yang Jin's brain door dash. Relatively speaking, Yang Jin's eyes were fixed, and he used his own last strength to pull out his square sky painting halberd. The tip of the halberd was aimed at the other party, making a final struggle. Who dares to touch him? Slam, where dash? The ceiling of the examination venue suddenly came from a violent vibration, and the entire examination venue was shaken, broken and cracked, and the color of the sky followed the light to illuminate the entire venue. A blazing fire like a fire, golden yellow dragon and tiger gas wrapped around the whole body of the golden frame of the wooden stick through and through, breaking the wind pressure, forcing the extreme breath. In the eyes of all the people crashed into the ground, a glance cannot be seen at the end of the wooden stick. Only the shattered ceiling opening and the rising breath indicated that the man had returned. Ah! Ah! Under the shocking vibration, the scene entered a death-like silence until the miserable cry of a man awakened the crowd. The crowd turned their heads to look and realized that it was Wang Shiyu's one leg that was crushed by the gold-framed wooden stick that suddenly fell from the sky, accurately stuck on the ground, and the whole person couldn't break free. On the contrary, it was the Yang Jin opposite to him who was unharmed. Looking at this large familiar gold-framed wooden stick, Yang Jin, who was kneeling on his half-knee, sensed something and slowly raised his head to look at the other end of the stick. Really let him rush back. Huang Luoqing also looked together, only to see that within the line of sight, the gold-framed wooden rod end was slowly shrinking. After half a ring, the end of a whole body is blood, clothing lack of tattered, leaving 3 wolf claw marks on the chest, the pupils of the eyes of the murderous aura vaguely unable to fade away of the youth to follow the wooden stick appeared. Just see his one hand press the end of the stick, the whole person in the crowd's surprised line of sight slowly floated through the mid-air, absolutely stern sealed cold breath swept down the whole field of assessment. It seems that every one of the candidates have felt this breath of him. Silently move away from the line of sight, do not dare to look at Li Li Yan? My god, he actually rushed back. But why is he so badly injured? A student in Class F said as he noticed something. Just experienced life and death, what in the world has happened? Huang Luoqing frowned, saw what was going on, stood on the high platform and murmured inwardly, at the same time was also surprised by this absolute breath of Li Yan. Oldly, your family Li Yan seems to be seriously injured on the side of North River City, Yang Wangchuan said. I know Li Weigua eyes dead stared at those wounds on Li Yan's body, especially the chest that has not been stopped bleeding so far. The wolf claws, inside the hidden ignited emotions, bound to find the people who hurt his son to settle the score. In the line of sight of the crowd, Li Yan's body landed smoothly in front of Yang Jin. At this moment, the golden frame wooden rod was also shrunken, being held by Li Yan one-handed on his right side. He ignored that Wang Xiyu, whose leg was broken by his rod, turned around, walked over and gently stretched out his hand to Yang Jin, who was kneeling on half knee. Long time no see. I'm so glad you didn't die. Yang Jin revealed a hint of a smile, as if his thigh wound had become nothing at this moment. He slowly stood up with the help of Li Yan's hand, then sat down on the ground. I'll leave the rest to you. Good. Without too much hesitation, a light flashed in his pitch black pupils. Li Yan turned back with a gold-framed wooden stick in his hand and took a step towards all the candidates on the opposite side. You don't want to. Wang Shiyu's teammate quickly rushed over from one side. However, Li Yan's gaze as if he didn't see him, looking straight ahead, his right-hand wooden stick lengthening directly topped him on the opposite wall, smashing out a deep pit. The wooden stick again at this moment quickly shortened back to Li Yan's hand, and that person has been sticking to the wall with eyes wide open, feeling that his whole body's bones are scattered. Incredibly, a little bit of downward movement. The audience, including the other candidates, froze instantly. Especially the candidates. This moment actually felt an unprecedented pressure from Li Yan. Interesting. The corners of Huang Luoqing's mouth rose slightly, as if he had predicted the good show to come. Hey! Li Yan! What do you mean? If you take one more step forward, we'll do it. At this moment, the youth guarding next to Lin Shinu noticed that Li Yan seemed to be coming towards them and shouted. However, Li Yan was as if he had not heard. His face was gloomy, and his feet were so powerful with each step, even though his upper body had been blurred with blood. See this scene of the many candidates cannot help at the same time gulp saliva, thought Li Yan. This is what stimulation, feel about to kill them. Even if the examination of Yang Jin was bullied, also do not have to be so, right? No, this person is really here to kill people. After Li Yan approached, Huang Luoqing, who originally wanted to watch the show, actually felt a dangerous aura at this moment, and quickly stepped away from the high platform and walked toward the examination site. Over here, Li Yan was getting closer and closer to Lin Shinu. There was no way out. Having been entrusted by the Lin City Lord, the several youths guarding beside her didn't hide their identities at this time, rushing out one by one to block Li Yan. Fuck off. Li Yan stopped and spoke softly, with only Lin Shinu in his eyes. However, these youths did not take it seriously at all and still attacked him. In that case. With a click, Li Yan's 5 fingers clasped the gold-framed wooden rod. 2 golden-colored flaming energy twists intertwined with each other, aiming at the first youth who took the lead in rushing over, and lifted it upwards. 1. Touch. A moment, the young man only rushed out 2 steps. His chin will be this stick upward, the back heel off the ground, the center of gravity deviated, the whole person is unsteady to stand backward, flip-flopping. 2. A light flashed in his eyes. Li Yan circled back, and the gold-framed wooden stick swept at another one on the left, sending another one away. 3. This time there is no need to rotate the body. Li Yan, with the help of the attack backward, the gold-framed wooden stick through his right side, directly on the chest of the youth behind him. Muffled sound, people fly out. 4. The last one. Li Yan strolled around, did not hurry to do it, his eyes condescendingly swept him. He who wanted to rush up suddenly hesitated, viewing the Li Yan at this moment as a fierce beast. His footsteps could not help but stop. I concede, he said. Li Yan's eyes left him, turned back, continued to approach along Lin Shinu, while the surrounding people at the moment the mouth has been uncontrollably open. What had this Li Yan gone through? Why did he fight so easily? Is it really just one stick at a time? And the last one was too scared to make a move? Jesus. Wait, why did he keep trying to get closer to Lin Shinu? Could it be that he wanted to challenge Lin Shinu? Lin Shinu is the daughter of the North River City Lord. Her herself has the talent of an S-ranked phoenix. Li Yan, he's crazy? What's the matter with him? Doesn't he want to die? Impulsive. Lin Shinu isn't something he can fight right now. Oldly, what the hell is your family's Li Yan doing? What's wrong with him? Yang Guangchuan worriedly said, and where did the injuries on his body come from? Why has his temperament changed so much? I'm watching it with you here, I don't know. Li Weiwei murmured. Li Yan, I'm warning you, take another step forward, don't blame me for being merciless. Seeing Li Yan defeating his guards one by one and continuously approaching towards himself, Lin Shinu could not bear it anymore and pointed the tip of the 100 birds toward Phoenix, gun gifted to him by the Lin City Lord at the tip of Li Yan's nose. The stern aura was telling Li Yan that she would really do it. Your Lin family is sentient? Li Yan stopped his steps and looked blandly at Lin Shinu, the girl he hadn't contacted since breaking up. For the Black Dragon's red long knife can kill me in the middle of the night hotel. Good, worthy of a generation of Vice City Master, your good uncle. Saying that, a wolf seal was pulled out of Li Yan's clothes and thrown in front of Lin Shinu. He is dead, I killed him, anytime you want to take revenge, anytime you want to wait. Buzz dash. These seemingly plain words spat out from Li Yan's mouth, but they exploded like thunder in Lin Shinu's and every person on the scene's head. Vice City Lord Lin Zhongyan was killed? Or by Li Yan? Jesus! How is this possible? Visible to the naked eye, the moment she heard from Li Yan's mouth that she had been killed, Lin Qinyu's double pupils contracted, her mouth opened, and then her anger immediately replaced it, and in her hand, 100 birds towards Phoenix, went straight towards Li Yan. I'll kill you. On the ground, the lone wolf mark refracted light in the daylight. It was a mark that belonged uniquely to her uncle, and the fact that this mark was detached from his body meant that Li Yan's words were not false. Her uncle was really killed. This momentary change drew surprise from the surrounding crowd. What's this all about? Li Yan really killed Lin Zhongyan? And listen to this meaning, that Lin Zhongyan is a generation of deputy city master, its own strength is far more than ordinary Awaken person, will be because of the Black Dragon residual a red long knife and Li Yan to kill all? Even though there are some grudges with that kid Li Yan, there's no need to be so. Headmaster Lu Tianqing slowly exhaled his breath through his nose, believing that this Lin Zhongyan was too persistent and proud, and that things had been done too much. Black Dragon, that red long knife is certainly rare, but disregard the status of deputy city master to high bully low, not martial virtue not to say, but also corrupt reputation. Things are exposed even if alive is difficult to stay in the North River City. This is Lu Tianqing never expected. In the main city of Beha City, the face of City Lord Lin, who had seen this scene with his own eyes, was extremely ugly. For one thing, his younger brother Lin Zhongyan's matter was exposed, and for another, Lin Zhongyan actually died in the hands of that kid Li Yan, which was unbelievable, and that kid must have used some special means. How dare you kill our Vice City Lord, City Lord? I'm going to chop that kid up right now. Within the council hall, a burst of killing intent raged. Seeing the matter get exposed from Li Yan's mouth, the anger of these Lin family squad leaders rose. They didn't believe that even if that Li Yan was more powerful, they would definitely be able to take him down if they went together. How can he kill a deputy city lord just because he wants to? He must pay a terrible price. Be at ease. A mouthful of air was slowly inhaled into the lungs of Lin City Lord, who turned back to look at the people in the hall and... That kid is smart, he didn't hide this matter, but said it in front of Huang Luocheng and everyone else. Regardless of whether it's a success or a failure, it's us who are at a disadvantage right now. If we go out on a limb again, it's bound to draw the wrath of the entire city, unless you don't want to do it anymore. So just let him go? Someone asked. That also must not be possible. A dull light flashed in the eyes of Lin City Lord. The bright one cannot, the dark who knows. Who are you to kill my uncle? On what basis? Ha, I'm laughing, just your Lin family can kill me, can't fight back? Facing Lin Qinyu's unreasonable questioning, Li Yan said, what kind of bullshit reasoning gives you face? If you want to fight, I don't care if you're S-class, as long as I don't die, it's your death. Even if the blood stains all over the body and the injuries are more than that, as long as I, Li Yan, can hold this golden frame wooden stick in my hand, then I will not retreat one iota. Even if you, Lin Shinu, had an S-ranked Phoenix talent and was holding the 100 birds towards the Phoenix, then you wouldn't be afraid in the slightest. Looking at the eyes of the fierce light than their own more and more rising, Lin Shinu completely do not miss the old feelings, depending on Lien as the enemy, 5 fingers one by one buckle in the hands of the gun rod, S-class Phoenix pressure materialized behind the body, flame-like waves such as seawater release. It would be your fault for killing my uncle. With a furious cry, Lin Xinyu's eyes glowed with brilliance, the majesty of the divine sage plummeted like a heavenly descent, and a round of phoenix feather radiance wrapped around her body, and at this moment, everyone at the scene was able to personally experience an S-ranked talent's aura in full bloom. Before Lien was able to advance, the wave that swept over him forced him back by a hair's breadth, and in terms of rank, he was now being suppressed across the board. This is the right thing to do, a clenched tooth, Lien regardless of this. Pressure in the more and more cracked chest wounds, closed his eyes, tried to catalyze his sea of consciousness in the Monkey King, idol and the other side of the Phoenix, resistance. It's useless, I may not be as high as Uncle in terms of overall strength, but if you're talking about rank suppression, you're not worthy of fighting me yet. Seeing that Lien was going to resist, Lin Shinu slowly rose into midair by virtue of her phoenix fur feathers, condescending to Lien and absolutely exerting pressure on him, making it difficult for Lien to move an inch, and the wolf claw wounds left on his chest by Lin Zhongyan became more and more serious. Impulsive, that is still not something Lien can resist. In the distance, Yang Jin could clearly feel Lin Xinyu's aura pressure from such a long distance away, and it was hard to imagine what kind of willpower Lien, who was the lowest ranked, the closest and the most injured, was relying on to struggle on the ground. Lien, what are you doing? No way. At the high platform, at some point, Luo, who had heard that Lien had returned to the examination ground, immediately rushed back to the scene. What she didn't expect was that just as soon as she returned, she saw Lien fighting with Lin Shinu, who was an S rank. The other party is Lin Shinu, is not the current Lien can deal with, and do not act impulsively. Lien has been overwhelmed by anger. Lin Shinu even dared to hit and also suffered such a serious injury. He really isn't afraid of death? I guess I can't fight. Look at him now, he's being suppressed by Lin Shinu to the point where he can't move at all and is struggling. Hey oldly, your family's Lien doesn't look too good. With such a serious injury to his chest, he has to find someone to stop the bleeding immediately or he'll lose too much blood. Yang Guangchuan, who was staring at the screen, said. Li Weigua, who was already worried, couldn't stay at all this time. He turned around and left, looking like he was going to drag his condition to Jiangnan City overnight. This scared Yang Guangchuan, and he hurriedly followed him. Overwhelming both sides of the breath in the collision, Lin Shinu is to occupy the absolute upper hand. The pressure is difficult to stabilize Lien. Under the helpless, Lien clenched his teeth, the golden frame of the wooden stick against the ground to lend strength, but a little bit of excitement in the face. He felt what it felt like to confront Lin Zhongyan before. Under that kind of extreme oppression he was able to kill back. How could he be afraid of you, Lin Shinu? Thinking of this, Lien shouted with reassurance. The Monkey King versus the Bull Demon King. Sun Wukong versus Yang Jin. Integration plus 0.3%. Integration plus 0.3%. Total integration, 11.62%. Come. The moment he felt himself getting stronger, Lian's gaze condensed. The golden-framed wooden stick in his hand took the lead in pulling it out from the ground, and golden-colored energy blossomed in the pupils of his eyes. Twisted energy clusters like a blazing fire rising, Lien against the grain, 5 fingers to press, the figure with the shadow to break the wind, rushed break the layers of restrictions, in Lin Shinu line of sight quickly zoomed in. Eat my stick! What? Lin Shinu didn't expect Lien to be able to break out of her level suppression. She didn't react for a moment and could only subconsciously go for birds of a feather to fend it off. Clang! However, the golden-framed wooden stick was touched with a bow and arrow, and the owner of the bow and arrow showed a surprised look, actually did not expect that as the minister of the Jiangnan City, Deep Space Fighting Network, branch, he was actually touched under the stick, and for a while, he could not distinguish between the winners and the losers. Stop Lien! Huang Luoqing couldn't care so much, shouting loudly trying to wake up Lien. He knew that the current Lien had been attacked by killing, and it was difficult to manage his anger for a while. And I don't know why, he actually felt a trace of magic in Lien. Lian's eyes, which were originally golden in color, appeared a hint of red, shaped like the fires of hell. Is that Minister Huang Luocheng? Gosh, he actually came out to stop it. Ha! Li Yan actually managed to touch base with him? Is that Huang Luocheng's descendant Bao? First time I've seen it. The descendant Bao is out. Hiss, the first time I saw Minister Huang make a move. As Huang Luocheng suddenly helped Lin Shinu to resist Li Yan's stick, the others looked at the scene incredulously. And let the most unexpected is, Huang Luocheng put descent Bao, pulled out that Li Yan for a time can also be offset, and vaguely not downtrend. You know, Li Yan, that artifact so far is just a wooden stick. Seemingly sensing the gazes of the people around him, Huang Luocheng had to be a little more serious, and in his heart, he spat out a curse of good boy. Huang Luocheng fiercely increased his force, and Li Yan, who carried a hint of divine and demonic aura, had to be suppressed by the force in the next moment due to the shock of his chest injury, and was shaken back by Huang Luocheng, falling down towards the distance. Oh no, overexertion. Seeing this, Huang Luocheng hastily converged breath, quickly chased up to catch Li Yan in midair, and then the two landed smoothly, but see, this time Li Yan has fainted K, and then look at his chest and other injuries of the body. Huang Luocheng inwardly cannot help but inhale a breath of air. To be able to spar with me for a moment or two with such a serious injury, I really underestimated you, kid. Murmuring, Huang Luocheng admired Li Yan even more, then turned to look at Lin Shinu, who was still somewhat frozen in midair, and said aloud. Miss Lin, don't be impulsive. No matter what, the fault lies with your uncle first. From Li Yan's point of view, he just wants to guard himself, and you're going to take action with him regardless of the cause. It's your fault. You can't fight with me here today. If you really want to avenge your uncle's death, fine, I won't stand in the way, but at least both sides are standing on a fair fighting ground, not taking advantage of Li Yan's current injury. Saying that, Huang Luocheng also turned his head and blatantly said to all the candidates. Li Yan, I bailed out because he has passed the second round of tests, even the final pressure test, and is now one of our deep space fighting network. Wow, when they heard Huang Luocheng himself say these words, the surrounding audience and all the candidates fell into a stupor, not reacting for a moment, all of them wondering if they had heard it wrong. Li Yan has passed all the tests? Ha 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 ha! Yang Jin, who was sitting on the far side of the plate, suddenly laughed out loud. It's not a shame to be you, Li Yan, so to speak, just came to take a chance on me but accidentally was taken flying. According to the assessment criteria, in a group, as long as one of them passes the test, then the other one can also pass the test, by the way. Now that Huang Luocheng had personally admitted that Li Yan was Deep Space Fighting Network S-Man, then he, Yang Jin, would also be. Yang Jin really did not think that he was just coming to join in the fun, because of his admiration for Li Yan, and chose to adhere to the next, but also at the cost of injuring a thigh through the Deep Space Fighting Network assessment. He felt that he slept tonight and dreamed to be able to be laughed out of his waking hours. At the high platform, originally stood here with a worried face, Luo slowly loosened his hands, and smiled at that Li Yan who was held in Huang Luocheng's arms. Dad's right, this kid is a miracle. Passing the Deep Space Fighting Network test with an F grade is unprecedented, isn't it? Outside of Jiangnan City, Chili Fatty returned to the city with a worried face, while quickly pulling out his cell phone from his pocket to call Yang Jin. Hey Yang Jin. It's not good. Something happened to Li Yan. Peng Hu said, I looked all the way along the depths of the forest with my people, until we found the edge of the cliff, and found that the cliff left a large number of battle traces, and the river even left red blood. I dare to conclude that someone must have fallen in. I'm very afraid it's Li Yan. That river is very deep. My people and I searched for half a day and couldn't find it. I'm now returning to the main city to move help, so don't continue your examination. Come out and help together. It's deep in the forest directly across from the back of Jiangnan City. You should know. What? The originally anxious Peng Hu suddenly paused, his face showing surprise, staring the bodyguard next to him. How? What is it, young master? One of the bodyguards asked. Peng Hu ignored him and seriously asked Yang Jin on the phone, say that again. Li Yan, he already took the Deep Space Fighting Network test? What about Lin Zhongyan? Killed by him. Oh, killed by him. Killed by Li Yan? Holy shit. It turns out that the blood by the river is Lin Zhongyan's. Pang, who reacted, after a long time, took a deep breath and said, "Li Yan brother, my brother Lu." "Ha ha ha. Old Li, stop. Stop. You listen. Look back, Li Yan has won. Took the test place." Yang Guangchuan tugged at Li Weigua, who was hurrying towards Jiangnan City, and Li Weigua paused for a moment, looking back at the distant screen behind him. The screen, only to see the examination room audience jumped. His son Li Yan was also held by Huang Luoqing left the examination room, as for Yang Jin, but also in the staff's support under the one step at a time slowly leave. Seeing this, Li Weigua stopped completely, his face surging with vicissitudes for a moment. Good ah. The dream as a teenager flashed through his mind. How many years have passed? Finally someone has fulfilled the dream of entering the deep space fighting network in his place. This man, his son, Li Yan. Thank you, son. Rarely, Li Weigua actually spoke these inner words to Li Yan, to his own son. After saying that, he no longer continued to look, turned back and continued to Jiangnan City. Li Yan, he was injured, he had to go to a company. Growing up, it was all about them, father and son. Yang Guangchuan hemmed and hawed and followed behind Li Weigua. "Old Li, your family Li Yan passed, my family Yang Jin also passed." At exactly 8:00 a.m. Yanjing time, the next two news items are announced. North River City Deputy City Lord Lin Zhongyan found the body by the Yama River in Jiangnan City at 7:00 p.m. yesterday, and the killer was a freshman from North River University, Li Yan. The superiors took this news seriously and ordered the Lord of Beihai City to submit a report on the relevant responsibilities, telling clearly why Lin Zhongyan launched a sneak attack on a freshman. The second news is that Jiangnan City has conducted the Deep Space Fighting Network quota selection examination as scheduled as in previous years, and now the list has been finalized, and the examination was completely concluded this morning. Among them, it is worth mentioning that Li Yan was personally booked in advance by the Minister of Huang Luoqing branch. At 8 o'clock the next morning, in the hospital, lying on the hospital bed, Li Yan slowly opened his eyes, and what came into his eyes was a completely new environment. Li Yan could see that this was a hospital, just that his head was rather heavy, and he could not sit up for a while, and the wound in his chest left by Lin Zhongyan was a residual sharp pain. Yuan next to him, Yang Jin, who was also sitting on the hospital bed, said to Li Yan, while handing Li Yan the cell phone he was holding in his hand, "This is the official news that has just been released. We have successfully entered the Deep Space Fighting Network." The voice kept coming out from the cell phone. Li Yan slowly stretched out a hand to pick it up in front of him to see. On the top of the list of news officially announced does have his and Yang Jin's name, or Minister Huang Luoqing personally mentioned. "Is your thigh okay?" Gently putting down his cell phone, Li Yan asked Yang Jin. "Harm all right." Yang Jin thigh after special medicine treatment has been able to vaguely stand up. He was pleased to look at Li Yan. "On the contrary, you actually can survive from the hands of that Lin Zhongyan. Look at this injury, suffered a lot of pain ah." A piece of images of the battle with Lin Zhongyan flashed in his mind. Li Yan was not as happy as Yang Jin expected. Instead, his face was gloomy. Almost accounted for it, their black dragon gave him a broken arm. "Otherwise I couldn't win by chance, which means I'm not strong enough." He looked up at Yang Jin. "As I recall, the image I had when I left the examination grounds at the end was of bumping into someone who wasn't Lin Qingyue. Who was he?" "Huang Luoqing, Minister Huang." Yang Jin explained, "It was that guy who blocked you. You are also a head iron. You met him and still so desperate, forcing Huang Luoqing to be a bit more serious, which also led to you fainting with excessive chest injuries. It was him who sent you to the hospital." Li Yan frowned. "I didn't know what happened at that time. I always felt that the sight in front of my eyes turned red, and there was an extra breath on my body that I personally felt unfamiliar." "That's something I'm not sure about." Yang Jin said he wasn't sure. It was also at this time that footsteps came from the door of the ward, and in a short while, a stream of two familiar figures pushed open the door and rushed in excitedly. "Yener! Dad?" Li Yan and Yang Jin spoke in unison, unexpectedly looking at this Li Weigua and Yang Guangchuan who suddenly rushed into the room, completely not expecting it to be their own fathers. "Hey you kid, worried to death about your old me, how's this thigh? Can you still walk?" Yang Guangchuan quickly walked towards Yang Jin. He touched Yang Jin's leg for a while. He hated to hurt Yang Jin. "You're a real person too, running to this Jiangnan city without saying a word, and also your father me looking everywhere." If I hadn't seen you taking the test on the real-time screen in the center city, I would have thought you were missing. But you can, you have the demeanor of your father and I back then. Taking this deep space fighting network spot, good job. That's also thanks to Li Yan. Yang Jin said. Hey. That's true. Talking about this, Yang Guangchuan directly abandoned Yang Jian, walked over and grabbed Li Yan's hand, looking more excited than Li Yan's father, Li Weigua, and Li Yan, you really good You see, now put your father he excited. He, eyes cannot open, into the sand, right? Harmoldly, where to put it, what is there to be embarrassed about this your son? Yang Guangchuan patted Li Weigua's shoulder, signaling him to relax. You gave birth to a good son deep space fighting network quota. TSK, this name sounds loud. In the future, some people want to move your son have to Wei Huan Luoqing he agrees or not. Even if Yang Guangchuan didn't say anything, Li Yan noticed his father's emotions, excitement mixed with worry about his injuries. That's a good point. A slightly unfamiliar voice inserted itself from the entrance of the ward, and the crowd turned their heads to see that it was actually Huan Luoqing himself who had arrived. This man likes to wear a black suit, a serious face. If you look closely, the eyes are like a falcon-like tricky, and he always feels a pressure when looking at him. Seemingly sensing the gazes of everyone in this ward, Huang Luoqing did not slow down and slightly put away a bit of his face as he came in front of Li Yan. Don't worry, I came to see Li Yan's injuries and talk about matters related to our deep space fighting network. But before that, can I ask a question, Li Yan? Minister Huang, please ask. Li Yan said. Huang Luoqing was serious. Why did Lin Zhongyan want to kill you? Because of some personal vendetta, and the long red blade in the hands of the black dragon siren, I guess. The red long knife? Not bad, Li Yan said truthfully. This long red blade has special properties. If it wasn't suppressed, the longer it is exposed to daylight the more lethal it would be. And what Lin Zhongyan doesn't know is that the red long sword is actually gone. It's now become chubby 1,000 miles and was given to a friend of mine, and that kind of rare attribute doesn't exist anymore. No wonder Huang Luoqing's frowning brows spread out a little and exhaled. I actually didn't expect Lin Zhongyan to do this kind of taking away people's treasures in spite of his status as Vice City Lord. No matter what, now you need to be more careful if you go back to Beihai City. You angered Lin Xingyue at the examination hall, plus the people on the Lin family's side won't let you off the hook. What, they've already shown their cards to make a move in the open? Yang Jin, who was on the side, interjected and asked. That's not true, Huan Luoqing said. Right now, the higher officials need a report from North River City City Lord Lin's side on the cause of why Lin Zhongyan did what he did, and what City Lord Lin has claimed to the public is that it was Lin Zhongyan's personal desires and grudges, and that he himself has never given him any execution orders, and promised that in the future, he will be more careful about North River City's enforcer sector to increase its management. Nice camouflage pretext, commented Yang Jin. Although I'm not in the same city as City Lord Lin, we're considered colleagues, and I'm not in a position to say much about this kind of thing until I'm 100% sure. After thinking about it, Huang Luoqing changed the topic and looked at Li Yan and Yang Jin. In this way, I'll tell you about the basic information of the deep space fighting network, just in case you don't understand anything when you enter. First of all, the deep space fighting network, which exists as the most recognized virtual path for cultivation in our Chinese country, is not managed by the National Executive Department, and is under the jurisdiction of the Department of Deep Space, which is exclusively outside the country. To put it simply, the Deep Space Fighting Network is a virtual space cultivation ground built through virtual network technology, which can restore the battlefield and fighting images 100%. So far, it's been divided into the War History category, the Mythological Battlefield category, the Heavenly Court Chaos category, and finally the Undersea Scourge category. What? Son, how come I don't understand any of it? Next to him, Yang Guangchuan, who was listening together, was full of questions. Huang Luoqing smiled. These are the 4 major classifications of the simulation. There might be more later, but these are the only 4 that have been developed for now. Let's start with this, War History class. What exactly is simulated in it? Li Yan asked, and he was listening carefully. How should I explain this? Huang Luoqing was a bit embarrassed as he tried to ask, say, have you guys ever entered the ancient battlefield? Pang Hu and I have entered the outskirts of the ancient battlefield, does that count? Yang Jin said. It's just the periphery of Huang Luoqing's side. The periphery can only be considered the tip of the iceberg in the ancient battlefield. In this case, it's difficult for me to explain to you guys for a while. You guys get your injuries back as soon as possible, and I'll personally take you guys into the once war history category. After Huang Luoqing left, Li Yan and Yang Jin entered a period of recuperation and rest. During this period of time, Pang Hu, Yang Guangchuan and Li Weigua took turns to take care of the three, and the class teacher, Lu Yan, also occasionally came to visit. Since he had seen too many miracles from Li Yan, the current Lu Yu became determined inside and no longer doubted. Li Yan, you can't walk the dark path alone now, the Lin family's gang has been staring at you. Today, Yang Jin felt that he was almost well, got out of bed and moved around. Nothing serious, said to Li Yan. He came to the window and gently sniffed the fresh air outside with his nose. I think, sooner or later, you have to fight with the Lin family's people. Are you afraid? If I say I'm afraid, what will you do? Li Yan's face was flat. At this moment he was able to sit up straight. He lifted the clothes on his chest to check the wound on his chest and found that it was almost healed. I'll keep you company. Reason. Well, Yang Jin seriously pondered, seems a little difficult to say, how to say, these days with you to get along with down, think you this person is not bad. Yang Jin turned around, words of strength, though low level, make me admire. What if I say I'm not afraid? Li Yan said. Ha, let's make a big mess then. A trace of excitement flashed in Yang Jin's eyes, so what if you're a Generation City Lord? So, what if you're a generation of S-class gifted Phoenix awakened? Who says that we D-rank talents can't change our destiny against the heavens? I don't know why, but I always feel that my ability is far from being limited to this, and the same goes for you. Your feeling is right, Li Yan said inwardly, and just at this time, the ward was once again pushed open. Rather than recognizing them, it was two uniformed workers, one of whom spoke to Li Yan. The wound is almost healed, right, and you were sent by Minister Huang to enter the Deep Space Mansion to meet him. Good. Li Yan and Yang Jin looked at each other in the same way and went out to follow. Deep Space Building. As usual, Huang Luoqing stood in the office of the high-rise, looking through the window at the window under the people coming and going in the city road, as if out of the mortal world. Behind the doorway, several footsteps stepped in and a voice came out. Minister, the man has been brought. Huang Luoqing slowly turned around and saw Li Yan and Yang Jin, so he waved his hand for the two staff members to retreat. Come in. Huang Luoqing said to Li Yan and Yang Jin. Li Yan and Yang Jin walked in and stood in front of Huang Luoqing, only to see Huang Luoqing walk to a wall, 5 fingers pressed on the wall. Not long after, the room issued a drop sound, a technological sensor appeared on the wall, slowly protruding. Huang Luoqing then put his hand on the upper side of the induction. Not long after, the room tiny vibration, the wall appeared a gap. The gap slowly moved to both sides to open. Li Yan and Yang Jin, this is to see that this is a door. Without hurrying to walk in, Huang Luoqing turned to Li Yan and Yang Jin and said, You're now members of the Deep Space Fighting Network. Come over and record your fingerprints, and afterwards, I'll take you to the Deep Space Hall. Li Yan and Yang Jin nodded and immediately walked over to record their fingerprints. Okay, follow me. Huang Luoqing entered the door, which was obviously an elevator descending downwards, but with double doors. Li Yan and Yang Jin walked in, the front door closed, and the elevator descended all the way down for more than a minute, stopped, the back door opened, and Huang Luoqing led them out through the back door. After coming out, the dazzling light first hit Li Yan and Yang Jin's face. These two did not adapt in advance. It was difficult to open their eyes for a while, until after a while to ease over. When you look around, you are greeted by a hall of technologically rich space. In that hall, a pillar of refracted light stood, and every now and then someone entered those pillars, and every now and then someone came out, which made Yang Jin suspicious. Yang Jin asked, What are these dark, glossy pillars? And so big. They are where you enter the simulated cultivation grounds. Huang Luoqing explained before leading Li Yan and Yang Jin to one of the pillars. This pillar has a wall of doors, again requiring biometrics for entry. I'll open it with my permission first so that I can access the 4 categories, whereas for you newcomers it's only the V-War History category, and Mythic Battlefield category, that are currently open. Huang Luoqing said. Li Yan and Yang Jin didn't say anything, waiting for him to carry out biometric identification, and then followed him into the interior of the pillar. Honestly speaking, the two of them had seen this kind of thing for the first time. If Li Yan had to describe it, what was here was stronger than the holographic projection plus VR that he had seen in his previous life, and it always felt that there was a certain mysterious force mixed in this technology that had been maintaining the normal operation of this deep space hall. After coming in, without waiting for Li Yan and Yang Jin to observe too much, they only saw Huang Luoqing standing in front of them casually waving his hand, and a virtual projection screen appeared in front of him. Let me show you this, War History class, simulation first. If you choose to enter this trial ground to cultivate, you will encounter many, ancient battlefield, god generals. Huang Luoqing said as he operated. As we all know, the old god generals are much lower grade than the mythic gods in the future. But these old gods born in the ancient battlegrounds are expensive in number and in a one-to-many relationship. A pair of many? Yang Jin didn't quite understand as he listened. It's that one awakened person can awaken multiple ancient battlefield god generals, while mythological god generals can only awaken one. Huang Luoqing gave an example. Well, for example, Yang Jin, what is the god general you awakened? Me? Yang Jin immediately touched the back of his head. My situation is a bit special. That day during the awakening ceremony it kept prompting me to be ranked D. It didn't indicate exactly what kind of divine general, it only identified the divine beasts, just like these two are going to choose my body together, competing with each other. Alright, then take Li Yan as an example. Huang Luoqing changed people. Li Yan awakened a divine beast, a monkey, and if he can get the favor of the old god generals by entering the ancient battlefield, then he can additionally awaken the old god generals, such as the old god Lubu, the old god Xiao, the old god Zhao Yun, and so on. It's a one-to-many relationship. As long as you don't run into a super tough mythic god general, you can have a place to survive even if you awaken multiple ancient battlefield old god general leaders in one person. So Yang Jin understood. But he had a doubt. How do you know these things? And Yang Jin turned to look at the war history category, cast screen poking out in front of Huang Luoqing. Why can't I read any of the history depicted on this? What? I'll read it. Daming Dynasty, Battle, Toyotomi Hideyoshi's Battle of Wanli Joseon, briefly approximate. In 1585, Toyotomi Hideyoshi he united the Japanese nation against all odds from being a commoner and sent a letter to Joseon's king Seonjo, Ri-jin, in 1590 that he was going to attack the Daming. In 1592, the Japanese, under the leadership of Governor Konishi, 160,000 generals attacked the Deming by way of Korea. You guys, look, what does this say? Why can't I read it? In Yang Jin's mind, the history he could remember was not like this, especially this dynasty called Daming Dynasty. They had never heard of it at all. If that's the case, then why did Huang Luoqing say it was a piece of history? How did they know? How many more secrets are hidden in this deep space department? However, without waiting for Huang Luoqing to reply, Li Yan, who was standing next to him, sank his eyebrows as he came up and directly pushed Yang Jin away to stand next to Huang Luoqing. I'm sorry, Minister Huang, can I see some more? Li Yan asked. Huang Luoqing was a bit puzzled, but still nodded and took a step back. Li Yan's gaze has been tightly staring at the historical fragments on this. Damn, this is not the Huaxia Daming Zhu Yuanzhang personally created. Toyotomi Hideyoshi? Mr. Konishi? This is the history of Daming at that time. Actually come to this other world. What is going on? Puzzled, Li Yan closed the current history clip and randomly pulled out another piece of history to look at it and read it silently while doing so. Period. 3 Kingdoms of China, Battle of Red Cliffs, brief approximation. The Battle of Red Cliffs, also known as the Battle of Wulin, was a large-scale battle in which the allied forces of Sun Quan and Liu Bei defeated Cao Cao at Red Cliffs at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, and one of the famous battles of China's history in which the few won over the many, and the weak won over the strong. Sure enough, reading here, Li Yan felt that he didn't need to read on. The fact has basically been true. This is the history of the previous life of Huaxia. It was also at this time that Li Yan had a hidden guess within his heart. And without waiting for him to ask, Huang Luoqing, who was beside him, saw something in his expression and said to him, "You guessed it right, all of these deeds came from the Ministry of Deep Space, Book of Ancient Saints. It's this book that says so. and all of our knowledge of the ancient battlefield, and the generals of the old gods, came from this book. It's just that a book is a book after all, and we don't know nearly enough about it. But that's okay, you don't need to know too much to enter the simulated trial grounds, you just need to go in and enhance yourselves. Where is this Book of Ancient Saints? Who wrote it? Li Yan asked. The Book of Ancient Saints is the highest level of existence in our Department of Deep Space, and has always been under seal and suppression. Huang Luoqing explained, it was suppressed by the one who wrote him and could not be relocated, so it could only be offered for posterity to peruse. As for the person who wrote about him, he is equally in a mysterious body, Huang Luoqing said, but what I can tell you is that, if divided according to the two realms of life and death, he is no longer in the current world, which is already the limit of what I can know. Sure enough, Li Yan murmured, he thought to himself, maybe there is another ancestor before him had been here, just a long history, in this almost become a mystery. Huang Luoqing didn't waste too much time on such matters as he said to Li Yan and Yang Jin. Well, you guys probably have an idea of the war history category, do you need an introduction to the others? Or are you guys figuring it out on your own? Let's see for ourselves. Li Yan said. Yes, later on, you can choose the War History class and Mythic Battlefield class for the first novice trial simulation. Huang Luoqing turned around and was about to leave. A word of caution is to follow the order as closely as possible. The order progressively increases in difficulty from low to high, and never pick a high sequence until you feel you are sure. Li Yan and Yang Jin nodded and watched the other party leave. So, are we going to enter one together to try? Yang Jin's face appeared eager and impatient. Anyway, I can't remember even if Minister Huang says too much. Things still need us to break into them personally, don't you think so? Li Yan nodded, then which classification to choose? According to what Minister Huang just said, we are newcomers, we can only choose the War History class and Mythological Battlefield class. Only these two classes are open to newcomer trial simulation sites. It should be sequence 01. TCH, I'm not too interested in History of War, how about Myth? Yang Jin said. Could be. Recognize it then. Yang Jin came up for biometric identification and used his authority to summon the Mythic Battlefield class, virtual passageway door. Looking at the blue airflow that was like a vortex, he smiled. That's kind of funny, I'll go ahead. Yang Jin walked in, and Li Yan didn't hesitate, stepping into the door of this passage together. The environment inside the door was very odd, and upon entering it seemed as if he had entered a vast starry sky, with rows and rows of serial numbers appearing directly in front of him. Recalling what Huang Luoqing had just reminded him of, the serial number 01 should have been chosen if he was a newcomer. Li Yan reached out and gently went to press 01, steeply, dazzling white light came to the face, they could not see anything. Deep space building. Top of the floor, surveillance room. A bucket of instant noodles was brought over from the dull light and the owner holding it said happily. Harm, the days when we can get paid just by sitting in the monitoring room are really comfortable. Come on, let's dry a bucket of noodles together. As long as those buggers don't make a mess of things we'll be fine. Nonchalantly, the staff member in yellow took the bubbly and prepared to eat it with his partner on duty. Just not long after taking the bubbly, the monitoring light column of 01 in front of him suddenly blazed red. The alarm sounded. It startled the two of them. What's going on? The two panicked and put away their noodles, looking seriously at this 01 serial number light pillar. One of them opened his eyes wide and said, "Isn't 01 a newcomer trial simulation site? How could it report a high-risk alarm? Report to Minister Huang immediately. The office where Huang Luoqing is located." The clock on the wall was ticking away, and Huang Luoqing, feeling that it was about time, got up, pushed back his seat, and prepared to go downstairs for a dinner. It's been a while since I've had some hot folk food, and Huang Luoqing remembers a pig's foot rice that's not bad. Warning! Warning! Mythic Battlefield class, simulated trial ground number 01 has a high-risk judgment. Huang Luoqing, who was just about to step into the elevator, changed his expression. What's going on? Minister Huang. Also at this time, the two staff members of the monitoring room quickly came and shouted at Huang Luoqing from afar. What's going on here? How did serial number 01 report a high-risk judgment? Isn't this a newcomer simulation trial site? Huang Luoqing asked anxiously as soon as he saw the two of them. We don't know either, but guessing, it's a dangerous mutation in the simulated trial site. A staff member said as he led Huang Luoqing to the monitoring room. According to our observation, since Li Yan and Yang Jin, the two newcomers, entered simulated trial site 01, our deep space technology, control over the simulated trial site has loosened for a moment, as if it was invaded by a certain mysterious force across the board, but it's still within control. This power is very overbearing. He came from the high-risk simulation trial site, and it's reasonably far beyond the reach of newcomers. The three of them gradually arrived at the door of the monitoring room, and Huang Luoqing said with a deep frown. Do you mean that a high-risk god across the domain, deep space technology, S-control forcibly forced away the guardian creatures of simulated trial site 01 and took their place? This kind of thing rarely happens. What was the name of that god? Let's see. The staff immediately came to the control technology. Backstage, carefully checking the breath released by this god, not long after the face is extremely pale, Oh no! It's him! Seeing the ugly faces of his men, Huang Luoqing immediately came forward to see for himself, and the next moment was no better. It shouldn't be, he has always been a peaceful god, how could he become so agitated? What has he seen? A cold sweat gradually appeared on Huang Luoqing's forehead, although he didn't know the details, but according to the records of the Book of Ancient Saints, this god wasn't simple back then, he was the high and mighty god who guarded the southern heavenly gate of the heavenly court. This is not something that the two newcomers, Li Yan and Yang Jin, can deal with. This is trouble. Beside, another staff member said. They all knew that once they entered the classified simulation light pillar, although the body of the trialist remained inside the light pillar, the mental body had transcended the light pillar and entered the simulation world, and the people in the outer field could not interfere. The death of a trialist in a simulated trial site does not result in actual physical death, but it does result in mental trauma, and if it is extremely severe, it reaches the point of being incurable. And once there is a serious spiritual problem, the person is basically useless. What now? The staff asked Huang Luoqing, who had a silent look on his face. Of course he couldn't give an answer except to wait. Hospital. Lu Yan today bought some fruit, along with a few students in the class to visit Li Yan, just to come to the hospital room when found Li Yan and Yang Jin. Two people are not there. The quilt on the bed is also folded neatly. Having no choice but to go to the hospital nurses to inquire, Lu Yao learned that Li Yan and Yang Jin both had been discharged at noon today. In that case I'll call Minister Huang's side and ask. I guess it's in the deep space mansion. Lu Yandin took out his cell phone from his pocket to call Huang Luoqing, while his classmates next to him waited quietly. Not long after, Lu Yandin got through to Huang Luoqing. She asked. I heard the nurses in the hospital say that Li Yan and Yang Jin and the two of them have been discharged. Are they on your side? How is their condition? Have their injuries healed? It's on my side. The situation then, Huang Luoqing paused, but chose to say it anyway, is not very good. Not so good? Willow Yan's face changed. What's wrong? Seeing this change in Willow Yan, the students next to her were also slightly worried. I only saw Huang Luoqing say truthfully, I had them come over today to try to enter newcomer simulation trial site 01 so that they wouldn't be unfamiliar with it in the future, but then there was an accident in the process, and a god general forcibly intruded across the region into site 01 with his own intent, as if he was stimulated by something. Lu Yao's brows furrowed. Can it be that Li Yan or Yang Jin has what that god general wants on them? I'll ask my dad. By the way, what is the judging stage of that god general? High risk. High risk. Lu Yan's pupils rapidly contracted. Then wouldn't Li Yan and Yang Jin be in danger? They can't handle that kind of judging level at all. Huang Luoqing was silent. This was indeed out of his expectation. It was his dereliction of duty. Lu Yan turned to call her father Lu Tianqing. This side of Lu Tiancheng is in the principal's office to deal with the documents. Heard Li Yan and Yang Jin this situation for a moment to pause pen. Really? He asked excitedly. Why would I lie to you? Minister Huang said it himself. What now? I remember that the simulated trial field cannot be aborted midway once it's completely entered, unless it's those old guys from the Deep Space Ministry who come. Lu Yan said. Lu Tianqing's face was gloomy. Those old guys definitely won't come for such a small thing. This is trouble. Lu Tianqing couldn't make up his mind either, and could only pin his hopes on the two Li Yan and Yang Jin. For a while he dealt with the mood of the documents or no longer. The old face welled up full of worry. After all, he is also the first time to see Li Yan, this kind of child. Do not want to let him die prematurely. Knowing that there was nothing his father could do, Ryu Yan rushed to the Deep Space Mansion with a few students. There wasn't much she could do, but at least she could wait at the closest distance. Time passed. Chili Fatty came to the hospital, but the result was the same as Lu Ode, did not see Li Yan and Yang Jin. After inquiring about it, he went straight to the Deep Space Mansion. It was a mistake at the mock trial site, not my intention. I just arranged them to the newcomer sequence number. Next to him, Luo also came out to help explain. Minister Huang is right, he's worried too. It's not something he intentionally arranged. That's finished. Peng, who was really anxious, he had heard from his old man how this high-risk stage and above of the divine generals were like, that Li Yan and Yang Jian couldn't possibly beat it. Isn't there a power restriction suppression by those old guys from the Deep Space Ministry? How can that god general invade across domains? Peng, who asked Huang Luoqing, no matter what, it can't completely cross domains, right? Even if they can't fully cross the domain, if it's that divine general, a wisp of his divine soul can still make Li Yan and Yang Jian look like enemies. Huang Luoqing said. Who is he? Peng, whose family background was still quite large, although he hadn't been able to read this Book of Ancient Saints with his own eyes, but for the god generals that had already appeared he more or less still understood. Taking a small breath, Huang Luoqing said. Erlang Shen Shengjun Erlang Shen. Peng, who blanched, that's over. Due to the unusual change in the 01 simulated light pillar trial site, many of the Deep Space Department disciples who had exited the light pillar stopped and gathered in the Deep Space Hall to observe. That's the newcomer who just joined this year's session, right? It's not very lucky, the mutation happened right after he came in. A person said. It's a bit miserable, huh? I heard that it's still a high-risk cross-domain coming in to get a heavy hit on the mental body. It can't be helped. Once the simulated trial site is opened it can't be stopped midway. We can only hope that those two newcomers will be more lucky and that the god will be merciful. While these people were discussing, in the 01 simulated trial site, Li Yan and Yang Jin's mental bodies were transported to an unfamiliar zone. It was a wasteland, with no surviving weeds on the ground, just scorched earth with black smoke swirling from time to time. This moment to Yang Jin dry confused, this domestic and foreign? Hell or earth? Li Yan lazily ignored him and walked forward. Let's go, break into the new map like a game. According to Minister Huang, this is only the 01 newcomer trial ground, there shouldn't be any major dangers, it's just for us to acclimatize in advance. Also, Yang Jin was relieved to hear that, together with Li Yan, the novice village is just, how many come to fight how many? Go, let's go to find a few monsters to fight. I used to play the game, usually enter the novice villages to fight those low-level monsters to upgrade, and then go to challenge the village's small boss. After he is finished, you can go out of the village. You shouldn't be as good at the game as I am, buddy. Tanto generation, let's give you a hand. Fart. I could play you with my feet. You piece of shit. Li Yan stopped. How about a little reality? Yang Jin's face was embarrassed. A game is a game, reality is reality. Boom dash. Look out. In the midst of idle chit-chat, a huge pressure came from the vault of heaven, causing the ground to shake violently. Li Yan grabbed Yang Jin's hand at this time, his left hand reached to his left ear and drew out his long stick, thrusting it into the ground in a death grip. Also at this time, the storm that swept the ground, sand and dust from the front of the storm blowing, Li Yan and Yang Jin's body was this airflow was instantly rolled up. If not for Li Yan's right hand grip the stick that was deeply rooted into the ground, the two people do not know where to be blown to. Li Yan. Can Li Yan hear me? What the hell is this? Why is there suddenly a storm? Yang Jin, who was pulling Li Yan's feet in death behind him, shouted. How would I know? I haven't seen any novice village with such a harsh environment. Just a storm almost dried us both out. Li Yan replied. It was a difficult process, but after a few minutes of perseverance the storm subsided, and it was as if someone from out of the sky had blown a breath of air into the ground. "Is it all right?" After stopping, Lin pulled out the wooden stick inserted into the ground and asked Yang Jin. "It's fine, just got startled," chatting while almost got blown away by the gale. Yang Jin also vaguely felt the unsettling atmosphere, and took out the square sky painting halberd in advance, he guessed. "Looks like the town guard monsters from the newbie village are coming out to fight us, so be careful." Well, Lin just nodded his head, but in the next second he had a premonition that something had appeared above his head. He and Yang Jin both looked up sharply, and in an instant their eyes widened. This is. Never mind what it is. We'll die if we don't dodge this knife. This time it was Yang Jin who yanked away Lin and ran towards the big mountain next to him. "Damn it, I'll definitely complain about that guy Huang Luocheng after I go out. This is not like a place for a fucking novice trial. It's not even this hard for me to play the game." Lin ran while paying attention to the behemoth that landed in the sky. It was a weapon that was very similar to the one the man used, just that it was too far away to see it clearly. However, the fact was quickly confirmed in the next few seconds. Lin and Yang Jin did not run out of many meters. The weapon that fell from the sky clank sound, a knife into the ground. All of a sudden the ground shook with broken rocks. Smoke and dust rose in all directions. A volatile pressure rippled from the center of the range type, separated by a long distance. Lin and Yang Jin can also feel its oppressive force. So strong Yang Jin realized that at this moment, his right hand was actually shaking uncontrollably, and he tried his best to suppress his inner tension. What kind of boss is this? Before Lin had the chance to reply, above that sky dome, a shocking bolt of light opened the clouds, and the originally dark earth was completely illuminated at this moment. It was accompanied by an extremely suppressed voice. "Stinking monkey, you finally came after so many years of not seeing each other. How is this blade of mine?" "You are?" Lin knew that the other party was shouting about himself, but the other party's aura was too big, and he looked up to see that all he could see was a god general with an upright posture and a dazzling golden light. Overbearing and determined, as if he had a natural enmity towards himself. In the airflow, a golden light flashed in the eyes of the golden light god general. His left hand gently sucked towards the ground, and the three-pointed, two-bladed sword that had landed from the dome of the sky was pulled away from the ground and shrunk back into his hands, vibrating with a clang. Wild monkeys are wild monkeys after all, and their stubborn nature will certainly not be able to remember the year. With a slightly sunken brow, Yang Jin's left eye fluttered with an arc of light, and between swallowing and exhaling, he came to Lian's left side like a shadow of light, and the three-pointed, two-bladed knife in his hand swiftly slashed at Lian's side. The sound of breaking wind appeared in the right ear. Lian's pupils quickly contracted, both hands one on the other holding the gold-framed wooden stick to resist. Click, the moment of collision, the three-pointed two-bladed knife as if there is no obstruction like slapping on Lian's chest. The gold-framed wooden stick also broke at this moment. Lin flew backwards. He showed mercy in midair. Lin didn't look too good. Searching for this god general should just want him to fight, not a real massacre. In that case, Lin slowly closed his eyes. Even though his body shape backed up in the messy airflow, he did not move. Let go of everything. "What's wrong, demon monkey? Now you can't even resist one of my divine souls." In the distance, after God General Yang Jin slashed Lian's gold-framed wooden rod, a look of loss flashed in his eyes, and with a stomp of his feet on the ground, his entire body rushed toward Lin in midair, bringing up golden arcs. "How many years has it been, meat? That's all you're capable of? Where's the courage you had back then to make a fuss in the sky?" Approaching Lin, the tip of the three-pointed and two-bladed sword refracts golden light points, shaped like the fire that breaks through the air and is ready to be launched. Blazing with flames, Yang Jin holds it, and nonchalantly stabs at Lian's forehead. The stern aura approached Lian's forehead. At this moment, Lin, who had tightly closed his eyes, finally opened his eyes. The golden light in his pupils blossomed, and the broken gold-framed wooden rod once again resumed in his hand, as if it was even stronger. "Yang Jin!" Angrily shouting, Lin was not afraid, regardless of whether he was a god or a devil, swinging his head. Seeing that Lin had such a momentum, Yang Jin instead showed his excitement, and the three-pointed two-bladed sword in his hand stabbed out even more recklessly. "That's more like it." For a moment, in the pupil of the ground Yang Jin's eyes, the gold-framed wooden rod and that three-pointed two-bladed sword each with a golden light flashing shrinking about to touch each other. But just at this time, Lin had a sudden change of heart. He knows that now he is definitely not the opponent of this Yang Jin in a heart-to-heart touch, so... When he was about to touch, Lian's gold-framed wooden stick brushed and hovered on his right side, and he did a front flip by stepping on it with both feet, successfully jumped the stick to Yang Jin's back, and held the gold-framed wooden stick with his left hand and hit Yang Jin's back with a stick. Seeing such a change, Yang Jin did not move and let Lin hit the stick. After the stick, he turned to Lin as if nothing had happened. Sure enough, you're still the same scoundrel you were back then. Hey, are you misunderstanding something? Look carefully, I'm not the Monkey King, I'm just his awakened one. Because Lin couldn't levitate in midair for as long as Yang Jin, his body kept falling, and eventually he could only lengthen the gold-framed wooden rod all the way down. Same thing, demon monkey, he was already not good, let alone his successor. With a wave of his arm, Yang Jin lazily chased after him, and his three-pointed, two-bladed sword hovered above his head, with the tip constantly having red fiery energy drifting and converging in the center, as if it were a depicted red, with killing opportunities blossoming. At the same time, the surroundings seemed to sense this divine power of his. The wind and clouds surged, the ground rose up with sand and dust, and there seemed to be tornadoes protruding all over the place, and thunder flashed. My mom, which has a full-level boss bullying a newcomer, ground. Yang Jin dead grip in his hand Fall Tianhua halberd. This moment he wants to help Lian's favor, but that enemy is suspended in the sky, he cannot reach. Lin had landed on the ground at the moment, feeling the three-pointed two-edged blade in midair that had its tip aimed at his head, and now indeed felt an unprecedented pressure. He also did not expect that this is just a divine soul of Yang Jin will have this kind of ability, if it is the peak state. The merged corners of his mouth suddenly grinned, and Lian's face revealed a hint of excitement. Then I really want to touch it. In the face of this situation, Lin is not afraid. Black eyes in the golden light once again, in the sea of consciousness, the Wukong god statue in this moment completely triggered. This Wukong god statue is also forceful, as if sensing that there is a former rival outside, become violently shaking up, as if to give Lin the power of the fusion of 11.62% of the degree of his present completely. Then try this. Lin suddenly merged his hands into Buddha, sitting on the ground, the gold-frame wooden stick placed on his hands above the elbows, the heart of the silent chant. Bang bang bang, three loud sounds issued, three identical Lin doppelgangers steeply appeared in the surrounding side-by-side sitting. 4 elephants in one. Change. For Lin dispersed around, an angry shout, their hands of the golden frame of the wooden rod at this moment has become large, from the ground to the mid-air extension, under the sky to sea, like a standing 4 heavenly pillars. Hidden waiting for the three-pointed two-edged sword that fell from the sky. On this side, Yang Jin in the mid-air was a bit pleased with Lian's stance, but only because of this, his eyes flashed with red light, and at the next moment, the three-pointed and two-bladed sword was pulled by his power, and plunged towards Lin on the ground, accompanied by a long whistle. Heavenly punishment. Monkey 4 prime dash. Including Lian's real body, the ground 3 Lin together swung out of the hands of the big stick, with fiery golden light, dragons and tigers winding, breaking the clouds, treading the shattered air, pointing directly at the divine weapon that fell from the sky. It is a god or a devil, a success or a failure. One stick and you'll know. Warning. Warning. Sequence 01 is unable to carry the high energy burst, the simulated trial site is breaking up. Warning. Warning. It's no fun hearing this kind of alarm in the blink of an eye, God. General Yang Jin withdrew his aura. He didn't want to destroy this original trial site because of himself. Below, Lin also heard the siren, and when he saw Yang Jin closing his aura, he also immediately removed his doppelganger and suppressed the gold-framed wooden rods to retract them, finally leaving one standing on the ground. He stood at the top of this wooden stick, face-to-face level with Yang Jin. You're still too weak, Yang Jin idle's mouth opened and closed, far. Less than the demon monkey back then, too disappointing to me. This trial site is too fragile, I'll wait for you at the high-risk, simulated trial site. Not waiting for Lin to reply, he turned to look at Yang Jin below the ground. Is that the human who awakened me, just like you? The physical quality is too poor, my power can't just be limited to this D level. Back then there was an ancestor who could at least open my eyes in the sky, this kid, I don't recognize. On the ground, Yang Jin, who heard the words, sank his eyebrows. For one thing, he didn't realize until now that the idol in his sea of consciousness that stood side by side with the snarling dog was the Yang Jin in front of him, and for another, the other party didn't recognize him. Although the other party was only a divine statue appearing in this world, the residual thoughts would still be accompanied by a certain human consciousness, and if they were not recognized by the god himself, then even if they were awakened to him, they would not be able to fully develop. Let's put it this way, I am not a desperate man, take this, and I will see you again later if I can gather it all together. When Yang Jin was about to disappear, with his remaining consciousness, he gave the three-pointed and two-bladed sword in his hand to Yang Jin on the ground, and finally disappeared. Yang Jin caught it in a hurry, and by the time he got this three-pointed, two-bladed sword the Yang Jin idol in midair had already disappeared, leaving behind an afterglow, and it was obvious that he had already consumed his energy for so long across the realm, and had to return to where he was supposed to be. Seeing this, Lin didn't continue to stay in midair, shortened the golden-framed wooden rod and landed his body next to Yang Jin on the ground. He came up together to watch the three-pointed, two-bladed sword given to Yang Jin by this idol Yang Jin, only that before he had time to touch it, the sword was transformed into a large golden shard, and the shard was written on it. I am not the real me, but this fragment is real, this is only a quarter of the fragment, you can gather it all together, fused to form a real divine weapon. There's a sense between the shards, and in the East China Sea out of your Jiangnan city, the sense is very strong there, maybe the next shard is there. These words only appeared for a split second and then disappeared. Yang Jin and Lin couldn't even take a second look if they wanted to. Just what Lin did not expect is, it seems that this East China Sea must be stepped on a back. It's fine, a fragment is a fragment, better than nothing, go ahead and fuse a quarter of it, the power should be a lot greater than this Fengtian painted halberd in your hand right now. Seeing that Yang Jin's face was a bit lost, Lin consoled him, after all, old god ancient general, Lu Bu's weapon is not suitable for you. Could Yang Jin put this fragment in his hand, sighed, worthy of being, Deep Space Fighting Network, this one newcomer simulation trial site newbie village is such a difficulty, it's really hard to imagine how difficult it is after that. I just stood below and watched the two of you fight, I couldn't help it all, I was really afraid of what would happen if the two of you really bumped into each other at that last moment. It's okay. Lin slowly exhaled a breath, and then seriously, however, one of Yang Jin's idol souls has this kind of ability, I am indeed too bad, and I need to be stronger. Just now that was already considered my full strength, I'm not sure what the result of that touch will be. Yang Jin patted Lin's shoulder, indicating that Lin was relaxed, people always need to grow up, only recognizing their own weakness will make more efforts to become stronger. Besides, you won't necessarily be weaker than him in the future, true man, when you become a peak then you'll touch base with his peak. Not to mention that you weren't completely outclassed just now, who knows who loses and who wins when your Monkey 4 Prime goes up against his strand of heavenly execution? The real heavenly execution can be more than that, Lin said, but also laughed, of course, I don't just split up either. That's right. Let's go, let's exit the novice village. Having gotten the shard, Yang Jin's face was all happy at the moment, but he suddenly remembered something and asked again. By the way, he just said I'm too physically challenged, and I'm thinking I'm not so bad, am I? Lin thought back, he just mentioned it, he said that you can't open the heavenly eyes, there should be some problems with your body, find a capable person to look at it in the future, maybe it will break through the boundaries of your current level. Eye in the sky? What heavenly eye? Yang Jin pointed to the center of his forehead at the moment, is it a new eye that grows in this place? I sometimes feel particularly hot here for some reason, but it disappears again from time to time. That's it then. Lin took a step, but just as he and Yang Jin wanted to leave, a prompt popped up in front of him. You sparred with Erlang Shen Shangzhenjuan once, fusion level plus 0.8%. Total integration, 12.42%. Warning. Warning. 01 simulation trial site can't withstand the high burst of energy, it's breaking up. Warning. Inside the surveillance room. Seeing this line of danger alert prompt suddenly appearing on the monitoring screen in front of them, Huang Luocheng and the others' faces were extremely ugly. It looks like this 01 simulation trial site is going to shatter, Lin and Yang Jin, they are in danger, said a staff member, it should be the high risk, God Yang Jin inside who has used his heavenly execution. Heavenly execution, the word came out. Huang Luoqing's face was completely gloomy, he said. Whether it's this Yang Jin's heavenly execution or the simulated trial site that can't suffer from the energy shattering, Li Yan and Yang Jin will suffer from severe mental trauma, alas. Prepare yourself mentally. Upon hearing the words, Pang Hu took the lead in pessimism. I knew it would be like this. With that he became firm again. It's okay, I'll pay to cure them, I have the money. The others were silent, and Lu Yao gazed earnestly at the distant light pillar of simulated trial 01, praying that Li Yan and Yang Jin wouldn't be hurt too much. Warning. Warning removed, mock trial site 01 in recovery. Warning removed, mock trial site 01 in recovery. The sudden change in the mechanical tone caused the faces of the people in the monitoring room to change. The warning was eliminated. The staff member immediately eyed the display carefully, then said happily. The broken simulated trial site number 01 is being repaired. Li Yan and Yang Jin, their mental state is also normal, and they are returning. Really? Pang Hu was the first to get excited, his chubby body directly squeezing away from the staff. Let me see, let me see. My Li Yan. Yan Other side. The same news appeared in the Deep Space Hall, and the disciples of the Deep Space Department waiting here all looked surprised. Those two newcomers are actually fine? That's a high-risk sequence stage, and they came back safely. A person said. Not only have they returned safely, it looks like they haven't been traumatized a bit mentally, they were even able to touch base with that high-risk god? Hiss. Is this really a newcomer, high-risk? I couldn't even get in and they came back safely like this? Are all the newcomers nowadays so evil? While these people were discussing, the blue light of light pillar 01 flashed, indicating the safe return of both Li Yan and Yang Jin. Not long after, the door of the light pillar was opened, and the two of them, Li Yan and Yang Jin, walked out with a smile on their faces, causing the crowd beside them to be stunned. Isn't it just hitting a newbie village? Why are they all looking at us like this? Yang Jin asked suspiciously, but didn't think too much about it, intending to head to Huang Luoqing's office with Li Yan to say goodbye to Huang Luoqing. Just before taking 2 steps, a chubby figure appeared in the distant crowd and darted over. Li Yan. My Li Yan, you worried me to death. I thought you were going to be a fool when you came out. At a glance, Li Yan saw that it was Pang Hu. Li Yan frowned and said how could he run into this guy anywhere? What's even weirder is what's in this guy's hand, a long-handled claw. You think you're the 8th ring? Hey! Come on, buddy, hug. Roll. Seeing that Pang Hu wanted to hug up, Li Yan pressed down his head with one hand, his eyes looked through into Huang Luoqing who also came together in the distance, and shouted, Minister Huang. You kid, after coming out, you feel like your breath is a bit different from before. Unlike Pang Hu, Huang Luoqing acted more calmly. He had a relatively keen sense of other people's abilities, and he was able to sense that Li Yan was stronger than before he went in, so it seemed that he had gained a lot. This surprised him. Not only did he not die at the hands of that high-risk god, but he also benefited from the mock trial. However, compared to Li Yan, the Yang Jin next to him didn't seem to have changed much, but it wasn't easy to come back safely already. The two of you just came and went wrong, I also shall not feel at ease. Huang Luoqing eventually stayed in front of Li Yan. Pang Hu didn't make a scene when he saw this and stood next to Li Yan as Huang Luoqing continued. Just now, when I saw the mock trial site shatter, I thought that you guys would at least end up with serious injuries to your spiritual bodies and come out to let young Master Qinli heal them, but I didn't expect to be able to come back safely in the next moment. It's a bit interesting. How about that, high-risk god? Very strong. Yang Jin answered instead of Li Yan, who was silent. Yang Jin continued, it seems like it's just a divine soul, not a full body, but just like that we almost lost our lives there. Complete body? No, you won't be able to see his full body in the deep space fighting network, that's just the highest degree that our forefathers could probe, not his highest degree. Huang Luoqing said, turning around the topic, But never mind, it's good to come back safely. In that case, you guys have set a new record for me here in Jiangnan City, Deep Space Division. TSK, North River Principal Lu Tianqing is right, Li Yan, you're really a guy who brings miracles. Day 2. Deep Space Mansion, two figures suddenly appeared in the top 100 of the leaderboards in a hurry, and two newcomers, Lin and Yang Jin, were once promoted in the rankings. Since Lin and Yang Jin both entered the simulated trial site for the first time, the accumulated score they received was only 500 points, but these 500 points had already surpassed the many disciples of this deep space fighting network. It's one of those heights that breaks the top 100 in one simulation. This result attracted some of the reporters in Jiangnan City. People like them who relied on news traffic to gain heat would always pay attention to this deep space fighting network ranking. The moment they saw that Lin and Yang Jin were newcomers who were also able to break through the top 100, their faces showed incredulity and they grabbed the boards to write about this top story. Not long after, with the release of the news of the latest installment of Deep Space Fighting Network ranking, many people and businessmen in Jiangnan City knew about the two newcomers, Lin and Yang Jin. A citizen watching the news even said, "Lin? Why does this person sound so familiar? Isn't this the young man who personally killed the Black Dragon of the East Sea in Beihai City next door a few days ago? It hasn't been that long, and now he's here in Jiangnan City to brush up on the rankings? He made it to the top 100 in one game?" The other man said. "Hiss, these two young men can, it's a shame they don't join the enforcers." "What enforcers? Now they're all from the Department of Deep Space, TSK. It seems that two more new stars are going to appear in our Jiangnan City." In the hotel, and outside the lively scene is different. Luyan back to this room after taking off the clothes ready to enter the bathroom to take a shower, but at this time her father a phone call over. "How's the situation?" Lu Tianqing asked over the phone. Unexpectedly, Lin and the others actually came out safely. Lu Yan said happily, "It looks like their own strength has also been improved. Isn't the ancient battlefield going to open in 2 weeks? I will arrange for them to have a corresponding recommendation slot on my side, and the cultivation resources that should be there will not be left behind." This side, Lu Tianqing hung up the phone, vaguely feel that Lin, this person is simply incredible. He seems to have been hiding something, like a sleeping lion and tiger. Beihai University, hearing the homeroom teacher say Lin and Yang Jin they are fine, the students are very happy. Unconsciously, Lin had already been taken as a benchmark here in Class F. Many students in the class had already set him up as a role model to learn from, and tried all kinds of ways to break through themselves just to get close to Lin. The Lin family. City Lord Lin was taking care of business in the main city as usual, when the informant in charge of keeping an eye on Lian's movements rushed back, entering the room and shouting, "City Lord! Come in and speak." Seeing that it was the informant, City Lord Lin slowly stopped his hand movements and signaled the other party to speak. The informant did not hesitate to tell the truth. "Reporting to City Lord, Lin, who you asked me to keep an eye on, has already come out of the Deep Space Mansion, and it looks like he's preparing to return to Beihai University." "But there's some not-so-good news," said the informant, hesitating. City Lord Lin then gestured for him to continue. "It's fine, continue." They seem to have broken the top 100 record of the Deep Space Fighting Network rankings, over in Jiangnan City, entering the top 100 with a score of 500 points from just one rookie trial simulation, and now the media from all over Jiangnan City are breaking the news. Made it to the top 100 of the Deep Space Fighting Network rankings? How is that possible? Aren't they newcomers who just joined? Lin City Lord was surprised. His daughter Lin Shinu was also a newcomer who had just entered the Deep Space Fighting Network. How come Lin was in the top 100? Still with the results of the newcomer's one trial simulation, could it be that Huang Luoqing had let him off the hook? "I'm not sure about the specifics," the informant said carefully. "What's next? Do I still need to keep an eye on it?" Lin City Master face extremely ugly. He did not expect this time of slack each other grew to the height of the Deep Space Fighting Network, top 100. This son really cannot stay. "Of course I have to keep an eye on it," Lin City Lord said seriously. "Also, go do me a favor and help me contact the Dark Department that our Northern River City has been hiding." "The Dark Side?" The informants were startled to hear the name. "If you're told to go, you go." "Ah yes. Yes." The informant immediately fled the room, leaving the unsightly Lin City Lord sitting there with a gloomy frown on his face, not saying a word. Finally, he slowly picked up the picture of Lin Zhongyan placed next to him and took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, I will completely kill him before he enters the ancient battlefield to practice, and won't let him grow so all the time." After coming out of the Deep Space Mansion, since their identities had changed drastically for Deep Space Ministry disciples, Li Yan and Yang Jin were admired by everyone at this moment. Again, because of the Deep Space Fighting Network rankings, both Beihai City and the current Jiangnan City had heard about the two of them. On the street, Peng Hu, who had followed Li Yan and Yang Jin back to Beihai City, was smiling all the way, as if the one who had become a Deep Space disciple was also him. "Say, how are things in Deep Space Fighting Network? I've seen several classifications that get in?" Recalling something, Peng Hu asked. "Li Yan and I are newcomers and have limited access to the classification. It's something that requires permissions." Yang Jin replied, "If you want to say how about the interior, well, I think there are too many secrets hidden here. If it is not necessary to return to school, I would much like to stay here." Before we left, Minister Huang told us, "Li Yan took over. Now that we're still students at Beihai University, we just need to set aside some time each month to come over for mock trials." By the way, Fatty, it seems like you've never mentioned your Awaken God General to us. What is your God General? Me? The now chubby Peng, who still held the long-handled claw in his hand, and some surprise surfaced on his face. "Didn't I tell you guys about this?" Li Yan and Yang Jin shook their heads in unison. "No. I don't have a God General." Peng Hu said. "There's no divine general? Is it a divine beast?" Yang Jin asked. Peng Hu shook his head. "No. I just don't have a divine general, nothing." "That's impossible, you're hiding weak powers in your body right now, these powers can't just come out of nowhere." Yang Jin didn't believe it. "Then I'm not sure anymore. Anyway, my dad said I don't have it." Peng Hu released, "It's okay, I'm not as powerful as you guys, I'm just interested in treasures, food and beautiful women. Oh yeah. I'm also fond of this long-handled claw in my hand right now. I always feel that it is very close to me. The more I look at it, the more I like it." Inside Li Yan, "I think you are very close to that answer." Just as this idle chatter was going on, the same message came from the cell phones on all three of them. "Elections for the new batch of ancient battlefield slots begin in 2 weeks. Return to school and get ready. Ancient battlefield is going to start, we have to get ready." Peng Hu read the message and said, "Li Yan, you promised to accompany me into the ancient battlefield. This time, I don't want to circle around the periphery anymore, there's nothing big and rare there. Can I join you?" Yang Jin, who was next to him, asked. "It's okay, but the bodyguard I hired now is already Li Yan." Peng Hu proudly said. "You're overthinking it, bringing you along is just a nuisance, I'm trying to follow Li Yan." The darkened underpass. The lamps, which had not been repaired for a long time, had difficulty supplying voltage and flickered now and then to illuminate the dark passage. In the gloom, 2 men in dark uniforms walked side by side, left and right. They all wore silver masks on their faces, and it was impossible to see you or me, but their shoulders were engraved with model numbers, silver number 6 and silver number 7. The sound of the 2 men's black leather shoe footsteps rippled through the passageway, reaching the end of it in no time. There was a wall of doors here, and Silver 6 reached out and gently twisted the doorknob to walk in and was met by a man sitting in the main seat. This man, unlike Silver 6 and Silver 7, had a gold mask over his face. Seeing that someone had pushed the door in, the gold-masked man's binocular vision slowly lifted. "Here it comes." "Commander." Silver 6 and Silver 7 bowed their heads in unison. There was no rush as the gold-masked man put down the letter in his hand, pushed back his seat, stood up, and took the Tiger 10 from the table again, coming to the wall behind the main seat ready to put it up. "Come and help me." "Yes." Silver number 6 and Silver number 7 immediately walked over to help spread out the hutting and stick it to the wall, and only then did the man with the gold medal let go of his hand and pointed to the letter on the desktop. "See for yourself." Hearing this, Silver number 6 and Silver number 7 stepped forward to pick up the letter on the desktop and view it carefully, their frowns tightening as time passed. A few moments later, Silver 6 handed the letter directly to Silver 7 and said to the gold medal man, "Commander, what does Lin City Lord mean by this is letting us kill Li Yan behind his back? But we can't use our silver twin wings, right? He's just an F-class student from Beha University. Have you forgotten the black dragon from a while ago? The golden man's face was flat, and his words revealed a hint of seriousness that. Have you ever seen any F-class student kill a black dragon? Even though that black dragon was heavily injured by City Lord Lin, that student's hidden strength is definitely more than just F-class. That's true, but... What, are you questioning me? The gold medal man had been a commander for so many years, and he believed that the biggest difference between him and these silver medals was that he had absolute sanity. That's not true. Silver 6 was silent, and 7 didn't say a word, not daring to vocalize even at this moment. Then pass on my orders, use the Dark Ministry, use silver twin wings and then bring 5 bronze wings each, a total of 12 people to go forward and complete the mission. The gold medal man reminded, be careful, the request from Lord Lin's side is that absolutely no information about him should be exposed. 12? Plus we need 10 more bronze medals? When did the commander become so afraid? Silver medal number 6 and silver medal number 7 were quite unhappy inside, but seeing as the gold medal commander was serious, they could only hold their unhappiness in any longer. However, silver number 6 still asked, if I remember correctly Li Yin and the others are just now rushing back from the Jiangnan city side, where should we intercept them? Lin Shinu wants to complete the mission before they enter the ancient battlefield experience, so the gold medal commander thought seriously before giving his answer. Well, at Twin Forks Ridge, I guess, it just so happens that old Bull is over there, and with him there, even if you guys fail in your mission, you can still salvage the situation. Commander, how much you don't trust us, silver number 6 muttered in a small voice before walking out of the room with silver number 7. Walking in the dark passageway, silver 6 sulked, thinking that the commander was not too cautious by not going out all day to shrink in this North River base, killing a student to use so many people. You know, their silver twin wings appearances have always been very low, and the ones they've been involved in have all been heist missions for major business bosses, and which one of them wasn't a perfect harvest? Which one of them didn't do the job perfectly? A mere Beha City student, he was only able to slash the Black Dragon in the first place because of the damage he dealt on top of that slash from City Lord Lin. Did he really think he was a character? Compared to Silver 6, Silver 7 was slightly more cautious, he said. Actually, what Commander Tiger said isn't unreasonable, that Li Yin hasn't been heard of much before, and now that both Beha City and Jiangnan City have a lesser name, we still have to be careful. Even you are afraid? Silver 6 cast disdain. It's not that I'm afraid, I'm just being careful. Silver 7 changed the topic. Let's go, first go to gather 10 bronze brothers and go to Twin Forks Ridge. Tisk, when I say go to the Twin Forks Ridge I have a headache, Silver. Number 6 sighed, you say good reason, why do we Tiger Commander and Bison fall out? They used to be the brothers of the common advancement and retreat, and together in the North River City to create the Dark Sector. That bad temper of Bison's, I still haven't gotten used to it, I always feel like my body trembles when I see him. That can't be helped, we wouldn't have alerted him if we'd been able to successfully complete the mission on our own. As the two of them talked, they gradually came to the Dark Ministry Manpower Mobilization Hall, and the people who had been waiting here for a long time became excited all of a sudden. One of the bronze medals asked, Number 6, is there another mission? What did Commander Tiger arrange? How many people are needed? Can I go? Silver 6 gave him a blank look. Go fuck yourself, you rat, go back to your hole. After saying that, Silver number 6 directly ignored him and looked at the other bronze personnel. Listen up, 10 people this time. Follow me in number 7 and do a big job. 10 people? Inside the hall, heard the words of the bronze excited. Bad, thinking that the need for 10 people plus Silver biplane words, that this mission is certainly the top priority, must be which big boss out of the money. Need to get to us? In the corner, unlike the bronze cards, there were a couple of silver cards sitting here, their cards reading 3, 4, and 5 asked. No, go kill a North River University student. Silver 6 said. Student? Hearing that it was a student, the 10 bronze medals who were originally surprised were instantly confused. Killing a student required this kind of battle? Silver 3, 4, and 5 in that corner also frowned, wondering for a moment if this Silver 6 was joking. At this time, Silver Number 7 came out and explained, "Don't look at us, this is the arrangement of Tiger Commander, we can only do as we are told to complete the mission." My god, is it possible to assassinate Lin Shinu, the daughter of Lin City Lord? The one who has awakened her S rank? A bronze medal said. So that's how it is, her words seem to be barely worthy. I heard that she even managed to enter the Deep Space Fighting Network recently, and also received resource support from Lin City Lord. Her strength has increased quite a bit. Another bronze medalist also said. It's just that, if we kill his daughter under someone else's Lin City Lord's eyebrows, shouldn't Lin City Lord drive us to extinction? I don't know, what the hell, the rule of our dark sector is, whoever gives more will help whoever does it. As these men speculated to themselves, Silver 6, who hadn't wanted to speak, didn't know for a moment whether to interrupt them or not, and he found it tough for him to speak up. At the end of the day it was Silver Number 7 who came out and said, "Don't even think about it, the one we're going to kill is an F-class student, Lin. To kill the F-class this seems to be very simple Wait a minute. What did you say, Class F? Lin? The reacting crowd was shocked, what the hell? Gathering so many people just to kill an F-class student? Lin? I think I've heard of this name before, it seems to be the one who made a lot of noise at the Black Dragon meeting a while ago, as well as the one who was on some Deep Space Fighting Network's top 100 ranking, over in Jiangnan City a few days ago, right? A person reacted and said. It doesn't take this many of us, does it? Look, this configuration is already a high-level mission configuration, right? What does that Lin need? Silence, no one spoke. Few in the end, it was Silver 6 who said, I don't really understand it either, but since Tiger Commander arranged it this way, let's do it. Old Ox, it's me. After the Silver Twin Wings left, the Gold Medal Tiger Commander thought about it and called ahead to give a report to his brother who had gotten into trouble. Not long after, the Bison guarding Twin Forks Ridge sent word back, saying coldly, "What, is this an apology to me?" The Tiger Commander gritted his teeth and hardened his face. Can we not argue today, and talk about something serious? When Bison didn't say anything, the Tiger Commander ignored him and talked to himself. I've asked Silver Medals Number 6 and Number 7 to bring 10 bronze medals to your side. Intercepting a student at the Twin Forks Ridge is a task handed over by Lord Lin City. This person must die at the Twin Forks Ridge. What I'm trying to say is that this student gives me the feeling that there might be something uncomplicated, so if the Silver Twins and the others don't make it, I'll trouble you to step in for a bit when the time comes. Ha ha ha, the Bison who heard the words laughed, an undisguised laugh. Tiger, when did you become so cautious? Are you sure you need me to kill a student? What's that student's name? I'd like to see what kind of bullshitter it is that has frightened my former brethren into coming to me. Tiger Commander, I knew you'd say that. Exhaling seriously, the Tiger Commander said seriously, you don't think about it, a Class F student, Lin, can end up mending that East Sea Siren, and can pass the Deep Space Fighting Network examination in recent days. Can he be simple? That's because you're a wimp. Bison was nonchalant. What's with the Deep Space Fighting Grid test? Didn't my old man pass it back then? I don't even care about that kind of thing. Also, if it wasn't for not wanting to waste my strength, did that East CC demon really think I couldn't defeat him when he came to my North River City? District East C Black Dragon Juniors only, stepping on my human realm and still so arrogant, sooner or later I'll go chop up those beasts. Beings. The Tiger Commander was silent. He knew that if he refuted the Bison now the relationship between the two of them would become worse. In the end he could only say. Anyway, I told you the thing, it's up to you whether you do it or not when the time comes. Finished hanging up the phone, but the Bison on the side of the Double Fork Ridge laughed. Lin? I would like to see what you have the ability to. The Lin family. According to the informant's return, City Lord Lin had already learned that the people from the dark sector had begun to move. At this time, a squad leader who knew the inside story came up and asked, City Lord, can the people on the Dark Ministry side finish? As long as enough money is given, they can accomplish it. City Lord Lin put down his hands. In fact, your understanding of the dark sections is still too one-sided. They don't just give money to do things and kill people without blinking an eye, but are more like a kind of dark mobilization force that hides within the city. If an emergency arises, as long as their conditions are met, then this power can be transformed into your power. Plus, the founders of the dark sect, the Tiger and Bull brothers, have always been tricky presences.